KA Bullets YouTube channel.
Hurry up, now tell us why you're here.
This rookie is Reb Meeker in the number 36, and this other rookie is Dino Draftski, replacing Kevin Shiftright. And this other rookie is Carl Clutchin in the number 15. And we have this other rookie, Buck Beeringley, in the number 39. And replacing Winford Bradford Rutherford as the RPM Racer is Bruce Miller. And we have this other rookie who's named Steve Millwheel. And then we have this other rookie named Harry Sipkar. And we also have Michael Botstroyer and Ivan Avtusky from Ukraine. We also have Bogart Hopscotch, who is also the rival of Samuel Serpentino. And we also have Grayson Radiator, yet another number 333. We also have Roy Energizer. You should have picked a different number. That's Matt Karzith's number. And we also have another rookie, Jack Fenders. And yet another rookie, Benjamin Fordgear, in the number 80. And Dino Zoomer is yet another rookie. And here's another one, Fred Autopower, but he's number 456. And we have yet another rookie, Chuck Phillips. And we also have Colleen Axler, probably related to Andrew. And we have Louis Zatlap, who's yet another rookie. And here's another rookie, Edwin Burnout. How many rookies are there this season? And here's another one, Stella Revrider in the number 89. We also have Mobius Gravendigger. How many rookies are there? And there's another one, Michael Fenderbender. And Wyatt Drisker in the number 27. And we have yet another rookie with Speedson Larson. How many rookies can there be in a season? And there's another one, Dominic Carcycle. And there's also Jackson the Asteroid. How many rookies can there be? And here's another one, Tyler Carslayer. Please be the last rookie, Eon Evenair in the number 89. Another double number. And here is Aiden Shifter, yet another rookie. And there's Ace Arrowhead, another rookie. At least he has a unique number. And now we have rookies with new looks, who are Brad Karslowski and Marcus Kranksler. How many rookies can start in a single season? I don't know how this is possible. But Brad Karslowski and Marcus Kranksler both raced last season, and they now have new looks. I don't know if it's to commemorate their rookie season or not, though. Finally, on to the new looks, where Lightning McQueen has a new look, and so does Tony Gasworth, Matt Karzith for the umpteenth time, Greg People, Dale Earnhardt Jr., Murray Clutchburn, Ernie Gearson, those two surprising because they've never changed looks before, Martin Karks Jr., Jamie McCarry, Darren Leadfoot, Todd Marcus, Dirksen DeAugustino, Ralph Carlo, Floyd Movelhill, Paunchy Wipeout, Hank Weathers, Samuel Serpentino, Chad Motorgas, Ray Clutcher, Aston Reynolds, Slate Granger, Elijah Voltson, Scott Rims, Matt Virulent, AJ Carmendinger, Reed Sorenkar, David Gillicar, William Crashton, and Ken Schrader, who's finally back. And also, here are some new racers, who include Jay Corner, who's on a part-time schedule. That's it? That's all the new part-timers? Well, on to the backup racers, who include Patrick Bumper Jumper, Carl Throttleman, Joshua Roadwiper, Buck Windshields, Greg Tankson, Lee Cable Runner, and Dan Revtire. Michael Cartrip is now on a part-time schedule this season. Same with David Stremrim. I don't think we care though. And sadly, some cars will be retiring at the end of the season. These cars are Dave Laney, Max Carpus, Zachary Axler, Jeff Revenberg, and Phil Smith. We will miss you guys at the end of the season. Now onto the teams, where Pancake Shift Right Racing still has 12 cars! And Earnhardt Konasty Racing has 9! How?! Strip Weathers Racing does cut down to 7 cars though, but Rush Fenway Racing cuts down even more, cutting down to 6 racers. But Chevrolet Motorsports adds 2 cars! The last 2 I don't get though. Speedson Racing also has 6 cars. I don't get how some of them will do well though. Blaster Charger Racing has 6 cars, but I don't get why this team is still here though. Vitalin Racing still has 4 cars, just not the same 4 cars as before. Well, 2 of them aren't the same. Alloy Wilson Racing adds 1 car, Patrick Bumper Jumper, because he's a backup. Finally, a race team that looks the same as last season. Richard Chill Paints Racing. And Joe Gears Racing still has the same 3 cars as last season. And why is Kyle Busch Tire still on the team? Dynaco Motorsports also has the same 3 cars as last season. It's just Hank Weathers has a new look. Michael Cartrip Racing also has 3 cars, adding Martin Carx Jr. to the team. The Anti-Chick Hicks team has added 1 new car, Benjamin Ford Gear. The Wood Brothers Racing has actually added a 2nd car, Eon Evenair. But Gasworth Haas Racing is exactly the same as last season. Same with Red Bull Racing. Aren't they supposed to be tractors? I don't know. But Lucas Nitro Racing has hired a 2nd car, Ace Arrowhead. And here is Soldier Fortune Racing, who is also a 2-car team. And here's a new team, the Sub-Zero Racing Crew, with Speedson Larson and Tyler Carslayer. And here's another new team, WJ Lights Racing, with the 2 number 71s that aren't sponsored by Nintendo. And here is Frog Fender Racing. I don't think Samuel Serpentino would like them. And here's the final team, Furniture Row Racing. Once again, a 1-car team. But unfortunately, in the off-season, sadly, the Hudson Hornet died. The Hudson Hornet died of old age in late 2009, after the 2009 Dynaco Light 350 had already happened. The Hudson Hornet won 3 Piston Cups as a racer and 3 Piston Cups as a crew chief. Hudson Hornet, we will miss you. Piston Cup fans, Piston Cup officials, but most importantly, the residents of Radiator Springs, who regularly call him Doc, because he was also a doctor, in fact. But most importantly, he was a Piston Cup legend. May the Hudson Hornet rest in peace. Another popular Piston Cup racer, Mark Carton, will start at pole position for the 2010 Florida 500, with Dale Earnhardt Jr. to his outside. Row 2 has defending champion Lightning McQueen and Casey Corner to his outside. Now who starts in Row 3? Kevin Carvick and Tony Gasworth, the 2002 Piston Cup champion. Row 4 has Kyle Busch Tire, the mean yellow car, and Juan Pablo Montoya. Row 5 has Cal Weathers, the 2008 Piston Cup champion, and Clint Bolkart to his outside. Row 6 has Kurt Busch Tire, who should not say a certain word, and Bobby Swift to his outside. Row 7 has Jamie McCarry and Martin Carx Jr. Both have new looks this season. Row 8 has Brick Hicks, the Mean Green Car's nice younger brother, and Joey Logirno to his outside. Row 9, oh there's Row 9. Row 9 has Ryan Newcar, The Rocket, and Jimmy Cables to his outside. Row 10 has rookie Reb Meeker and Rex Revler to his outside. Row 11 has Jeff Corvette and Brian Vickers to his outside. Row 12 has Greg Beeple and his teammate Matt Karzith, who doesn't stop changing his paint job. Row 13 has Denny Carlin and Brad Karslowski to his outside. Row 14 has Carl Edwards and Ernie Gearson, who will be racing his first race with his new look. Row 15 has Todd Marcus and David Rudikar to his outside. Row 16 has Mike Yankee Jr. and Brick Yardley to his outside. Row 17 has Speedy Comet and TG Castlenut to his outside. Row 18 has Hank Weathers and Sam Carnish Jr., who both surprisingly qualified. Row 19 has Chip Gearings and Jack DePost. They're usually near the back. Row 20 has Jeff Burnton, surprisingly, and Bill Racelot to his outside. Row 21 has David Raycar and Phil Takeson. And starting in 43rd is Michael Kartrip, who's quite good at the Florida 500. Once again, way too many cars failed to qualify for this race. At least the mean green car was one of them. Sterling Carlin, after failing to qualify in the top 100, retired. We will miss you, Sterling Carlin. Now let's finally start the race. Mark Carton would lead for the first 4 laps of the race before he'd lose the lead to Casey Corner, who'd only lead for 2 laps before Mark Carton would be back in the lead, leading until lap 11, where Juan Pablo Montoya would take the lead from him, leading for 2 laps before Dale Earnhardt Jr. would take the lead from him. He'd lead for 4 laps before Kevin Karvik would take the lead from him, leading all the way until lap 34, where Lightning McQueen would take the lead from him, leading until lap 52, where Kurt Busch-Tire would take the lead from him. He'd lead all the way until lap 70, where Kevin Karvik would retake the lead. Kevin Karvik would lead for 9 laps before Denny Carlin would take the lead from him, only leading until lap 80, where Kurt Busch-Tire would retake the lead. He'd lead for 2 laps before Greg Beeple would take the lead from him. He only leads for half a lap before Kyle Busch-Tire would be 27th as of lap 81. When he wrecks Phil Tankson, why? Kurt Busch-Tire would be back in the lead after the restart, leading until lap 85, where Greg Beeple would be back in the lead. He'd lead for 9 laps before Lightning McQueen would retake the lead for himself, leading for 5 laps before Jeff Corvette would take the lead from him for 1 turn. But then Cal Weathers would take the lead. He'd lead for 5 laps before Clint Bokar would take the lead from him. But Clint Bokar would only lead until lap 105 before Kyle Busch-Tire would take the lead from him. But on lap 106, Clint Bokar would be back in the lead for half a lap before Brick Yardley would surprisingly pass him and lose the lead less than a lap later because Clint Bokar retook the lead. He'd lead until lap 109, where Greg Beeple would pass him for the lead, leading until lap 110. But Ernie Gearson would be out on lap 110 because of a cut tire and because he hit the wall, unfortunately. At least it wasn't Kyle Busch-Tire. Another yellow car, Clint Bokar, would take the lead after the restart, but on lap 112, Lightning McQueen would retake the lead, leading until lap 118, where Cal Weathers would take the lead, leading until lap 126, where Casey Corner would retake the lead, leading for 3 laps before Clint Bokar would be back in the lead, leading for 7 laps before Kevin Karvik, his teammate, would take the lead from him, leading until lap 144, where Jimmy Cables would pass him on the outside and lead for 10 laps, but unfortunately, Kyle Busch-Tire would be second as of lap 154, where he wrecks David Rudikar and Jimmy Cables. Why? Juan Pablo Montoya would take the lead after the restart, leading for just 1 lap, before Kevin Karvik would retake the lead. He'd lead for a full 9 laps before Lightning McQueen would be back in the lead, leading until lap 170, where Greg Beeple would once again retake the lead, leading for 5 laps, but Reb Meeker would take the lead and lead his first 2 laps, but unfortunately, David Ricard would take the lead, leading for just 2 laps before Cal Weathers would take the lead from him, leading until lap 184, where Greg People would once again retake the lead. He'd lead for 6 turns before Clint Bokar would retake the lead, leading until lap 198. Mike Yankee Jr. would surprisingly take the lead, leading for 2 laps before Greg People would once again retake the lead, leading until lap 202. Kyle Bushtire would be 17th as of lap 202, when Rex Revler, T.G. Castlenut, Sam Carnish Jr., Brad Karslowski, Bobby Swift, Ryan Newcart, who goes airborne, Todd Marcus, Martin Clarks Jr., Chip Gearings, and Casey Corner. Why, mean yellow car? Jamie McCarry would take the lead after the restart, leading until lap 207, where Greg People would retake the lead, leading for 4 laps before his former teammate Mark Carton would retake the lead, leading for 5 laps before Clint Bokar would retake the lead. He'd lead for 2 laps before Tony Gasworth would lead his first few laps of this race. But on lap 223, Greg People would be back in the lead, leading until lap 225, where Cal Weathers would retake the lead, leading for 4 laps before Lightning McQueen would pass him on the wall to retake the lead, leading until lap 233, where Reb Meeker would once again lead, leading until lap 234, where Clint Bokar would retake the lead, leading until lap 237, where Lightning McQueen would be back in the lead, leading until lap 241, where Kyle Bushtire would pass him. He'd lead for 3 laps before his older brother Kurt would take the lead from him. He'd lead for a full 9 laps before Lightning McQueen would pass him for the lead, leading until lap 275. Kurt Bushtire, don't say that word! Cal Weathers would take the lead on lap 275 to lead for 2 turns, but Greg People would take the lead right before the start-finish line, then stay in the lead until lap 278, where Kevin Carvick would take the lead from him. Kevin Carvick would lead for 10 laps before Mark Curtin would retake the lead. But on lap 290, Lightning McQueen would retake the lead, leading for 9 laps before Kyle Bushtire would take the lead for himself, leading for 11 laps. But Lightning McQueen would pass him on the outside to retake the lead. But on lap 324, Kevin Carvick would be back in the lead, leading for 2 laps before Hank Weathers would take the lead, leading until lap 335. Kyle Bushtire would be second as of lap 335, where he wrecks Hank Weathers. Why, mean yellow car? And his father, the king, has something to say. Kyle Bushtire, please don't teach others to wreck cars. Chickens! Why? Dale Earnhardt Jr. would take the lead after the restart, leading until lap 342, where Cal Weathers would take the lead from him, leading for 3 laps before, Greg People would be back in the lead. He'd lead for 12 laps before Jeff Corvette would retake the lead, leading for just 2 before Lightning McQueen would pass him on the inside this time to lead 12 laps himself before Jamie McCarry would retake the lead on pit cycles. But Lightning McQueen would be back in the lead after taking his pit stop, leading until lap 379, where Speedy Comet would take the lead from him. Speedy Comet would lead for 2 laps before Dale Earnhardt Jr. would be back in the lead, where he'd lead 14 before Lightning McQueen would be back in the lead, leading for 12 laps before Greg People would be back in the lead himself, leading until lap 410. Lightning McQueen would once again retake the lead, leading until lap 414. But then Greg People just retakes the lead, leading until lap 417, where Clint Bokar would take the lead from him. He'd only lead for 7 turns before Lightning McQueen would retake the lead, leading for just under a lap before Greg People would retake the lead, leading until lap 426, where Lightning McQueen would once again retake the lead, leading until lap 429, where Greg People once again retakes the lead. And once again, on lap 433, Lightning McQueen would retake the lead, leading for 10 laps before Denny Carlin would take the lead for himself, leading until lap 447, where Greg Beeple would once again be back in the lead, leading until lap 449, where Kevin Carvick would take the lead, leading until lap 458, where Reb Meeker would take the lead during the last pit cycle. After that's over, Kevin Carvick would be back in the lead, leading until lap 487, where Greg Beeple would pass him on lap 487 to lead for 3 laps before Kevin Carvick would retake the lead on lap 490. Less than a lap later, Greg Beeple is back in the lead, where he'd lead until lap 491, where Lightning McQueen is back in the lead. He'd lead for 2 laps before Kevin Carvick would once again retake the lead. He'd lead for 4 laps before Dale Earnhardt Jr. would take the lead for a couple turns. But Lightning McQueen would take the lead, and he'd lead for the final 2 laps to win the 2010 Florida 500, with Dale Earnhardt Jr. finishing 2nd, Greg Beeple 3rd, Clint Bokar 4th, Reb Meeker 5th, Cal Weathers 6th, Kevin Carvick 7th, Matt Kenseth 8th, Carl Edwards 9th, and Maury Clutchburn rounding out the top 10. And here is the top 20 of the Florida 500, with Reb Meeker getting a top 5 in his very first start. And some of the cars that finished in the top 20 confused me, because a lot of them did basically nothing this race. I'm not done yet! Here are the rest of the positions. 21st to 43rd. This is how everyone else finished, with Phil Tankson sadly in last. But this year's Piston Cup is different, because this year it's the Hudson Hornet Piston Cup, in honor of the Hudson Hornet.
Remember to press the notifications button, which goes ring, ring, ring after you press it. And lightning strikes back, and that's as if you subscribed, of course. And thank you for watching this entire video.
It's been over 1 month since the last upload. I'm sorry for that, but this season, the 2010 Piston Cup season, will be formatted similarly to the 2005 Piston Cup season, where there will be a video for each Piston Cup race. And also the schedule is dramatically different. So, the second race of the 2010 Piston Cup season will be coming out, hopefully very soon. Despite the fact that I didn't upload for a very long time, the 2022 Russian invasion of Ukraine is still ongoing. And we must stand with Ukraine against the tyranny from Vladimir Putin. This tyranny of Vladimir Putin's must end now. The Ukrainians, just like everyone else, deserve to live in peace. And that means there is no room for your tyranny, Vladimir Putin. Slava Ukraini! Heroyam Slava!
KA Bullets YouTube channel.
Hurry up, now tell us why you're here.
Kurt Busch Tire will start at pole position with Jeff Gorvette to his outside. Row 2 has the Rocket Ryan Newcar and Dale Earnhardt Jr. to his outside. Row 3 has Kyle Busch Tire, the mean yellow car, and Joey Logierno. Row 4 has Greg Beeple and Mark Carton, who has failed to win multiple championships. Row 5 has Tony Gasworth, the 2002 Piston Cup champion, and Juan Pablo Montoya. Row 6 has Matt Kenseth, the 2003 Piston Cup champion, and his teammate Carl Edwards. Row 7 has Clint Bokar and Cal Weathers, the 2008 Piston Cup champion. Row 8 has Lightning McQueen, 3-time Piston Cup champion, and Brad Keselowski to his outside. Row 9 has Bobby Swift and Maury Clutchburn to his outside. Row 10 has Casey Corner and Jimmy Cables, who looked really good in practice. Row 11 has David Rudikar and Jeff Burnton to his outside. I wonder if either of them will do anything. Row 12 has Rex Reveler, who sings a song when he wins a race, and Jamie McCarry to his outside. Row 13 has Todd Marcus and Brick Yardley, the 2008 Florida 500 winner. Row 14 is Denny Carlin and Ernie Gearson, who started from this position last race. Row 15 has Bobby Carboni and Reb Meeker to his outside in his second ever start. Row 16 has Brian Vickars and Brick Hicks. What are they doing back here? Row 17 has TG Castlenet and Kevin Carvick. What are you doing back here? Row 18 is Martin Karks Jr. and Chip Gearings, who actually surprisingly qualifies. Row 19 has Jack DePost and Phil Tankson to his outside. Row 20 has Chad Motorgas and AJ Carmendinger, neither of which qualified last race. Row 21 has Floyd Movilhill and Mike Yankee Jr., hoping not to crash, and starting in 43rd is unfortunately Chick Hicks! Why couldn't Speedy Comet qualify instead? Well, these 7 cars, along with many others, failed to qualify for this race. Now into the race. Kurt Busch-Tire would lead for the first lap, but unfortunately, he'd lose the lead before lap 2 to Jeff Corvette, who would lead for a full 50 laps, but Chick Hicks attempted to wreck Mike Yankee Jr., but ended up wrecking both himself and Mike Yankee Jr., unfortunately. Greg People would take the lead on lap 51, leading until lap 56, but right over the line, Lightning McQueen would take the lead on lap 57, leading until lap 60, but then Jeff Corvette would be back in the lead, leading for 23 more laps, before Lightning McQueen would be back in the lead once more, leading until lap 90, where Matt Karseth would take the lead from him. He'd lead until lap 98, where Jeff Corvette would be back in the lead, leading until lap 110, where Jimmy Cables would take the lead from him. He'd lead for 4 laps before Jeff Corvette is once again back in the lead, leading until lap 160, where Bobby Swift would take the lead from him. He'd only lead on pit cycles though, because Kevin Carvick would take the lead less than 2 laps later, leading until lap 163, but unfortunately, Kyle Busch-Tire would take the lead, leading for just 2 laps, but then Tony Gaswood would take the lead from him, leading another 2 laps, before Jeff Corvette would retake the lead, leading until lap 213, where Kevin Carvick would be back in the lead for 2 laps, before Tony Gaswood would take the lead from him. He'd lead for 5 laps before Jeff Corvette is once again back in the lead, leading for 22 laps before Clint Bokar would take the lead from him, leading for 3 laps before, you guessed it, Jeff Corvette would be back in the lead, leading until lap 250, where Lightning McQueen would once again take the lead, leading all the way until lap 282. Unfortunately, Kyle Busch-Tire was 23rd as of lap 276, where he wrecks Cal Weathers, Floyd Movilhill, and Reb Meeker. I mean yellow car! And the king, of course, has this to say. Bobby Swift would take the lead on lap 282, leading until lap 298, where Ernie Gearson would surprisingly take the lead, leading for 46 laps, but Phil Tankson would take the lead on lap 344. Why? Kyle Busch-Tire is second as of lap 276, where he went. Wait, what? Phil Tankson is not out! Hooray! And here is what Phil Tankson had to say. The mean yellow car's brother, Kurt, would take the lead after the restart, but on lap 352, Lightning McQueen would take the lead from him, leading until lap 367, where Phil Tankson would take the lead for 3 laps, but Denny Carlin would take the lead on lap 370, leading for 18 laps, before Lightning McQueen would briefly take the lead. In the same lap, Denny Carlin would retake the lead, leading until the checkered flag to win the 2010 Las Vegas 400. Lightning McQueen would finish second this race, and he only lost by 9 feet. Kevin Carvick would finish third, Jeff Corvette fourth, and Phil Tankson rounding out the top 5. And here is the top 20 of the race, with Ernie Gearson getting a top 10 and Joey Logierno missing out. Oh, I'm not done yet! Here is the rest of the standings for the race. Bobby Carboni almost got lapped. And here is the top 20 in points, with Lightning McQueen in the lead with 355 points.
Remember to press the notifications button, which goes ring, ring, ring after you press it. And lightning strikes back, and that's as if you subscribed, of course. And thank you for watching this entire video.
At least the mean green car finished last! But the third race of the 2010 Piston Cup season should be coming out very soon, within the next week. Let's hope the mean green car doesn't qualify for this race. Oh wait, it's his home track. Oh no! Unfortunately, the 2022 Russian invasion of Ukraine is still going on. At this time, around 1/5 of Ukraine's land is controlled by Russia, led by the tyrannical Vladimir Putin. We must continue to stand in support of Ukraine in their fight against Putin, and that Ukraine will be able to see peace once again. Vladimir Putin, there is no room for your tyranny in Ukraine. The Ukrainians deserve freedom and peace, just like everyone else. Slava Ukraini! Heroyam Slava!
KA Bullets YouTube channel.
Hurry up, now tell us why you're here.
Tony Gasworth will start at pole position with Cal Weathers to his outside. Row 2 has Greg People and 3-time Piston Cup champion Lightning McQueen. Row 3 has Casey Corner and Jeff Burton, hoping to break his winless streak. Row 4 has Kyle Bushtire and Clint Bokar to his outside. Row 5 has Dale Earnhardt Jr. and the Rocket Ryan Newcar to his outside. Row 6 has Kurt Bushtire and Jeff Gravett, who both started in the same row last race. Row 7 has Bobby Swift and Martin Carrix Jr., hoping to break his own winless streak. Row 8 has Jamie McCarry and Brick Yardley, who's really good at getting surprise wins. Row 9 has Maury Clutchburn and Joey Logierno to his outside. Row 10 has Kevin Carvick and Carl Edwards, who almost won the 2008 Piston Cup. Row 11 has Juan Pablo Montoya and Phil Tankson, who had the fastest time in practice. Row 12 has David Raycar and Dave Laney, who will be retiring at the end of the season. Row 13 has AJ Carmeninger and Chick Hicks! Row 14 has Matt Karzith and Ernie Gearson, once again starting in the same position. Row 15 has last week's winner Denny Carlin and Mark Carton to his outside. Row 16 has Rex Revler, who's won one race, and Jimmy Cables, who's hoping to get his first. Row 17 has Jack DePost and Brick Hicks to his outside. Row 18 is David Rudikar, who's won one race, and Chip Gearings, who has not won a race. Row 19 has Brad Karslowski and T.G. Castlenut to his outside. Row 20 is Elliot Draftler and Dino Draftski, neither of which qualified last week. Row 21 has Bobby Carboni and Brian Vickers to his outside. And starting in 43rd is Mike Yankee Jr., who's unfortunately back here. And these 12 cars, among many others, failed to qualify for this race. Now onto the race, where Tony Gasworth would lead for the first 15 laps before he'd lose the lead to Greg People, who'd lead until lap 28. But unfortunately, on lap 20, Dave Laney would be out because of fatigue. Ernie Gearson would take the lead on lap 28 and lead for 2 laps before Tony Gasworth would retake the lead, leading for 17 laps before Lightning McQueen would retake the lead from him, leading until lap 76, where Dale Earnhardt Jr. would take the lead from him, leading for 3 laps before Cal Weathers would take the lead for himself. But on lap 80, Tony Gasworth would be back in the lead, where he'd lead for 20 laps before Cal Weathers would retake the lead. But he'd only lead for 3 laps before Dale Earnhardt Jr. would retake the lead, leading until lap 116, where Jimmy Cables would take the lead from him. He'd lead for 2 laps before Lightning McQueen would retake the lead, leading all the way until lap 137, where Jeff Corvette would take the lead from him. He'd lead all the way until lap 165, where Juan Pablo Montoya would take the lead from him. He'd only lead for 2 laps before Chick Hicks would be 15th as of lap 167, where he wrecks Jack DePost, Murray Clutchburn, and Dino Draftski. Why? Craig Shiftright is now angry at Roger Pancake for picking Dino Draftski instead of Aiden Shiftright. Dale Earnhardt Jr. would take the lead after the restart, leading until lap 170, where Jimmy Cables would take the lead from him. He'd lead until lap 177, where the Mean Green Car X would take the lead. But on lap 179, Phil Tankson would say this and take the lead from the Mean Green Car, leading until lap 182, where Jeff Corvette would retake the lead. He'd lead for 11 laps before Chick Hicks would retake the lead. Way! And on lap 194, he's in the lead, but he still wrecks Mike Yankee Jr. Why? Phil Tankson also has a complaint. Yeah! Show the Mean Green Car not to wreck cars! And Lightning McQueen would take the lead on lap 197, but on lap 235, Tony Gasworth would take the lead from him, leading until lap 252, where Jeff Corvette would retake the lead, leading all the way until lap 284, where Bobby Swift would take the lead from him. He'd only lead for 3 laps before Kurt Busch would take the lead from him, leading for just 2 laps before Lightning McQueen would take the lead from him, leading until lap 289, where Jeff Corvette would retake the lead, leading until lap 311, where Dale Earnhardt Jr., his teammate, would lead for 2 laps, before Ernie Gearson would lead for half a lap, before he'd lose the lead to Jimmy Cables, who'd lead for another half lap, but he led over the start-finish line. Phil Tankson would lead for about 100 feet before Jeff Burnton would take the lead from him. Jeff Burnton would lead for 10 laps, but during his lead, Chick Hicks would be 5th as of lap 319, where he wrecks who? Brian Vickers, David Rudikar, Clint Bokar, Rex Revler, Juan Pablo Montoya, Carl Edwards, Tony Gasworth, Jeff Corvette, Jamie McCarry, and Brick Yardley. Why? Denny Carlin would take the lead at the start of lap 324, but on lap 344, Lightning McQueen would take the lead, and he'd lead the final 6 laps to win the 2010 Texas 350, where Denny Carlin would finish 2nd, Kyle Busch Tire 3rd, Kurt Busch Tire 4th, and Mean Green Car Chick Hicks surprisingly rounding out the top 5. And Phil Tankson is calling for the Mean Green Car to be disqualified. And here is the top 20 of the race, with Phil Tankson finishing 6th. Surprisingly, AJ Carmendinger made the top 20 this race. And here is the rest, with Chip Gearings being the last car to finish on the lead lap, with Joey Logirino just ahead of him. And unfortunately, Dave Laney finishes dead last in his first race of his final season. And here is the top 20 in points, where Lightning McQueen is ahead of Denny Carlin by 44 points.
Remember to press the notifications button, which goes ring, ring, ring after you press it. And lightning strikes back, and that's as if you subscribed, of course. And thank you for watching this entire video.
Since I'm going to be making 36 videos for the 2010 Piston Cup season, this is why this video came out this quick. I'm going to try to get the next race of the 2010 Piston Cup season out very soon, within the next week. And how does the mean green car finish 5th in a race? How? And unfortunately, the 2022 Russian invasion of Ukraine is still going on as I speak into this microphone. We must continue to stand with Ukraine against the tyranny of Vladimir Putin. Everyone, including Ukrainians, deserve to live in peace and have freedom. Freedom from tyrannical dictators like Putin. Slava Ukrainie! Heroyam slava!
KA Bullets YouTube channel.
Hurry up, now tell us why you're here.
Cal Weathers will start at pole position with Kyle Bushtire to his outside. Row 2 has Juan Pablo Montoya and Mark Carton to his outside. Row 3 has Jeff Corvette, two-time Piston Cup champion, and Casey Corner to his outside. Row 4 has Ryan Newcar and Jimmy Cables, who hopes to get his first win. Row 5 has David Rudikar, somehow, and Carl Edwards to his outside. Row 6 has Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Kurt Bushtire, who failed to win the 2004 Piston Cup. Row 7 has Greg People and Matt Karzith, the 2003 Piston Cup champion. Row 8 has two champions, Tony Gasswert and Lightning McQueen. Row 9 has Bobby Swift and Clint Bokar. Somehow, they have not won a race yet. Row 10 has Martin Karks Jr. and Denny Carlin, who really wanted to win the 2009 Piston Cup. Row 11 has Brick Yardley, the 2008 Florida 500 winner, and Jeff Burnton. Row 12 has the 1989 Piston Cup champion, Murray Clutchburn, and Jamie McCarry. Row 13 has AJ Carmeninger and Brian Vickers to his outside. Row 14 has Ernie Gearson, finally starting from a different position, and Brad Karslowski to his outside. Row 15 has Joey Logirino and Reb Meeker, who failed to qualify last week. Row 16 is Speedy Comet and Brick Hicks, who does not wreck cars like his older brothers. Row 17 is Joe Brickcheck and TG Castlenut, hoping to do something this race. Row 18 is Kevin Korvick and Phil Tankson, both of which should be further up the field. Row 19 is David Gillicar and Mike Yankee Jr., who's had a terrible start to the season. Row 20 has Chip Gearings and Aston Reynolds, making his first start this season. Row 21 has Dirksen Augustino and Tommy Highbanks, both making their first start this season. And starting in 43rd is Todd Marcus, who qualifies because Rex Revler had to withdraw because his crew chief was late! And these 9 cars, among many others, failed to qualify for this race. Now, let's start the race. Cal Weathers would lead for the first 2 turns before he'd lose the lead to Kyle Bushtire, who would lead all the way until lap 13. But unfortunately, Chip Gearings would be out on lap 3 because of an engine failure. Casey Corner would take the lead on lap 13 and lead for 20 laps before Cal Weathers would retake the lead. He'd lead for 2 laps before he'd lose the lead to Kyle Bushtire, who'd only lead for 2 laps. Surprisingly, Joe Brickcheck will go on to lead his first 2 laps since 2006. But on lap 37, Casey Corner would be back back in the lead, where he'd lead until lap 39, where Kyle Busch-Tire would be back in the lead, leading until lap 47. Todd Marcus would accidentally wreck himself and Ernie Gearson on lap 41. How? Casey Corner would retake the lead on lap 47 and lead to lap 79, where Denny Carlin would take the lead from him. He'd only lead for 2 laps before Lightning McQueen would take the lead and lead until lap 82, where Kurt Busch-Tire would take the lead from him, leading all the way until lap 117, where David Gillicar would surprisingly take the lead off of pit cycles. After Kurt Busch-Tire is done pitting, he retakes the lead, leading until lap 147, where Denny Carlin would retake the lead. He'd lead for 12 laps before Cal Weathers would retake the lead. He'd lead until lap 175, where Casey Corner would once again retake the lead, leading all the way until lap 212, where Denny Carlin would once again retake the lead, leading for just 2 laps before Jeff Burnton would take the lead for himself, leading for 3 laps before Casey Corner would take the lead from him. He'd lead for 10 laps before Kurt Busch-Tire would once again retake the lead off of pit cycles. But Casey Corner would retake the lead later that same lap, leading for 3 laps before Kurt Busch-Tire is once again back in the lead, leading until lap 244, where, you guessed it, Casey Corner retakes the lead. He'd lead until lap 277, where Denny Carlin would retake the lead. He'd lead until lap 283, where Casey Corner once again retakes the lead. He'd lead for 5 laps before Kurt Busch-Tire would be back in the lead. He'd lead all the way until lap 327, where Cal Weathers would retake the lead for 3 turns before Kyle Busch-Tire would be 17th as of lap 327, when he wrecks David Rudikar, Carl Edwards, Joe Brakecheck, Bobby Swift, Brad Kozlowski, Joey Logierno, Reb Meeker, Mark Carton, T.G. Castlenut, Dirksen D'Agostino, Aston Reynolds, and puts Jamie McCarry 1 lap down. Why? Clint Bokar would take the lead after the restart, leading for 3 laps before Kurt Busch-Tire would retake the lead. He'd lead until lap 344, where Casey Corner once again retakes the lead. He'd lead for 20 laps before Kurt Busch-Tire would retake the lead. He'd lead the field into the white flag. Wait, what? Lightning McQueen is 10th as of lap 399, and somehow he takes the lead on the final lap to win the 2010 Olympus 400, with Cal Weathers finishing 2nd, Kurt Busch-Tire 3rd, Matt Kenseth 4th, and Casey Corner rounding out the top 5. Here's the top 20 of the race, with AJ Carmendinger and Brian Vickers getting top 10s, and Jeff Gorvette finishing in 18th, somehow, with Mike Yankee Jr. right behind him. And here is the rest of the field, with Denny Carlin finishing 21st, and Tommy Highbanks is the last car to finish on the lead lap. Unfortunately, Mark Carton finished 33rd. He was in the top 5 in points before that, and Todd Marcus finishes 42nd by accident. And here is the top 20 in points, where Mark Carton has fallen all the way down to 10th. And somehow, Matt Kenseth is 5th in points, despite the fact he has not led a single lap this season, and he has 538 points.
Remember to press the notifications button, which goes ring, ring, ring after you press it. And lightning strikes back, and that's as if you subscribed, of course. And thank you for watching this entire video.
We've had 4 races in the 2010 Piston Cup season, and Lightning McQueen is almost 150 points ahead of Kevin Carvick. How? I guess winning 3 out of 4 races does have something to do with that. But how is this possible? And The next race of the 2010 Piston Cup season will be coming out very soon. Something that we can hope will end soon is the 2022 Russian invasion of Ukraine. The Ukrainian people have suffered enough under the invasion and tyranny that Vladimir Putin has brought upon their country. We must continue to stand with Ukraine in their struggle against Vladimir Putin's tyranny. Slava Ukrainie! Heroyam Slava!
KA Bullets YouTube channel.
Hurry up, now tell us why you're here.
Ryan Newcar, the Rocket, will start at pole position with Lightning McQueen to his outside. Row 2 has Cal Weathers, the 2008 Piston Cup champion, and Jeff Corvette, the champion from 10 seasons earlier. Row 3 has Kurt Busch-Tyer and Denny Carlin to his outside. Row 4 has the 2002 Piston Cup champion Tony Gasworth and Greg People to his outside. Row 5 has Bobby Swift and Jimmy Cables, who has never won a race. Row 6 has Carl Edwards and Kyle Busch-Tyer. Hopefully he doesn't wreck anyone. Row 7 has Mark Carton, who won 5 races last season, and Brick Yardley to his outside. Row 8 has Clint Bokar and Phil Tankson, who everyone seems to love right now. Row 9 has Juan Pablo Montoya and Moray Clutchburn, the 1989 Piston Cup champion. Row 10 has Martin Karks Jr. and Brick Hicks, the nice brother in the Hicks family. Row 11 has Kevin Karvik, the winner of the 2007 Florida 500, and Joey Logierno. Row 12 has Jimmy McCarry and Ernie Gearson, who last won a race in 2005. Row 13 has Rex Revler and Brad Karslowski, who has 1 win. Row 14 is David Rudikar, who has 1 win, and so does Mike Yankee Jr., who starts on his outside. Row 15 is Speedy Comet and Casey Corner, who has multiple wins to his outside. Row 16 is Brian Vickars, another 1-win wonder, and T.G. Castlenut to his outside. Row 17 has Jeff Burnton and Floyd Mulvihill to his outside. Row 18 is Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Samuel Serpentino in his first start of this season. Row 19 has Reb Meeker and Chip Gearings to his outside. Row 20 has Todd Marcus and Marcus Craxler to his outside. Row 21 has Bogart Hopscotch and Doug Throttleman, both making their first starts this season. And starting in 43rd is Matt Karzif! What are you doing all the way back here? And these 8 cars, among many others, failed to qualify for this race. Now, let's begin. Ryan Newcar would start the race and lead for less than a lap before Lightning McQueen would take the lead from him. He'd lead for 32 laps before Brick Hicks would take the lead off of pit cycles. On lap 35, Lightning McQueen would be back in the lead, where he'd lead for 35 more laps before Cal Weathers would take the lead from him. He'd lead for 9 laps before Lightning McQueen would be back in the lead for 10 laps. But unfortunately, Doug Throttleman would be out on lap 81 because of an engine failure. Tony Gasworth would take the lead on lap 89, leading until lap 98, where Lightning McQueen would once again retake the lead. Leading until lap 105, where unfortunately Kyle Busch-Tyer would be 4th as of that lap, when he wrecks Dale Earnhardt Jr. Why? Kurt Busch-Tyer would take the lead after the restart, leading until lap 118, where Phil Tankson would take the lead from him, leading until lap 125. But Kurt Busch-Tyer, don't say that word! Jimmy Cables would take the lead on lap 125, where he'd lead for 4 laps before Lightning McQueen would retake the lead, leading until lap 148, where Kevin Karvik would take the lead from him. He'd lead for 1.5 laps before Phil Tankson would be 10th as of lap 149. When he wrecks, who? Kyle Busch-Tyer! Hooray! And Piston Cup fans are sure happy about that. And then Lightning McQueen would take the lead after the restart, where he'd lead for 83 laps! How does any car lead for 83 a row! How? Samuel Serpentino would be 26th as of lap 201. What do you next? Bogart Hopscotch! Oh wait, that's his rival, but why? And Bogart Hopscotch says this, because they're rivals. And Reb Meeker would take the lead for 10 laps before Lightning McQueen would retake the lead and leave for 82 more laps! How does any car leave for 82 laps in a row? Twice in a race! And also, he spent 64 of those laps at least 10 seconds ahead of second place. How? Then Daryl Kartrip says, I don't get it. How is Lightning McQueen dominating the field like that? Bob Cutlass says, Daryl, maybe the rest of the field is having an off day? Hey Daryl, Jimmy Cables is catching up fast. Lightning better watch his back. Hey look! Jimmy Cables would take the lead. And he'd lead on to lap 332, where Tony Gasworth would take the lead from him. 4 laps later, Casey Corner would take the lead for himself, leading until lap 341, losing the lead to Kevin Carvick, who'd lead for a few yards before Mark Carton would lead for a few more yards before losing the lead to Bobby Swift, who would lead all the way until lap 363. Unfortunately, Samuel Serpentino would be out on lap 363 because of an engine failure, and Bogart Hopscotch says that's karma. Lightning McQueen would take the lead after the restart, leading for 14 laps before Carol Weathers would take the lead, leading the final 22 laps of the race to win the 2010 Nitro Aid 400, with Lightning McQueen finishing second, Jimmy Cables third, Kevin Carvick fourth, and Bobby Swift rounding out the top 5. And here is the top 20 of the race, with Tony Gasworth finishing 6th, right behind Bobby Swift. And Mike Yankee Jr. actually gets a top 20 finish. And here is the rest of the field, where Jeff Gorvette misses out on finishing in the top 20. Brian Vickers is the last car to finish on the lead lap. And also, not DNF, because every car that didn't wreck out finished on the lead lap. And here is the top 20 in points, where Phil Takeson and Jimmy Cables are both in the top 10. What's even more surprising is that Matt Karzith is 5th in points, despite the fact he has not yet led a lap this season. The Mean Green Car has led more laps than him.
Remember to press the notifications button, which goes ring, ring, ring after you press it. And lightning strikes back, and that's as if you subscribed, of course. And thank you for watching this entire video.
How is Lightning McQueen this good? And also, how does Matt Karzith stay in the top 5 despite the fact he has not led a single lap? How? The Mean Green Car has led more laps than Matt Karzith in 2010 so far. The 6th race of 2010 will be coming out very soon. Something that we can all hope will end soon is the 2022 Russian invasion of Ukraine. The reason this is still ongoing and hasn't ended yet is because Vladimir Putin, the tyrant, won't stop his invasion. And because he won't stop, we need to continue to stand with Ukraine in their struggle against the tyranny of Vladimir Putin. The Ukrainian people deserve to live in peace and have freedom. Slava Ukrainie! Heroyam Slava!
KA Bullets YouTube channel.
Hurry up, now tell us why you're here.
Lightning McQueen will start at pole position with Cal Weathers to his outside. Row 2 has Kevin Carvick, the 2007 Florida 500 winner, and Bobby Swift. Row 3 has Carl Edwards and Tony Gasworth, the 2002 Piston Cup champion. Row 4 has Brick Yardley, the 2008 Florida 500 winner, and Denny Carlin to his outside. Row 5 has the Bush Tire brothers, Kyle and Kurt. One wrecks cars and the other one says a bad word. Row 6 has Jeff Corvette and Ryan Newcar, the Rocket, to his outside. Row 7 has Clint Bokar and Jimmy Cables to his outside. Now on to Row 8, where there's Mark Carton and Martin Carrix Jr. in the 56. Row 9 has Jamie McCarry and his teammate Juan Pablo Montoya, who's hoping to win a race. Row 10 has Phil Tankson and Dale Earnhardt Jr. to his outside. Row 11 has Ernie Gearson, who last won a race in 2005, and Joey Logierno. Row 12 has the 1989 Piston Cup champion Morey Clutchburn and Casey Corner. Row 13 is Brad Keselowski and Jeff Burton to his outside. Row 14 is Brick Hicks, the nice younger brother of the other two Hicks brothers, and Matt Karseth. Row 15 is Mike Yankee Jr. and Reb Meeker in his 5th Piston Cup start. Row 16 is Todd Marcus and Brian Vickers, who have 1 win each. Row 17 is Speedy Comet and Brian Sparks, making his first start this season. Row 18 is Chip Gearings and Terry Cargis to his outside. Row 19 is Rex Reveler, who's actually won a race, and Jack DePost, who has not. Row 20 is Paunchy Wipeout and Scott Speed, making his first start this season. Row 21 is Greg People, what are you doing back here? And TG Castlenut to his outside. And starting in 43rd is Marcus Kranksler. But I'm not sure how he beat these 10 cars who failed to qualify for this race, among many others. Now, let's start the race, where Lightning McQueen would lead for the first 15 laps before he'd lose the lead to Bobby Swift, who would lead all the way until lap 21, where he'd lose the lead to Tony Gasworth, who would lead all the way until lap 30, but unfortunately, Kyle Bush Tire would be 7th as of that lap, where he wrecks Phil Tankson. Why? Lightning McQueen will take the lead after the restart, leading until lap 55, where Brick Yardley would take the lead from him. He'd lead for 2 laps before Casey Corner would take the lead from him. He'd lead for 4 laps before Kyle Bush Tire would be 2nd as of lap 61. What he wrecks? Casey Corner. Why? Denny Carlin would take the lead after the restart, leading for 8 laps, but unfortunately, TG Castlenut would be out on lap 68 because of an engine failure. Jimmy Cables would take the lead on lap 70, leading for 6 laps before Lightning McQueen would retake the lead. He'd lead for 13 laps before Kyle Bush Tire would attempt to wreck Lightning McQueen on lap 86, but he failed. Brad Keselowski would take the lead on lap 89, but on lap 92, Carl Edwards would be 2nd as of that lap, where he wrecks Brad Keselowski, and now he's out. Here's Bob Cutlass's commentary. And the 99 wrecks Brad Keselowski. Maybe it's revenge for what happened in the 14th race of 2009. Lightning McQueen would retake the lead after the restart, leading until lap 114, where Reb Meeker would take the lead off of pit cycles. But 4 laps later, Lightning McQueen would be back in the lead. He'd lead for 9 laps before Todd Marcus would take the lead from him. He'd lead for 1.5 laps before Cal Weathers would take the lead from him. He'd lead for 9 laps before Kevin Carvick would take the lead from him. He'd lead until lap 159, where Kurt Buschtire would take the lead. He'd lead for 6 laps, but then his younger brother Kyle would be 9th as of lap 164, where he wrecks Ernie Gearson and Brick Hicks. Why? Also, Jamie McCarry, Terry Cargis, and Rex Reveler would all be down 1 lap. Why? But Tony Gasworth would take the lead on lap 165. 3 laps later, Lightning McQueen would be retaking the lead. leading until lap 209. But unfortunately, Terry Carcass would go down another lap on lap 186. Bobby Swift would take the lead on lap 209, leading for 9 laps, before Ryan Newcar, the Rocket, would take the lead for himself, leading until lap 229, where Kyle Busch-Tire would take the lead for himself, leading for 9 laps, before Bobby Swift would take the lead from him, leading for 8 laps, before Cal Weathers would take the lead from him, leading until lap 269. But Lightning McQueen would go on to lead the final 31 laps to win the 2010 Paul Mile 300. Bobby Swift would finish second, Cal Weathers third, Carl Edwards fourth, and Kyle Busch-Tire rounding out the top 5. And here is the top 20 of the race, with Mike Yankee Jr. finishing 10th, just ahead of Reb Meeker, who misses out on another top 10 finish, and Ryan Newcar, the Rocket, finishes 16th. You should already know the drill! Here is the rest of the field, with Scott Speed finishing 22nd. Paunchy Wipeout is the last car to finish on the lead lap, finishing 34th this race, and earning himself 61 points. About points, here is the top 20 in points, where Lightning McQueen has hit 1,000 points after only 6 races. And the top 5 is exactly the same. Matt Karseth has 777 points despite not leading a single lap. And right behind him is Greg People, only 17 points behind. And Jimmy Cables is still in the top 10 in points, 5 points ahead of Tony Gasworth. Bobby Swift is just outside of the top 10 in 11th. Unfortunately, Phil Tankson drops to 14th in points because of Kyle Busch-Tire wrecking him out.
Remember to press the notifications button, which goes ring, ring, ring after you press it. And lightning strikes back, and that's as if you subscribed, of course. And thank you for watching this entire video.
Why? Kyle Busch-Tire! Phil Tankson is the good guy! But at least Kyle's older brother, Kurt Busch-Tire, did not say that word when he lost the lead. Good thing he didn't say that. But the next race, the 7th race of the 2010 Piston Cup season, should be coming out very soon. Something we can all hope will end soon is the 2022 Russian invasion of Ukraine. What we can do is continue to stand with Ukraine and with Ukrainians in their struggle against Vladimir Putin, the tyrant, who will not let Ukrainians live in peace and have freedom. We must continue to stand with Ukraine against the tyrannical dictator of Vladimir Putin. Slava Ukrainie! Heroyam Slava!
KA Bullets YouTube channel.
Hurry up, now tell us why you're here.
Bobby Swift will start at pole position with Denny Carlin to his outside. Row 2 has the Gasworth Haas Racing cars, Tony Gasworth and Ryan Newcar. Row 3 has Kevin Carvick and Lightning McQueen, the current points leader. Row 4 has Jeff Corvette and Kyle Busch-Tire, the mean yellow car. Row 5 has Cal Weathers, the nephew of the king, and Brick Yardley, who's outside. Row 6 has Carl Edwards and Jimmy Cables, who's somehow in the top 10 in points. Row 7 has Mark Carton and Dale Earnhardt Jr., son of Dale Earnhardt. Row 8 has Maury Clutchburn, the 1989 Piston Cup champion, and Kurt Busch-Tire to his outside. Row 9 has Greg People and Phil Tankson to his outside. Row 10 has Juan Pablo Montoya and Martin Carrix Jr., who won the second division at some point. Row 11 has Jeff Burnton and Casey Corner to his outside. Row 12 has Joey Logierno, who was a rookie last season, and Brick Hicks to his outside. Row 13 has Matt Karseth, the 2003 Piston Cup champion, and Mike Yankee Jr. Row 14 has Todd Marcus and Brad Keselowski, who won one race last season. Row 15 is Clint Bokar and Rex Revler to his outside. Row 16 is Brian Vickers, who has won one race, and Speedy Comet to his outside. Row 17 is Jamie McCarry and Reb Meeker, who got a top 5 in his very first race. Row 18 is Ernie Gearson, who last won a race in 2005, and Jack DePost. Row 19 is T.G. Castlenut and David Rudikar, who DNQ'd one race this season. Row 20 is Chip Gearings and William Crashton, making his first start in 24 starts. Row 21 has Floyd Mulvihill and A.J. Carmendinger to his outside, and starting in 43rd is Lane Locke, who has not started a race since 2009. And these 9 cars, among many others, failed to qualify for this race. Now, let's begin the race! Bobby Swift would lead for the first lap, but he'd lose the lead very soon to Denny Carlin, who would lead all the way until lap 3 before he'd lose the lead to Lightning McQueen, who would lead for 37 laps before Brick Yardley would take the lead from him. He'd lead until lap 45, but unfortunately, William Crashton would be out on lap 43 because of engine failure. Lightning McQueen would retake the lead on lap 45, leading all the way until lap 81, where Todd Marcus would accidentally wreck himself, AJ Carmendinger, and Joey Logirino on lap 81. Joey's teammate Denny Carlin would take the lead after the restart, leading all the way until lap 107, where Cal Weathers would take the lead from him. He'd lead for 11 laps before Kyle Busch-Tire would take the lead from him, leading for 36 laps before Cal Weathers would retake the lead, leading all the way until lap 176. That very same lap, Chip Gearings would be out because of an engine failure. Floyd Mulvihill would take the lead after the restart, leading for 10 laps, but then Carl Edwards would take the lead from him. He'd lead until lap 193, where Lightning McQueen would retake the lead. He'd lead all the way until lap 218, where Jimmy Cables would take the lead from him. He'd lead all the way until lap 260, before Kyle Busch-Tire would take the lead from himself, leading for 11 laps, but then Lightning McQueen would be back in the lead, leading until lap 308. Unfortunately, Ernie Gearson would be out on lap 300 because of fatigue. Dale Earnhardt Jr. would take the lead on lap 308, leading until lap 314, but unfortunately, Kyle Busch-Tire would be 5th as of lap 314, where he wrecks Dale Earnhardt Jr., Cal Weathers, and Jeff Gorvette. Why? Jimmy Cables would take the lead after the restart, leading until lap 332, where Tony Gassworth would take the lead from him. He'd lead until lap 336, where Lightning McQueen would take the lead from him, leading all the way until lap 373, where Floyd Mulvihill would take the lead from him, leading for 7 laps before Brad Keselowski would take the lead from him, leading until lap 384, where Lightning McQueen would retake the lead. He'd lead for 11 laps, but unfortunately, Lane Locke would be out on lap 389 because of a cut tire. Kyle Busch-Tire would take the lead on lap 395, leading until lap 402, where Phil Tankson is 2nd as of that lap, where he wrecks Kyle Busch-Tire. Hooray! And Phil Tankson has this to say because he got revenge on the mean yellow car. Lightning McQueen would take the lead after the restart, leading all the way until lap 427, where Mike Yankee Jr. would take the lead from him, leading all the way until lap 433, where Lightning McQueen would retake the lead. He'd lead for 23 laps before Floyd Mulvihill would retake the lead, leading for 20 laps before Lightning McQueen would retake the lead with 4 laps to go, lead the final 4 laps, and then win the 2010 by and large 500. Kevin Harvick would finish 2nd this race, Bobby Swift 3rd, Floyd Mulvihill 4th, and Jimmy Cables rounding out the top 5. And here is the top 20 of the race, with Mike Yankee Jr. finishing 6th, and Jamie McCarry finishing 10th, with Speedy Comet only barely missing out on finishing in the top 10. And here is the rest of the standings, with Denny Carlin finishing 21st, behind the top 20. Moray Clutchburn is the last car to finish on the lead lap, finishing 32nd, but he was nowhere near getting lapped. And here is the top 20 in points, with Cal Weathers falling back to 5th, and Matt Karseth falling down to 8th. And he's still not led a single lap yet this season.
Remember to press the notifications button, which goes ring, ring, ring after you press it. And lightning strikes back, and that's as if you subscribed, of course. And thank you for watching this entire video.
How does Lightning McQueen already have a 200-point gap between him and Kevin Harvick? It's only been 7 races. That's less than a quarter of the 2010 Piston Cup season. How does any car lead by over 200 points with only 7 races ran? And also, Matt Karseth is still yet to lead a lap, despite the fact he's consistently in the top 10 in points. Comment if you think Matt Karseth will lead a single lap in the 2010 Piston Cup season. The 8th race of the 2010 Piston Cup season should be coming out very soon. What should be happening very soon is the end of the 2022 Russian invasion of Ukraine. And until Vladimir Putin the tyrant pulls Russian troops out of Ukraine, we must continue to stand with Ukraine, as the Ukrainians deserve to live in peace and have freedom. Vladimir Putin the tyrant, there is no room for your tyranny inside Ukraine. Slava Ukraini! Heroyam Slava!
KA Bullets YouTube channel.
Hurry up, now tell us why you're here.
Cal Weathers will start at pole position with Tony Gasworth, who's outside. Row 2 has Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Bobby Swift, who started up front last race. Row 3 has Carl Edwards and Kurt Busch-Tire, who shouldn't say a certain word. Row 4 has Denny Carlin, the winner of the 2nd race this season, and Brick Yardley, who's outside. Row 5 is the 1998 and 2004 Piston Cup champion Jeff Corvette and Lightning McQueen. Row 6 has Mark Carton and Clint Bokar to his outside. Hopefully he does better. Row 7 has Kyle Busch-Tire and the Rocket, Ryan Newcart, who's outside. Row 8 has Greg People and Jimmy Cables, who is yet to win a race. Row 9 has the 2007 Florida 500 winner, Kevin Harvick and Martin Carx Jr., who's outside. Row 10 has Jeff Burnton and Juan Pablo Montoya to his outside. Row 11 has Phil Tankson, who's currently very popular, and Jamie McCarry, who's outside. Row 12 has Matt Karseth and Casey Corner to his outside. I wonder what they're going to do. Row 13 is Brian Vickers and Joey Logirno to his outside. Row 14 is Todd Marcus and Mike Yankee Jr. to his outside. Hopefully he can get a win. Row 15 is Tyler Loudrev, making his first start this season, and Ernie Gearson to his outside. Row 16 is Brad Karslowski and Moray Clutchburn, who's making his 908th start. Rex Reveler will start on the inside of row 17, and Samuel Serpentino to his outside. Row 18 is TG Castlenut and Reb Meeker, who will hopefully lead another lap. Row 18 is Speedy Comet and Ryan Thunderbolt Jr., who's not made a start since 2009. Row 20 is Jack DePost and Brick Hicks to his outside. Hopefully he can get a win. Row 21 has Bogart Hopscotch, Samuel Serpentino's rival, and Mark Burnsley. And starting in 43rd is Chip Gearings, who's surprisingly back here. These 3 cars, among many others, failed to qualify for this race. The cars that qualified this race made a lot of sense. Cal Weathers would lead for the first 15 laps of the race, but then Kyle Busch-Tire would bump Lightning McQueen into the wall on lap 8. Clint Bokar would take the lead on lap 15, and lead for 2 laps before Denny Carlin would take the lead from him. He'd lead for 10 laps before Lightning McQueen would take the lead from him, leading all the way until lap 51, where Cal Weathers would retake the lead. He'd lead all the way until lap 98. Unfortunately, Bogart Hopscotch would be 38th as of lap 84. What he wrecks! Samuel Serpentino! Of course he does that. And Bogart Hopscotch says this! But the King will say this. The King's right though. Brick Yardley would take the lead on lap 98, but then he'd quickly lose the lead to Cal Weathers, who'd retake the lead, leading all the way until lap 137, where Jimmy Cables would take the lead from him. He'd lead until lap 160, where Lightning McQueen would retake the lead. He'd lead for 40 laps before Todd Marcus would take the lead for himself, where he'd lead for 9 laps before Tony Gasworth would take the lead for himself, leading all the way until lap 257, where Mike Yankee Jr. would take the lead from him, leading until lap 276. But then he would be passed on the inside by Cal Weathers, who would hold the lead until lap 293, where Murray Clutchburn would take it from him. He'd lead for 5 laps before Reb Meeker would take the lead for himself. Reb Meeker would lead for 3 laps before Phil Tankson would take the lead for himself, leading for 8 laps before Kurt Buschtire would take the lead for himself. He'd lead for 11 laps, but then he would shove Brick Yardley into the wall on lap 320. Jeff Corvette would take advantage of this and take the lead. He'd lead until lap 325, where Lightning McQueen would once again retake the lead, leading for 12 laps before Jimmy Cables would once again retake the lead, leading until lap 349. Kyle Buschtire would be 20th as of lap 349, where he wrecks Speedy Comet, Jack DePost, Chip Gearings, T.G. Castlenut, Tyler Loudrev, Mike Yankee Jr., Bogart Hopscotch, Reb Meeker, Jeff Burnton, Brad Karslowski, Brick Hicks, Denny Carlin, Ryan Thunderbolt Jr., Casey Corner, Kevin Carvick, Mark Carton, and Juan Pablo Montoya. Why, mean yellow car? Ryan Newcar, the Rocket, would take the lead after the restart and hold his lead, which means he wins the 2010 Vitalin 350. Jeff Corvette would finish second this race, Bobby Swift third, Lightning McQueen fourth, and Kyle Buschtire rounding out the top 5. And here is the top 20 of the race, with Matt Karseth narrowly missing out on a top 5. Jimmy Cables, the leader on lap 349, finishes 12th, somehow. But Rex Reveler finishes 15th. And here is the rest, with Phil Tankson finishing 21st. Ernie Gearson is the last car to finish on the lead lap, finishing 25th this race, just behind Mark Burnsley, who surprisingly doesn't DNF. And here is the top 20 in points, with Cal Weathers moving into 3rd position, and Ryan Newcar rocketing up to 13th in points. And in 20th position is Maury Clutchburn.
Remember to press the notifications button, which goes ring, ring, ring after you press it. And lightning strikes back, and that's as if you subscribed, of course. And thank you for watching this entire video.
Lightning McQueen has a 299-point lead on Kevin Carvick. How is this possible? And also, this race, Maury Clutchburn made his 908th consecutive start. And he did the entire thing without failing to qualify for a single race. This goes back to the first race of 1985. How? And also, not to mention, Matt Karseth still hasn't led a lap. The next race of the 2010 Piston Cup season should be coming out very soon. Something that should be happening very soon is the end of the 2022 Russian invasion of Ukraine. And before that happens, we need to continue to stand with Ukraine as the Ukrainians are struggling against a Russian invasion led by tyrant Vladimir Putin, the dictator. There is no room for your tyranny, Vladimir Putin. Just stop. The Ukrainian people have had enough. They want to live in peace and have freedom. Slava Ukrainie! Heroyam Slava!
KA Bullets YouTube channel.
Hurry up, now tell us why you're here.
Denny Carlin will start at pole position with Lightning McQueen to his outside. Row 2 has the 2008 Piston Cup champion Cal Weathers and Dale Earnhardt Jr. Row 3 has two-time Piston Cup champion Jeff Gorvette and Bobby Swift to his outside. Row 4 has Tony Gasworth and Jimmy Cables to his outside, looking for his first win. Row 5 has Kyle Bushtire, the mean yellow car, and Greg People. Row 6 has Brick Yardley, the 2008 Florida 500 winner, and Ryan Newcar. Row 7 has Phil Takeson and Kevin Carvick, who is currently second in points. Row 8 has Kurt Bushtire and Moray Clutchburn, who has made over 900 consecutive starts. Row 9 has Carl Edwards and Casey Corner to his outside. Hopefully he doesn't crash. Row 10 has Mark Curtin and Brad Karslowski, who's probably going to win Rookie of the Year. Row 11 has Clint Bokar and Martin Karks Jr., hoping to end his winless streak. Row 12 has Ernie Kierson, who's been in this competition for a really long time, and Jamie McCarry. Row 13 is Joey Laguerno and Jeff Burnton, who jumps over cars. Row 14 is Matt Karzeth, the 2003 Piston Cup champion, and Juan Pablo Montoya. Row 15 is Brian Vickars, who's won one race, and Mike Yankee Jr., who has also won one race. Row 16 is Jay Corner for some reason, and Todd Marcus to his outside. Row 17 is Rex Reveler and Brick Hicks to his outside. Row 18 has Jack DePost and Reb Meeker, who already has a top 5. Row 19 has Dirksen DeAugustino, his second start this season, and Chip Gearings to his outside. Row 20 has Speedy Comet and TG Castlenut. Row 21 has Buck Beeringly and David Rudikar, who hopes not to DNQ again. And starting in 43rd is surprisingly Ace Arrowhead, the number 832. And these 11 cars, among many others, failed to qualify for this race. At least one of them was the mean green car. Denny Carlin would lead for the first 5 laps of the race before he'd lose the lead to Lightning McQueen. He'd lead until lap 10, where Ernie Gearson is out because he retired from the race due to fatigue. It's only lap 10, Ernie! Cal Weathers would take the lead after the restart and lead for 22 laps before Kurt Bushtire would take the lead from him. He'd lead until lap 37, but then Kyle Bushtire, his younger brother, would be 11th as of lap 36 when he wrecks Ryan Newcar, who goes airborne! Why? Jack DePost would take the lead on lap 37 and lead into lap 41, where surprisingly, Jay Corner would take the lead, leading until lap 48, where Greg People would take the lead from him. He'd lead until lap 54, where of course, Lightning McQueen would take the lead from him. He'd lead for 3 laps, but unfortunately, Dirksen DeAugustino is out on lap 57 because of an engine failure. Jeff Gorvette would take the lead after the restart, leading for 3 laps before Jimmy Cables would take the lead for himself, leading for 4 laps. Wait a second. The mean green car, Check X, will be suspended for 10 races on lap 65 for interference. Phil Tankson would take the lead on lap 65 and lead for 8 laps before Carl Edwards would take the lead for himself, leading until lap 77, where Reb Meeker would take the lead from him. He'd lead for 2 laps, but Jeff Burton would jump over cars on lap 79. How? On lap 79, Lightning McQueen would also take the lead, leading for 2 laps before Dale Earnhardt Jr. would take the lead from him. On lap 86, Lightning McQueen would retake the lead, leading all the way until lap 98, where Jimmy Cables would take the lead from him, leading until lap 107. But 2 laps earlier, Speedy Comet would accidentally wreck himself, Jimmy McCarty, and T.G. Castlenut. Mike Yankee Jr. would take the lead on lap 107, leading for just 1 lap before Bobby Swift would take the lead from him. He'd lead for 3 laps before Kevin Carvick would take the lead from him. He'd lead for 6 laps before Jay Corner would be back in the lead, leading for half a lap before Denny Carlin would retake the lead, leading for 3 laps before Kyle Busch Tire would be 7th as of lap 120 when he wrecks Jimmy Cables. Why? And Jimmy Cables really thought that he could win. Right, Kyle Busch Tire. Lightning McQueen would take the lead after the restart, but then very soon after, Denny Carlin would retake the lead, leading until lap 127, where Lightning McQueen would retake the lead. He'd lead for 3 laps before Kyle Busch Tire would take the lead from himself, leading until lap 138. And then Tony Gasworth would push him into the wall, taking the lead from Kyle Busch Tire, leading until lap 146, where Greg People would retake the lead. He'd lead until lap 151. Matt Karseth was in second, and Jack Rush is complaining that Matt Karseth cannot take the lead. And then Joey Logierno would wreck himself out while trying to wreck other cars on lap 151. Brick Hicks would take the lead after the restart, leading until lap 159, where Tony Gasworth would take the lead from himself, leading for 10 laps. Lightning McQueen would retake the lead on lap 169, leading all the way until lap 182. Kyle Busch Tire would be 16th as of lap 179, where he wrecks Jeff Corvette. Why? And then Kyle Busch Tire says that Jeff Corvette's an old car. But Jeff Corvette's crew chief, John Lasseter, comes to his defense. Moray Clutchburn, another older racer, would take the lead, leading until lap 183, where Bobby Swift would take the lead from him. He'd lead for 8 laps before Todd Marcus would take the lead from him, leading until lap 194, where Phil Tankson would take the lead from him. He'd lead for 4 laps before Kurt Busch Tire would once again shove Phil Tankson to take the lead, leading for 11 laps. Cal Weathers would take the lead from himself, leading until lap 230. Casey Corner would be out on lap 227 because of engine failure. Dale Earnhardt Jr. would retake the lead on lap 230, leading for 10 laps before Bobby Swift would retake the lead, leading for 29 laps before Mike Yankee Jr. would retake the lead, leading for 5 laps. Jeff Burnton would jump over cars on lap 274. How? And Reb Meeker was who got jumped over, and he said that that was really dangerous. And Kurt Busch Tire said that, Kurt Busch Tire, don't say that word! And he takes the lead on lap 275, leading until lap 298. Kyle Busch Tire, his younger brother, would be 7th as of lap 281. When he wrecks Mike Yankee Jr. Why? Lightning McQueen would take the lead on lap 298, leading until lap 314, where Denny Carlin would retake the lead from himself, leading for 3 laps before Cal Weathers would retake the lead, leading until lap 324. On lap 324, Bobby Swift would retake the lead, leading for 4 laps before, surprisingly, Jay Corner would once again take the lead, leading until lap 333, where Kyle Busch Tire would once again take the lead. He'd lead until lap 349, but then Brick Yardley would be out on lap 335 because of engine failure. Todd Marcus would pass Kyle Busch Tire for the lead on lap 349, leading for 30 laps before Ace Arrowhead would be 28th as of lap 379, where he wrecks Kyle Busch Tire and Chip Gearings. Why and hooray! But here is what Ace Arrowhead says, and Daryl Cartrip is quick to point out that it wasn't Chip Gearings that he was supposed to wreck. Moray Clutchburn would take the lead after the restart, leading for 14 laps before Todd Marcus would take the lead for himself, taking the white flag, but Bobby Swift would pass him on turn 4 and take the lead, and he'd go on to win the 2010 New York 400. Todd Marcus would finish 2nd this race, and he'd only lose by 2 feet. That's 24 inches. Cal Weathers would finish 3rd, Carl Edwards would finish 4th, and Clint Bokar would round out the top 5. And here is the photo finish with Cal Weathers right behind Todd Marcus and Bobby Swift only 2 feet ahead. And here is the top 20 of the race with Murray Clutchburn finishing 6th. And somehow, Jay Corner would beat Lightning McQueen in a points-paying race. And Kevin Carvick would finish 18th. And here's the rest of the results, with Denny Carlin finishing 21st. And Buck Peeringley is the last car to finish on the lead lap, finishing 29th. And Ace Arrowhead would finish 27th. Look at all of these cars that got wrecked out. And also, it wasn't one big crash. And now, here is the top 20 in points, where Matt Karzif is 5th in points, despite the fact he has not yet led a lap this season. And Denny Carlin's inconsistency brings him down to 7th. Yes, behind Matt Karzif, who has not led a lap. And Jimmy Cables falls out of the top 10 because of his crash.
Remember to press the notifications button, which goes ring, ring, ring after you press it. And lightning strikes back, and that's as if you subscribed, of course. And thank you for watching this entire video.
How is Lightning McQueen over 300 points ahead of Kevin Carvick? That's 300 points ahead of his competition in only 1 quarter of the season. How? And also, Matt Karzif is still yet to lead a lap in the 2010 Piston Cup season. He did lead laps in 2009. After all, he won the first 2 races. And the next race of the 2010 Piston Cup season will be coming out very soon. What should be happening very soon is the end of the 2022 Russian invasion of Ukraine. The Ukrainian people have had enough of war. They just want to live in peace and have freedom. It's been over 100 days since this invasion has started. I've posted 14 YouTube videos since then. That's a long time. And who stands in the way of this ideal of peace and freedom for the Ukrainians? The tyrant Vladimir Putin is standing in that way. We have to continue to stand with Ukraine until this happens. But Vladimir Putin won't stop. He continues to launch this ruthless invasion. And also, his own soldiers don't want to fight in this war. They are deserting. And also, he's going to wreck the Russian economy because of sanctions. Vladimir Putin, is this what you want for your country? I don't think you want to economically cripple it and have your own soldiers deserting. That's a pretty good sign that this war is not going your way. And it will not go your way. On the hashtag KA Bullets YouTube channel, we are in firm support of standing with Ukraine. And also, Vladimir Putin, here's something that's not going your way. You're literally calling up a retired general to fight in this war. And Vladimir Putin, there is no room for your tyranny. Why do you want to take more land from Ukraine? You already have enough of your own. And thusly, we continue to stand with Ukraine. Slava Ukraini! Heroyam Slava!
KA Bullets YouTube channel.
Hurry up, now tell us why you're here.
Bobby Swift will start at pole position with Carl Edwards to his outside. Row 2 has the 4-time Piston Cup champion Lightning McQueen and Cal Weathers to his outside. Row 3 has Jimmy Cables and Brick Yardley, the 2008 Florida 500 winner. Row 4 has David Rudikar, how? And Mark Carton to his outside. Row 5 has David Raycar making his 3rd start this season and Maury Clutchburn to his outside. Row 6 has Jeff Corvette and Jamie McCarry hoping to do something this race. Row 7 has the 2003 Piston Cup champion Matt Karzif and Jeff Burnton, who jumps over cars. Row 8 has Kurt Bushtire and Paul Racedraft to his outside. Row 9 has Clint Bokar and Brad Karslowski to his outside. Row 10 has Joey Lagirno, who keeps wrecking himself out, and Casey Corner to his outside. Row 11 has Rip Meeker and Dale Earnhardt Jr. looking to break his winless streak. Row 12 has the Rocket, Ryan Newcar, and AJ Carmeninger to his outside. Row 13 is Martin Karks Jr. hoping to break his own winless streak, and Brick Hicks to his outside. Row 14 is Greg People and Kevin Karvik, who won the 2007 Florida 500. Row 15 is Todd Marcus and Brian Vickers, both hoping to do something. Row 16 is the 2002 Piston Cup champion Tony Gasworks and Ernie Gearson. Row 17 is the Mean Yellow Car Kyle Busch-Tire and Rex Revler. Row 18 is Carl Clutchin in his very first start and Dave Laney to his outside. Row 19 is Denny Carlin and T.G. Castlenut. Hopefully he can do something. Row 20 has Chip Gearings, hoping not to crash, and Juan Pablo Montoya to his outside. Row 21 has Mike Yankee Jr. and Phil Tankson. What are they doing back here? And starting in 43rd is Bruce Miller. Hopefully he's better than these 8 cars, among many others, who failed to qualify for this race. Now onto the race. Bobby Swift would lead for the first 4 laps before he'd lose the lead to Carl Edwards. Carl Edwards would lead all the way until lap 19, where Brick Hicks would take the lead from him. He'd only lead for 2 laps before Carl Edwards would be back in the lead, leading until lap 69, but unfortunately, Kyle Busch-Tire would be 29th as of lap 35, when he wrecks Brian Vickers, Chip Gearings, and Todd Marcus. Why? Lightning McQueen would take the lead on lap 69 and lead all the way until lap 98. Unfortunately, Bruce Miller would be out on lap 85 because of an engine failure. Carl Edwards would take the lead on lap 98 and lead until lap 100, where Martin Karks Jr. would take the lead from him. He'd lead for 3 laps before Carl Edwards would retake the lead, leading all the way until lap 127, where Martin Karks Jr. would retake the lead for himself, leading until lap 135, where Carl Edwards would once again retake the lead, leading until lap 137, where Martin Karks Jr. would once again retake the lead, leading for 3 laps until lap 140, where Carl Edwards again would retake the lead, leading until lap 147, where once again Martin Karks Jr. would retake the lead, leading until lap 164, and you guessed it, Carl Edwards would retake the lead, leading until lap 188. But it's not Martin Karks Jr. Joey Logierno would be out on lap 166 because he crashed into the wall. And you did guess it, Martin Karks Jr. is back in the lead. But on lap 192, once again, Carl Edwards would retake the lead, leading until lap 206. Lightning McQueen would retake the lead for himself, leading until lap 207. But Carl Edwards would be back in the lead, leading until lap 240. Uh-oh. Kyle Busch-Tire would be 11th as of lap 231 when he wrecks David Rudikar, Jeff Corvette, Dave Laney, Juan Pablo Montoya, Carl Clutchin, and Ernie Gearson. Why? And he puts Jeff Burton 2 laps down. Why? Casey Corner would take the lead on lap 240 and lead until lap 246, where Carl Edwards would retake the lead. He'd lead for 30 laps before Cal Weathers would take the lead. He only lead for 3 laps before Lightning McQueen would once again take the lead, leading until lap 295. And Phil Tankson asks Mike Yankee Jr. to wreck the Mean Yellow Car. And Mike Yankee Jr. says that he will do it. And Mike Yankee Jr. is 21st as of lap 295, where he of course wrecks Kyle Busch-Tire. Hooray! And the Rocket, Ryan Newcar, would rocket to the front after the restart and lead until lap 309, where Carl Edwards once again would retake the lead. But on lap 315, Lightning McQueen would take the lead, and he'd lead the final 35 laps of the race and go on to win the 2010 Homestead 350, his 6th win this season. Carl Edwards would finish 2nd this race, Kevin Karvik 3rd, Cal Weathers 4th, and Bobby Swift rounding out the top 5. And here is the top 20 of the race, with AJ Carmeninger finishing 6th somehow, and Martin Karks Jr. finishing in the top half. Denny Carlin is still inconsistent. And here is the rest, with Jamie McCarry finishing 21st. Jeff Burnton is unfortunately 2 laps down, which makes Reb Meeker the final car on the lead lap, and he finishes 30th this race. Unfortunately, Carl Clutchen crashes. And here is the top 20 in points, with Lightning McQueen still over 300 points ahead of Kevin Carvick. How is this possible? And Kyle Busch-Tire is still in the top 20, and Jeff Corvette is not. He is 6 points behind Dale Earnhardt Jr., who's in 20th.
Remember to press the notifications button, which goes ring, ring, ring after you press it. And lightning strikes back, and that's as if you subscribed, of course. And thank you for watching this entire video.
I still don't get it! Lightning McQueen is 300 points ahead of Kevin Carvick. We're only 10 races into the season. Lightning, there's 26 more races. And also, he's already won 6 of them. And what's even crazier is that Matt Kenseth still hasn't led a lap yet. Comment down below if you think Matt Kenseth will lead a lap in the 2010 Piston Cup season. And the 11th race of the 2010 Piston Cup season should be coming out very soon. Something that should be happening very soon is the end of the 2022 Russian invasion of Ukraine. The Ukrainian people have had enough of war. Over 100 days of it. That is enough war. The Ukrainian people just want to live in peace and have freedom. And who stands in the way of this? The tyrant Russian dictator Vladimir Putin. Why is he launching this unjustified invasion? It's not even going his way either. He had to call a retired general to help in causing the Ukrainians their suffering. We have to continue to stand with Ukraine against the evil Vladimir Putin imposing his tyranny on Ukraine. Vladimir Putin, there is no room for your tyranny in Ukraine. And also, we at the hashtag KABullets YouTube channel recognize the internationally accepted borders of Ukraine, which you can see on this screen. And that includes the Donbass and Crimea, which Russia stole. And we at the hashtag KABullets YouTube channel will continue to stand with Ukraine. Slava Ukraini! Heroyam Slava!
KABullets YouTube channel.
Hurry up, now tell us why you're here.
Unfortunately, Speedy Comet will not race because he wrecked himself out in practice. Brick Yardley will start at pole position with Kurt Busch-Tire to his outside. Row 2 has the 2008 Piston Cup champion Cal Weathers and the current points leader Lightning McQueen. Row 3 has Jeff Corvette and Juan Pablo Montoya, who hopes that he can get a win. Row 4 has Matt Kenseth, who has not yet led a lap this season, and Carl Edwards to his outside. Row 5 has Joey Logirino and David Rudikar, who both surprisingly won a race last season. Row 6 has Tony Gasworth, the 2002 Piston Cup champion, and Phil Tankson to his outside. Row 7 has Mark Carton and his former teammate, Jeff Burnton, to his outside. Row 8 has Jamie McCarry and Dale Earnhardt Jr., who's hoping to break his winless streak. Row 9 has Denny Carlin and Bobby Swift to his outside. Row 10 has Martin Karks Jr. and Jimmy Cables to his outside. Hopefully he can win. Row 11 has The Rocket, Ryan Newcar, and Floyd Muvelhill to his outside. Row 12 has AJ Carmendinger in his 6th start this season, and Casey Corner to his outside. Row 13 is Greg People and Clip Bokar. Both are hoping to do more this season. Row 14 is Brick Hicks and Brian Vickers, both of which actually have a win. Row 15 is Todd Marcus and Reb Meeker to his outside. Hopefully they can do something. Row 16 has Mike Yankee Jr. and Ralph Carlo to his outside. Hopefully he can do something. Row 17 has Kevin Carvick, who is second in points, and Morey Clutchburn to his outside. Row 18 is Rex Revler and Brad Kozlowski to his outside. Row 19 is T.G. Castlenut and Kyle Bushtire, the mean yellow car. Row 20 has Michael Cartrip and Chip Gearings to his outside. Row 21 has Ernie Gearson and Jack DePost. Hopefully they can both not DNF. And starting in 43rd is Bobby Carboni in his third start this season. And these 16 cars, among many others, failed to qualify for this race. Now into the race where Brick Yardley will lead for the first 5 laps before he'd lose the lead to Lightning McQueen. Lightning McQueen would lead into lap 33, where he'd lose the lead to Kurt Bushtire. Kurt Bushtire would lead into lap 42, but then Joey Logierno would take the lead by actually making a clean pass. But on lap 43, Brad Kozlowski would take the lead from him, leading until lap 47, where Lightning McQueen would retake the lead, leading all the way until lap 96, where once again Kurt Bushtire would retake the lead. He'd lead for 20 laps before Juan Pablo Montoya would take the lead from him, leading off of pit cycles. But Kurt Bushtire is done pitting, so thusly he retakes the lead, leading until lap 127, where Greg People would take the lead from himself, leading for exactly 50 laps before Juan Pablo Montoya would retake the lead, leading until lap 195. Jeff Burnton would jump over another car on lap 188. That other car was Kyle Bushtire, who says this, but Jeff Burton has this to say back. Well, he isn't wrong. Greg People would retake the lead on lap 195 and lead for 10 laps before, you guessed it, Juan Pablo Montoya would be back in the lead, leading until lap 214, where once again, Greg People is back in the lead, leading for 3 laps. It's Kurt Bushtire, and he's back in the lead, leading until lap 219, where of course Greg People retakes the lead, leading until lap 221, and Kurt Bushtire is back in the lead, leading all the way until lap 264, where Cal Weathers would take the lead. He'd only leave on pit cycles, leading until lap 265, where Kurt Bushtire would retake the lead. He'd lead for 35 laps before Cal Weathers would once again retake the lead, off of pit cycles once again. And Kurt Bushtire is back in the lead. This time he'd lead for 24 laps before the jumper, Jeff Burnton, would take the lead from himself, leading until lap 326, where Lightning McQueen would retake the lead, leading until lap 357, but then Kyle Bushtire would be 24th as of lap 329, when Rex Revler, Reb Meeker, Michael Cartrip, Clint Bokar, Brick Hicks, David Rudikar, Chip Gearings, and Ralph Carlo. Why? Kurt Bushtire would take the lead on lap 357 and lead all the way until lap 391, where Cal Weathers would take the lead and lead for the final 9 laps to win the 2010 Clutch Aid Gosen 400. Tony Gasworth would finish second this race, Lightning McQueen third, Kurt Bushtire fourth, and Greg People rounding out the top 5. And here is the top 20 of the race. Kyle Bushtire finishes 9th this race, gaining 138 points. And Brian Vickers would finish 18th. I don't know why this matters, but I'm just gonna say it. And here is the rest, with Brick Yardley and Denny Carlin finishing 21st and 22nd respectively. Floyd Movilhill would finish a respectable 31st, because he doesn't qualify that much. Mark Carton is the last car to finish on the lead lap, finishing 35th, ahead of Chip Gearings, who always DNFs. And here is the top 20 in points, where Lightning McQueen is almost 400 points ahead of now second placed Cal Weathers. Somehow, Matt Karzith is still in the top 5, despite the fact he's led no laps this season. I don't get it! And Jeff Corvette is back in the top 20 at the expense of Casey Corner, who's now even behind Martin Karks Jr., who started this season terribly.
Remember to press the notifications button, which goes ring, ring, ring after you press it. And lightning strikes back, and that's as if you subscribed, of course. And thank you for watching this entire video.
How? We're at the 11th race, and next race, if Lightning McQueen doesn't do terribly, he will hit 2,000 points! 2,000 points after 1/3 of the season! That's impressive! And also, what's even more impressive is that Matt Karzif is 5th in points, and he still hasn't led a lap yet this season. How? He's also spent several laps in 2nd place. How is this possible? And also, comment down below if you think Lightning McQueen will get his 2,000th point this season at the end of the 12th race, and or if you think Matt Karzif will lead a lap this season. The video that will be covering the 12th race of the 2010 Piston Cup season will be coming out very soon. What should be happening soon is the end of the 2022 Russian invasion of Ukraine. But Russia has taken 1/5 of the land in Ukraine and stole it from its rightful owner, Ukraine. These places include Crimea, the Donbass, Kherson, Mariupol, Snake Island, Severodonetsk, and many other places in the south and east of the country. These territories were robbed by Russia. Vladimir Putin, the tyrant, you already have enough of your own land. Why do you need to take more from Ukraine? The Ukrainian people just want to live in peace and have freedom. We at the #KABleTV channel stand firmly in support of Ukraine, and we will continue to stand with Ukraine. Vladimir Putin, there is no room for your tyranny in Ukraine. Slava Ukraini! Heroyam Slava!
KA Bullets YouTube channel.
Hurry up, now tell us why you're here.
Brian Vickers is now out for the season because of an engine problem that will take months to fix. And Ernie Gearson is just choosing not to race today because he's too tired. Lightning McQueen will start at pole position with Cal Weathers, who's outside. Row 2 has Jimmy Cables, who is still winless, and Carl Edwards will start to his outside. Row 3 has the Rocket, Ryan Newcar, and the Kid, despite the fact he's old, Mark Carton. Row 4 has Jeff Corvette and Tony Gasworth. Both have won the Piston Cup. Row 5 has Greg People and Bobby Swift looking for another win this season. Row 6 has the mean yellow car, Kyle Bushtire, and his teammate Denny Carlin. Row 7 has Phil Takeson and Kurt Bushtire. I hope he doesn't say that word. Row 8 has Dale Earnhardt Jr. and another junior, Mike Yankee Jr. Row 9 has Murray Clutchburn, who has made over 900 starts in the Piston Cup, and Brick Hicks. Row 10 has Brick Yardley and Martin Karks Jr. to his outside. Row 11 has the 2007 Florida 500 winner, Kevin Carvick and Jamie McCarry. Row 12 has Casey Corner and Clint Bokar to his outside. I wonder what they're going to do. Row 13 is Jack DePost and Juan Pablo Montoya to his outside. Row 14 is Rex Revler and Jeff Burnton, the car that jumps over other cars. Row 15 is Reb Meeker and Brad Kozlowski to his outside. Row 16 is Todd Marcus, who is really inconsistent, and TG Castlenut to his outside. Row 17 is Matt Karzif, the 2003 Piston Cup champion, and Joey Logierno to his outside. Row 18 is Chip Gearings and Samuel Serpentino, who has a rival in the next row. That rival in row 19 is Bogart Hopscotch and Paunchy Wipeout to his outside. Row 20 has Terry Cargis and Scott Speed. I wonder if they'll do something. Row 21 is Joe Brickcheck and Tommy Highbanks. I don't know what they're going to do either. And starting in 43rd is Speedson Larson, making his very first Piston Cup start. And these 10 cars, among many others, including David Rudikar, failed to qualify for this race. Lightning McQueen would lead for the first 68 laps? How does any car lead for 68 laps in a row? How? Samuel Serpentino would be 35th as of lap 7. When he wrecks, Bogart hopscotch. Of course he does that. Todd Marcus would be the second car to take the lead this race and lead until lap 75, where Jimmy Cables would take the lead from him. He'd lead for 4 laps before Lightning McQueen would lead for 118 laps? How does any car lead more than 50 laps in a row twice in one race? How, Lightning McQueen? And Kyle Bushtire would be 18th as of lap 133. When he wrecks, Terry Cargus, Punchy Wipeout, Moray Clutchburn, Juan Pablo Montoya, Phil Texan, Tommy Highbanks, and Reb Meeker. Why? Kurt Bushtire would take the lead on lap 197 and lead until lap 203. But then, Lightning McQueen would retake the lead and lead until lap 284 for a total of 81 laps! How does any car lead for more than 50 laps in a row 3 times in the race? Cal Weathers would take the lead from Lightning McQueen on lap 284 and lead for 5 laps, but unfortunately, Joe Brakecheck is out on lap 289 because of an engine failure. Lightning McQueen would retake the lead and lead all the way until lap 305. Wait a minute. That's not over 50 laps! That actually makes sense! But what happens on lap 305? Kurt Bushtire would retake the lead, leading all the way until lap 361, where Lightning McQueen would retake the lead. Lightning McQueen would lead for the final 39 laps and take the white flag and checker flag to win the 2010 Mood Springs 400. Jimmy Cables would finish second this race, Kurt Bushtire third, Todd Marcus fourth, and Cal Weathers rounding out the top 5. And here is the top 20 of the race, with Jeff Corvette just missing out on the top 5. Good thing he beat Kyle Bushtire, who finished 7th this race, and Matt Karzith finishes 10th. And here is the rest of the results from 21st to 43rd. Greg People, surprisingly, is the last car to finish on the lead lap, finishing 34th. Wouldn't you expect to see him in the top half? Strange. And here is the top 20 in points, where Lightning McQueen is at 2,098 points. How? And that is over 400 points higher than his nearest competitor, Cal Weathers. And Jimmy Cables and Denny Carlin are both tied in points. Unfortunately, Phil Tankson falls all the way down to 19th in points because of his recent bad form.
Remember to press the notifications button, which goes ring, ring, ring after you press it. And lightning strikes back, and that's as if you subscribed, of course. And thank you for watching this entire video.
Phil Tankson has fallen to 19th in points. Do you think Kyle Bushtire has anything to do with this? I think he does. But do you think that either Phil Tankson or Mike Yankee Jr. will wreck Kyle Bushtire in the next race? Comment down below if you think so. And of course, the big two, how has Matt Karzith not yet led a lap? And how is Lightning McQueen so far ahead of his competitors? Comment down below what you think of these 3 things. The next race, the 13th race of the 2010 Piston Cup season, will be coming out very soon. What should be happening very soon is the end of the 2022 Russian invasion of Ukraine. The Ukrainian people have had enough of war. They just want to live in peace and have freedom. And what stands in the way of this? The tyrant! Vladimir Putin. Vladimir Putin. There is no room for your tyranny in Ukraine. And also, why are you taking land from Ukraine? You already have enough of your own. And we at the hashtag KA Bullets YouTube channel will continue to stand with Ukraine. Slava Ukraini! Heroyam Slava!
KA Bullets YouTube channel.
Hurry up, now tell us why you're here.
Todd Marcus, why did you skip qualifying? Kyle Busch Tire will start at pole position with Clint Bocart, who's outside. Row 2 has Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Kurt Busch Tire. Don't say a certain word. Row 3 has Denny Carlin and his former teammate Tony Gasworth, who's outside. Row 4 has 2 red cars, Juan Pablo Montoya and Casey Corner, both looking for a win. Row 5 has the Rocket Ryan Newcar and two-time Piston Cup champion Jeff Corvette. Row 6 has Brad Keselowski and Joey Logano, who should not follow the mean yellow car's examples. Row 7 has Jeff Burton the Jumper and Mark Carton, who is quite different than another green car. Row 8 has Matt Kenseth, the 2003 Piston Cup champion, and Lightning McQueen. Row 9 has the 2008 Piston Cup champion, Cal Weathers, and Jamie McCarty, who's outside. Row 10 has Maury Clutchburn and Mike Yankee Jr., to his outside. Row 11 has Brick Yardley and Kevin Karvik, who is currently 3rd in points. Row 12 has Ernie Gearson, who has returned, and Bobby Swift to his outside. Row 13 has Brick Hicks and Carl Edwards to his outside. I wonder what they're gonna do. Row 14 has Martin Kirks Jr. trying to break his winless streak, and Greg People to his outside. Row 15 is David Rudikar, who has 1 win, and Phil Takeson, who has 0 to his outside. Row 16 is Jimmy Cables and Reb Meeker, both looking for their very first win. Row 17 has Rex Revler, who's actually won a race, and Speedy Comet, who's outside. Row 18 has David Raycar and Chip Gearings. I hope neither of them crash. Row 19 has David Gillicar and Doug Throttleman. I wonder if Doug Throttleman will jump over cars. Row 20 has Bruce Miller and TG Castlenut to his outside. Row 21 has Rev Rodages, whose name I got wrong in the last video he was in, and Slate Granger. And starting in 43rd is Floyd Mulvihill in the number 70. And these 7 cars, among many others, failed to qualify for this race. And the mean yellow car, Kyle Busch Tire, would lead for the first 5 laps before his teammate Denny Carlin would take the lead from him. He'd lead until lap 17. Chip Gearings would be out on lap 11 because of engine failure. TG Castlenut would surprisingly take the lead on lap 17 and lead for 1 more lap before Kyle Busch Tire would retake the lead, leading all the way until lap 37. Speedy Comet would be out for 12 races and also accidentally wreck Bruce Miller and Reb Meeker on lap 23. Clint Bocart would take the lead on lap 37 and lead for 40 laps before Denny Carlin would retake the lead, leading until lap 80 where Clint Bocart would retake the lead. He'd lead until lap 98 for a total of 18 laps before Lightning McQueen would take the lead from him. He'd lead until lap 110 where of course Denny Carlin would retake the lead. He'd lead all the way until lap 158 where his teammate Kyle Busch Tire would retake the lead, leading until lap 166, where of course Denny Carlin retakes the lead, leading for just 2 laps before Kurt Busch Tire would take the lead from himself, leading until lap 171, where Lightning McQueen would take the lead from him. He'd lead all the way until lap 188, where of course Denny Carlin has to retake the lead. He'd lead for 20 laps, but then Doug Throttleman would accidentally wreck himself when jumping over Rev Rodages, and then Rev Rodages wrecks himself out. Both of these things happened on lap 208. And Kyle Busch Tire would take the lead after the restart, leading until lap 247. His teammate Joey Logano would be 17th as of lap 240, when he wrecks Floyd Mulvihill and Jamie McCarty. Why? Lightning McQueen would take the lead on lap 247 and lead until lap 265, where Denny Carlin would take the lead from himself, leading for 4 laps before Jimmy Cables would take the lead from him. He'd lead all the way until lap 276, where Denny Carlin would take the lead from him. He'd lead until lap 311, where Mike Yankee Jr. would leave for a very eventful 3 laps. And he lapped almost the entire field, but then everyone would get back on the lead lap on lap 314. How do you lap everyone except for 9 cars, and then they all get back in the lead lap? One of those cars was Kurt Busch-Tire, and he'd take the lead on lap 314. But on lap 338, his younger brother Kyle would take the lead from him. But on lap 378, Kyle's teammate Denny Carlin would take the lead from him, and he'd take the white flag. But before that, Joey Logano is 15th as of lap 399. YUX, Slate Granger, Ernie Gearson, David Gillicar, Jeff Corvette, Brick Yardley, TG Castlenut, Mark Carton, Greg Beeple, and Casey Corner. Why? And Denny Carlin would hold on to the lead to win the 2010 Octane Gain 400, where Kyle Busch-Tire would finish 2nd, Tony Gassworth 3rd, Kevin Harvick 4th, and Lightning McQueen rounding out the top 5. And here is the top 20 of the race, where Kurt Busch-Tire would finish just 1 place behind the points leader Lightning McQueen. Jeff Burnton, the jumper, would finish 7th, and somehow David Rudikar finishes 15th. And here is the rest, with Brad Keselowski finishing 21st. David Raycar is the last car to finish on the lead lap, and he finishes 26th. That's a lot of cars that wrecked out this race, unfortunately. And here is the top 20 in points, where Lightning McQueen actually has a smaller lead margin, but it's still huge. And Matt Kenseth is still 5th in points, despite the fact he has not yet led a lap this season. At least Phil Tankson moved up a couple positions, and Jeff Burnton makes it to the top 20.
Remember to press the notifications button, which goes ring, ring, ring after you press it. And lightning strikes back, and that's as if you subscribed, of course. And thank you for watching this entire video.
If Jeff Burnton and Doug Throttleman both jump over cars, maybe Jeff Burnton is better at it because Doug Throttleman failed, but Jeff Burnton succeeded to jump over another car without hurting them. At least Jeff Burnton doesn't try to hurt cars like the mean yellow car, Kyle Busch-Tire, and he even taught Joey Logano that wrecking cars is okay. He caused 2 cautions. Why? The 13th race of the 2010 Piston Cup season will be coming out very soon. What should be happening very soon is the end of the 2022 Russian invasion of Ukraine. The Ukrainian people have had enough of war. They just want to live in peace and have freedom. And who stands in the way of this? The tyrant, Vladimir Putin, who started an invasion of Ukraine, where his troops have taken 1/5 of Ukraine's land. Why do you need to take land from Ukraine? You already have enough of your own. And we at the #KABullets YouTube channel will continue to stand with Ukraine. Vladimir Putin, there is no room for your tyranny in Ukraine. And we at the #KABullets YouTube channel will continue to stand with Ukraine. Slava Ukraini! Heroyam Slava!
KABullets YouTube channel.
Hurry up, now tell us why you're here.
Lightning McQueen will start at pole position with Cal Weathers to his outside. Row 2 has Kevin Harvick, the 2007 Florida 500 winner, and Bobby Swift. Row 3 has Jimmy Cables and Kyle Busch-Tire, the mean yellow car. Row 4 has Matt Kenseth, who has not yet led a lap this season, and Kurt Busch-Tire to his outside. Row 5 has Denny Carlin and Carl Edwards to his outside. Next, row 6 has Greg People and the 2002 Piston Cup champion, Tony Gasworth. Row 7 has Clint Bokar and the Rocket, Ryan Newcar, in 14th position. Row 8 has the two Jeffs, Jeff Gorvette and Jeff Burnton. I wonder if any of them will win. Row 9 has Mark Carton and Phil Tankston, who seems to be the new Manny Flywheel. Row 10 has Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Brick Yardley to his outside. Row 11 has Casey Corner and Martin Karks Jr. I wonder who Martin Karks Sr. is. Row 12 has Moray Clutchburn and Joey Logierno to his outside. I hope he doesn't wreck anyone. Row 13 is Jamie McCarry and Mike Yankee Jr. I wonder where they're going to finish. Row 14 is the Nice Hicks brother, Brick Hicks, and Brad Kozlowski to his outside. Row 15 has Juan Pablo Montoya and Reb Meeker to his outside. I wonder what they're going to do. Row 16 is Todd Marcus, who skips qualifying, and Ernie Gearson, who's not tired today. Row 17 is TG Castlenut and Chip Gearings. I wonder if they won't DNF this time. Row 18 is David Rudikar and Jack DePost to his outside. Row 19 is David Raycar and Marcus Kranksler. I wonder where they're going to finish. Row 20 has Darren Ledfoot making his first start this season and Michael Cartrip. Row 21 has Ralph Carlo, nicknamed the Wreck Magnet, and Lane Locke. Oh wait, this isn't 43rd. Rex Revler unfortunately withdrew from this race. And starting in 43rd is Parker Breakston, not Rex Revler. And these 9 cars, among many others, failed to qualify for this race. Lightning McQueen would lead the first lap of the race, but then he'd lose the lead on the first lap to Cal Weathers, who would still be on the first lap when he'd lose the lead to Kyle Bushtire, who would lead the field into the second lap. His teammate Joey Logierno would take the lead on lap 2 and lead until lap 3. Bobby Swift would take the lead from himself and lead the field until lap 4, where Matt Kenseth will finally lead a lap. Finally, he's led a lap after 14 races, but less than half of a lap later, Kevin Harvick would take the lead from him, leading the field into lap 5, where Cal Weathers would swiftly take the lead, but just as quickly lose it to Denny Carlin, who would lead until lap 7, where Tony Gasworth would take the lead from him. He'd lead for just 1 lap before Brick Yardley would take the lead from him. He'd lead for a few yards before Phil Tankson would take the lead from him. He'd lead for a few more yards before Tony Gasworth would take the lead from him, leading the field into lap 9. But Brick Hicks would take the lead from Tony Gasworth, leading for a few yards before Tony Gasworth would retake the lead, leading for about 10 more yards before David Raycar would take the lead from himself, leading all the way until lap 12, where Kurt Bushtire would take the lead from him. He'd lead until lap 13, where Lightning McQueen would take the lead from him, leading until lap 14. But then, Joey Logierno would take the lead, leading until lap 18, where Jeff Burnton would jump over him for the lead, leading until lap 20, where Todd Marcus would pass him on the inside. He'd only lead for about 7 yards before Mike Yankee Jr. would take the lead from him, leading the field until lap 21, where Cal Weathers would take the lead from him, leading all the way until lap 23, where Kurt Bushtire would retake the lead, leading until lap 25, where Jimmy Cables would take the lead from himself. He'd lead for about 90 yards before Lightning McQueen would retake the lead, leading the field until lap 26, where Jimmy Cables would once again retake the lead. He'd lead for about 120 yards before Lightning McQueen would retake the lead, leading all the way until lap 28, where Denny Carlin would retake the lead. He'd lead until lap 29, where Dale Earnhardt Jr. would take the lead for himself, leading until lap 31, where Michael Cartrip, his former teammate, would take the lead from him, leading until lap 33. But unfortunately, Joey Logierno would be 18th as of lap 33. What next? Ralph Carlo! Why? Lightning McQueen would take the lead after the restart, leading until lap 35, where David Raycar would take the lead from him. He'd lead for about 130 yards before Dale Earnhardt Jr. would retake the lead, leading for 2 laps before Lightning McQueen would retake the lead, leading until lap 38, where of course Dale Earnhardt Jr. would retake the lead, leading until lap 41, where Jeff Burton would surprisingly not jump over him and lead until lap 43. But you guessed it, Dale Earnhardt Jr. would be back in the lead, leading for about 100 yards before Kyle Busch would retake the lead from himself, leading until lap 44, where Dale Earnhardt Jr. would once again retake the lead, leading until lap 46, where Kurt Busch would take the lead from him, leading until lap 48. But it's his teammate Brad Keselowski that would take the lead from him, leading until lap 49. But then David Ricard would retake the lead, leading until lap 51. But then Brad Keselowski would be back in the lead, leading until lap 51, where Jeff Burton would jump over him. Jeff Burton would lead for 7 laps before Phil Tankson would take the lead, leading the field until lap 59. But Maury Clutchburn would take the lead on that lap and lead for 110 yards. Kyle Busch would take the lead later in lap 59 and lead all the way until lap 62, where Brick Yardley would take the lead from him. He'd lead for 50 yards before Lightning McQueen would retake the lead, leading until lap 64, where Jeff Burton would take the lead from himself, leading until lap 65. Denny Carlin would actually use the wall to pass Jeff Burton, but he only lead for 80 yards because Maury Clutchburn would retake the lead later in lap 65. But Denny Carlin would pass him on the inside to take the lead on lap 66, leading for 2 laps before Lightning McQueen would retake the lead, leading another 2 laps. Jeff Corvette would take the lead for himself on lap 68, but 80 yards later, Lightning McQueen would be back in the lead, leading the field until lap 69. Michael Coltrip would take the lead on lap 69 and lead until lap 70, where Joey Logierno would once again retake the lead, leading for 2 laps before Jack DePost would surprisingly take the lead. He'd lead for 100 yards before Todd Marcus would take the lead from himself. He'd lead for 20 yards before Jack DePost would once again retake the lead, leading the field into the 73rd lap. But then Lightning McQueen would take the lead. He'd lead for about 100 yards before Kyle Busch would once again retake the lead, leading until lap 74, where Bobby Swift would take the lead. He'd lead for about 300 yards before Brick Hicks would take the lead from himself, leading the field into the 75th lap. Ernie Gearson would actually take the lead and lead until lap 77, where Kurt Busch would retake the lead, leading until lap 79. But then his younger brother Kyle would once again retake the lead, leading the field into the 80th lap, where Bobby Swift would once again retake the lead, leading until lap... Actually, he only leads on lap 80. But Lane Locke would take the lead and lead for 30 yards before he'd be out on lap 80 because of an engine failure, unfortunately. Jeff Corvette would take the lead after the restart and lead for a whole lap before Phil Tankson would once again retake the lead, where he'd lead for 1 yard before David Rudikar would take the lead for himself, where he'd lead for 2 whole laps before the Rocket Ryan Newcar would take the lead, leading the field until lap 85, and somehow Chip Gearings would also take the lead, leading until lap 86. Brick Yardley would take the lead from him and only lead for 500 yards before Mike Yankee Jr. would take the lead from himself on lap 86 and lead the following lap. Lightning McQueen would take the lead on lap 87 and lead until lap 89, but then David Rudikar would retake the lead, leading for 600 yards before Jeff Corvette would retake the lead, leading until lap 90, where Kyle Busch would take the lead and lead until lap 92, where Cal Weathers would take the lead for himself, leading until lap 93, where Casey Corner would take the lead for himself, leading for a whole lap before Reb Meeker would take the lead from him. He'd lead for about 70 yards before Casey Corner would retake the lead, leading the rest of lap 94 before Jimmy Cables would take the lead from him. Jimmy Cables would actually lead for 2 whole laps before Casey Corner would retake the lead for himself, leading the next 4 laps on lap 100. Joey Logierno would be 24th, and he wrecks Reb Meeker, T.G. Castlenut, Michael Cartrip, and Brick Hicks. Why? Denny Carlin would take the lead after the restart and lead until lap 102, where Mark Carton would take the lead from himself, leading on just lap 102, before Jeff Corvette would take the lead from him. He'd lead for about 60 yards before Cal Weathers would retake the lead, leading the field into lap 103, where Greg People would take the lead from him. He'd actually lead for 2 whole laps before Denny Carlin would retake the lead, leading until lap 107, where his teammate Joey Logierno would once again take the lead, leading until lap 110, where Bobby Swift would take the lead. He'd lead for 3 yards before Kyle Bushtire would retake the lead on lap 111, but on lap 114, Lightning McQueen would be back in the lead. He'd lead for 4 laps before Darren Leadfoot would take the lead from him. He'd lead for 2 laps before Bobby Swift would once again be back in the lead. He'd actually lead for 7 laps before Denny Carlin would retake the lead, leading until lap 130, but then his teammate Kyle Bushtire would retake the lead and lead for 9 whole laps. But then, Cal Weathers would take the lead on lap 139, and 1 lap later, Denny Carlin would take the lead from himself, leading until lap 142, where David Raycar would take the lead from him, leading for 1 lap before Denny Carlin would once again retake the lead. He'd lead for 3 laps before Ernie Gearson would once again take the lead, leading until lap 147. But then Jamie McCarry would pass him on the inside and lead for 350 yards before his teammate Juan Pablo Montoya would pass him for the lead, leading until lap 150, where Todd Marcus would take the lead from himself, leading for a whole lap. But then Denny Carlin would retake the lead once again, leading for about 800 yards, where David Raycar would once again retake the lead, leading for 2 laps before David Rudicar, another David, would take the lead for himself, leading until lap 156, where Jamie McCarry would take the lead for himself, leading for 2 laps before Jeff Corvette would once again retake the lead, leading for a whole lap. But then Jamie McCarry would be back in the lead on lap 159 and lead until lap 160. But then Jeff Burton would jump over him and then take the lead for the next 16 laps. During this time, Chip Gearings would be out because of an engine failure. Jamie McCarry would take the lead on lap 176 and lead until lap 188, but then Joey Logierno would wreck himself, Ryan Newcar, who had airborne Brad Kozlowski and Ernie Gearson on lap 188, unfortunately. Casey Corner would take the lead after the restart and then lead for 1 more lap before Denny Carlin once again retakes the lead, leading until lap 192, where Jamie McCarry once again retakes the lead, leading for 2 laps before Jimmy Cables would take the lead for himself. He'd lead for about 60 yards before Jamie McCarry would once again be back in the lead, leading for 5 laps before Carl Edwards would take the lead for himself, leading the field into lap 200. But then on lap 200, Mark Carton would take the lead for himself, but a few yards later, Clint Bokar would take the lead for himself. He'd lead for about 6 yards before Martin Clarks Jr. would take the lead for himself. He'd lead for about 10 yards before Jeff Burton would jump over him and lead for another 100 yards. But then Casey Corner would take the lead for himself and lead another 100 yards. Brick Yardley would take the lead and finally take the field off lap 200, but on lap 202, Dale Earnhardt Jr. would take the lead, leading for another 2 laps before Cal Weathers would take the lead for himself. He'd lead for about 1,000 yards before Tony Gasworth would take the lead from him, leading until lap 205, where Darren Leadfoot would take the lead for himself, leading for 3 laps before Maury Clutchburn would take the lead for himself. He'd lead for 150 yards before Kyle Bushtire would shove him into the wall, leading until lap 209, where Marcus Cranksler would actually take the lead, leading until lap 210, where Jeff Corvette would take the lead for himself. He'd lead for about 300 yards before Jimmy Cables would take the lead for himself, leading until lap 211, where Jeff Burton would once again jump over him and lead until lap 213. Denny Carlin would take the lead on lap 213 and lead the next lap, but then Jack DePost would take the lead for himself, leading for 3 laps afterwards before David Rudicar would retake the lead, and he'd lead for 2 laps before Tony Gasworth would once again retake the lead, leading until lap 220, where Greg People would take the lead from him. leading for about 600 yards before Kurt Buschtire would once again retake the lead on lap 221, leading until lap 223, where his younger brother Kyle would once again retake the lead from him. But Kurt would retake the lead, leading until lap 226. What happens on lap 226? Denny Carlin would once again retake the lead. Of course he does. And on lap 228, Todd Marcus would surprisingly take the lead, leading until lap 229, where Jack DePost would once again take the lead. He'd only lead for about 150 yards before Lightning McQueen would once again take the lead, leading until lap 235, where Dale Earnhardt Jr. would once again retake the lead and lead for 3 laps before Kevin Harvick would take the lead for himself, leading until lap 240, where David Raycar would once again retake the lead, leading until lap 242, where Mike Yankee Jr. would take the lead. He'd lead for 2 laps, but then Kyle Buschtire would retake the lead, leading until lap 245, where Jeff Corvette would take the lead for himself and lead all the way until lap 247. The other Jeff Burton, would take the lead on lap 247, but 200 yards later, Bobby Swift would be back in the lead, leading until lap 249, where Cal Weathers would pass him on the inside and take the lead and lead the field until lap 250, where Greg Beeple would retake the lead. He'd lead for 700 yards before Kyle Buschtire would shove him into the wall. 600 yards later, Denny Carlin would be back in the lead, leading the field until lap 251. Jimmy Cables would take the lead on lap 251 and lead for 2 laps before Tony Gassworth would once again be back in the lead on lap 253. Casey Corner would once again take the lead and lead until lap 254. But then Carl Edwards would retake the lead, leading until lap 255, where Lightning McQueen would once again retake the lead, leading until lap 257, where Maury Clutchburn would take the lead for himself, leading for 3 laps before Phil Tankson would actually make a clean pass and take the lead. Later in lap 260, Jeff Corvette would retake the lead. He'd lead until lap 261 for a total of 1 lap, before Brick Yardley, the other 24 car, would take the lead. On lap 262, Marcus Cranksler would take the lead, and he'd lead for about 300 yards before Kevin Harvick would once again retake the lead, leading until lap 264, where Mike Yankee Jr. would take the lead. But he'd lose the lead on lap 265 to Kurt Buschtire, who'd lead until lap 266. But of course, Denny Carlin retakes the lead. He'd lead for 3 laps, but then his teammate Kyle Buschtire would once again retake the lead, leading until lap 274, where David Rudikar would actually retake the lead once again. But later in lap 274, Bobby Swift would retake the lead, leading for 3 laps before Parker Breakston would take the lead for himself, leading until lap 281. Denny Carlin would take the lead for himself on lap 281 and lead for 4 laps before Phil Tankson would once again retake the lead. 400 yards later, Kyle Buschtire would be back in the lead, leading until lap 287, where his older brother Kurt would retake the lead, leading until lap 290, where Tony Gassworth would retake the lead, leading until lap 292, where the jumper Jeff Burton would once again retake the lead, leading until lap 293, but then Kurt Buschtire would retake the lead for himself and lead until lap 294, where he'd get jumped over and Jeff Burton once again retakes the lead. But Denny Carlin, as usual, would retake the lead, leading for 4 laps before Maury Clutchburn would pass him on the outside and lead until lap 299. But then Denny Carlin would retake the lead for himself, leading until lap 301, where Brick Yardley would actually take the lead, leading for 2 laps, but then Jimmy Cables would once again retake the lead. He'd lead for 60 yards before Brick Yardley would be back in the lead, leading until lap 304, where Todd Marcus would once again take the lead, leading until lap 306, where Lightning McQueen would once again take the lead, leading until lap 307, where Mike Yankee Jr. would take the lead for himself, leading for 80 yards before Jamie McCarry would take the lead for himself. He'd lead for 2 laps before David Raycar would retake the lead. He'd lead until lap 310, where Bobby Swift would use the wall to pass him and lead until lap 315. But then Kurt Buschtire would shove Bobby Swift into the wall. He'd lead for 1 lap before Jack DePost would retake the lead, leading for just 80 yards before Jamie McCurry would once again be back in the lead, and he'd lead for 16 laps. Lightning McQueen would take the lead on lap 332 and lead for 4 laps, but unfortunately, Parker Breakston would be out on lap 336 because of an engine failure. Jeff Burnton would be down 1 lap in the same caution. Darren Ledfoot would take the lead after the restart and lead for just 80 yards before David Raycar would take the lead for himself and lead for 100 yards. Jeff Corvette would take the lead for himself and lead for 2 whole laps before Kevin Carvick would take the lead for himself, leading until lap 340, where Lightning McQueen would once again take the lead and lead for 4 laps before Bobby Swift would once again take the lead, leading for 1.5 laps before Denny Carlin would once again retake the lead. He'd lead for a whole lap before his teammate Kyle Bushtire would once again take the lead, leading for about 110 yards before Mark Carton would take the lead for himself. He'd lead for 300 yards before Maury Clutchburn would take the lead and lead the field until lap 347, where Kyle Bushtire would shove him in the wall again and lead until lap 349, where Jamie McCurry would retake the lead and lead until lap 355, where Brick Yardley would pass Jamie McCurry on the inside and lead until lap 356, where Kevin Carvick would take the lead from him. Later that lap, Kurt Bushtire would retake the lead, leading the field into lap 357, where Todd Marcus would once again take the lead, leading until lap 358, where Jimmy Cables would once again retake the lead for himself, leading for 110 yards. But then, Todd Marcus would be back in the lead. He'd lead for 400 yards before Mark Carton would take the lead for himself, leading for just 1 lap before Bobby Swift would retake the lead for himself, leading until lap 364, where Kurt Bushtire would once again take the lead, leading for 1 lap before his younger brother Kyle would take the lead from him, leading for 4 laps. But unfortunately, Todd Marcus would be out on lap 368 because of an engine failure. Carl Edwards would take the lead on lap 369, but then lose the lead to Bobby Swift, who would lead all the way until lap 370. But then Darren Ledfoot would once again retake the lead, leading for a whole lap before Juan Pablo Montoya would once again retake the lead. Then lead for only 2 laps before Denny Carlin would of course retake the lead, leading until lap 374, where Mike Yankee Jr. would once again retake the lead for himself, leading for 1 lap before Denny Carlin of course retakes the lead, leading for 3 laps before Jamie McCurry would once again retake the lead, leading until lap 383, where Marcus Kranksler would once again take the lead, leading until lap 387. But then Jamie McCurry would take the lead on lap 387 and lead the field all the way into the tri-oval, which is after turn 4. But then Kevin Carvick would take the lead in the dying moments of the race. Now onto the commentary. Here they come, Carvick! He timed it perfectly! And this all means that Kevin Carvick is the winner of the 2010 Antuocola 400! And Jamie McCurry would finish second this race, only losing by 4 feet! Juan Pablo Montoya finished third, Denny Carlin fourth, and Mark Carton would round out the top 5. And here is the photo finish of the 2010 Antuocola 400, with Kevin Carvick only barely ahead. And here is the top 20 of the race. And here's what's an even bigger surprise. Lightning McQueen finishes outside of the top 10 for the first time this season. And here is the rest of the field from 21st to 43rd. Since Jeff Burnton went down 1 lap, Jack DePost is the last car to finish on the lead lap, finishing 29th, and Matt Karseth actually led a lap. And here is the top 20 in points. It's ironic that Matt Karseth actually drops in points, despite the fact he actually led a lap. Just 1 lap, but he fell to 9th in points. He's behind Carl Edwards, but Carl Edwards led way more laps, and Martin Carx Jr. is in the top 20.
the notifications button, which goes ring, ring, ring after you press it. And lightning strikes back, and that's as if you subscribed, of course. And thank you for watching this entire video.
A question you might be asking is, why is this video so long? And the main reason is the fact that there were so many lead changes. Probably over 200, which would make this the single Piston Cup race with the most lead changes in history. But I don't know if it's this race or the 1984 Dynaco 400. If anyone would go count the lead changes in both this race and that one, I would greatly appreciate that. And I would use that fact in a future video of mine. And the two crazy things actually happened. Matt Karzith led a lap and Lightning McQueen finished outside of the top 10. But the big takeaway from this race is, how are there so many lead changes? And also, with the exception of Jamie McCarry, no one could really keep the lead for longer than a few laps. How is this possible? Someone, Piston Cup racers, try to keep the lead for longer than just a few laps. Cars leading for more than 10 laps was rare this race. And that's a big reason why this video was so long. Comment down below if you think this is the race with the most lead changes in Piston Cup history. It's gotta be this one or the 1984 Dynaco 400. The 15th race of the 2010 Piston Cup season will be coming out soon enough. What should be happening very soon is the end of the 2022 Russian invasion of Ukraine. The Ukrainian people have had enough of war. They just want to live in peace and have freedom. And who stands in the way of this? Tyrant Vladimir Putin, who started an unjustified invasion of Ukraine to take away some of Ukraine's land. Why? You already have enough of your own land! And Vladimir Putin, there is no room for your tyranny in Ukraine. And we at the hashtag KABullets YouTube channel will continue to stand with Ukraine in spite of the tyranny that Vladimir Putin is putting down on the Ukrainian people. And we also recognize the 2014 borders, which include Crimea and the Donbass, which Russia stole among other lands. Slava Ukraini! Heroyam Slava!
KABullets YouTube channel.
Hurry up, now tell us why you're here.
This racer is Landon Carsill, and he'll be racing part-time in the 2010 Piston Cup season. I forgot to mention this in the 2010 Florida 500 video. And starting at pole position is Kurt Buschtire, and to his outside is the current champion, Lightning McQueen. Row 2 has Jamie McCarry and Casey Corner. I wonder if they'll do something. Row 3 has the Jeff and Jeff show, Jeff Burnton and Jeff Gorvette. Jeff Burnton jumps over cars, and Jeff Gorvette has won 2 Piston Cups. Row 4 has Denny Carlin and the Rocket Ryan Newcar to his outside. Row 5 has David Rudikar and Juan Pablo Montoya. Don't these 2 cars normally start further back in the field? Row 6 has Martin Karks Jr. and David Raycar, what's he doing up here? Row 7 has Bobby Swift and Joey Laguirdo, please don't wreck any other cars. Row 8 has Kyle Buschtire, the mean yellow car, and Greg People to his outside. Row 9 has Tony Gasworth and Brick Yardley, the 2008 Florida 500 winner. Row 10 has Carl Edwards and Cal Weathers, the 2008 Piston Cup champion. Row 11 has Mark Carton and Jimmy Cables. Jimmy Cables is doing quite well this season. Row 12 has Ricard Smith in his first start this season, and Mike Yankee Jr. to his outside. Row 13 is Clint Bokar and Brick Hicks, who is not having a good season this season so far. Row 14 is Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Todd Marcus, who needs to kick the habit of skipping qualifying. Row 15 has Maury Clutchburn and Ernie Gearson, two Piston Cup racers that have been around for quite a while. Row 16 is last week's winner Kevin Carvick and Casey Gears, making his first start since the 2009 Piston Cup season. Row 17 has Brad Keselowski and Phil Tankson, who has fallen quite a bit in points since earlier in the season. Row 18 is Reb Meeker, who will hopefully not crash this race, and Jack DePost to his outside. Row 19 is Joe Brakecheck and Chip Gearings, who has somehow qualified for the previous 14 races and this one, somehow. Row 20 is Matt Korzith, the 2003 Piston Cup champion, and TG Castlenut to his outside. Row 21 has Landon Carsell making his first ever Piston Cup start, and Rex Revler to his outside. And starting in 43rd is JJ Traley, making his first start since the 2009 Piston Cup season. And these 5 cars, among many others, failed to qualify for this race. Now let's get on to the race. Kurt Busch-Tire would lead for the first 19 laps of the race before he'd lose the lead to Chip Gearings, and he would lead until lap 20, but he's now out on lap 20 because of an engine failure. Lightning McQueen would take the lead after the restart and lead until lap 22, where Kurt Busch-Tire would retake the lead, leading all the way until lap 48. On lap 48, Bobby Swift would take the lead from him and lead for just one lap before Kurt Busch-Tire would be back in the lead, leading for another 2 laps before Kyle Busch-Tire, his younger brother, would be 25th as of lap 51, where he wrecks Rex Revler, Ernie Gearson, Landon Carsell, and JJ Traley. Why? And then Denny Carlin would take the lead after the restart and lead all the way until lap 91, where Kurt Busch-Tire would once again be back in the lead. He'd lead for 4 more laps before Lightning McQueen would retake the lead, leading until lap 105, where Reb Meeker would accidentally wreck himself and Joe Brakecheck on lap 105, unfortunately. Kurt Busch-Tire would take the lead after the restart and lead until lap 113, where Denny Carlin would once again retake the lead, leading all the way until lap 140. But Cal Weathers would take the lead from him and lead for 4 laps, but then Denny Carlin would be back in the lead, leading all the way until lap 176. And Casey Gears would be out on lap 149 because of an engine failure. Casey Corner would take the lead on lap 176 and lead for 3 laps before he'd lose the lead to... he doesn't lose the lead yet, but Kyle Busch-Tire would fail to wreck Maury Clutchburn on lap 179. The car that actually takes the lead from Casey Corner is Denny Carlin, and he would lead for 30 laps before Lightning McQueen would once again retake the lead, leading all the way until lap 241, where Kyle Busch-Tire this time would actually take the lead and lead until lap 246, where Tony Gasworth would take the lead from him, leading for 9 laps before Lightning McQueen would once again retake the lead, leading until lap 270. But then Kurt Busch-Tire would be back in the lead, leading until lap 273, where Joey Logierno would be 22nd as of that lap, where he wrecks Brick Hicks. Why? And Denny Carlin would take the lead after the restart and then lead for 12 laps before Lightning McQueen would once again retake the lead, leading until lap 293. But that David Raycar would be out on lap 293 because of an engine failure. Brick Yardley would take the lead on lap 293 and lead for the next 10 laps before Kurt Busch-Tire would retake the lead, leading until lap 308. But then Jeff Gorvette would take the lead for himself, leading all the way until lap 314, where of course Lightning McQueen retakes the lead, leading until lap 327. But then Denny Carlin would once again be back in the lead, leading until lap 364. And who will lead next? Actually, it's Bobby Swift, and he'll take the lead and lead all the way until lap 379. But then Denny Carlin would retake the lead on lap 379 and lead the final 21 laps to win the 2010 Michigan 400. Casey Corner would finish second this race. Kurt Busch-Tyer finished third. Bobby Swift fourth, and surprisingly, Todd Marcus would finish fifth, rounding out the top five. And here's the race results. And finishing sixth is Jeff Gorvette, followed by Tony Gassworth and Lightning McQueen, the current points leader, finishing eighth. Dale Earnhardt Jr. finished ninth, and the jumper, Jeff Burton, would finish 10th. Surprisingly ahead of Cal Weathers. Greg People would finish 12th, and Joey Logierno, who wrecks other cars, would finish 13th. Jimmy Cables would finish 14th, Carl Edwards 15th, Murray Clutchburn 16th, Juan Pablo Montoya 17th, Matt Karseth 18th, Mark Carton 19th, and another Martin, well, he's Martin, Mark Carton is Carton, but Martin Carx Jr. would finish 20th. And here's the rest, with David Rudikar finishing 21st. How? Kevin Carvick would finish 22nd. He won last week. At least he beat the mean yellow car, Kyle Busch-Tyer. Clint Bokar finished 24th, and Ricard Smith, in his first start this season, would finish 25th. Jamie McCarty would finish 26th, Phil Tankson 27th, Jack DePost 28th, surprisingly ahead of Brad Keselowski and Ryan Newcar. And how did Brick Yardley fall all the way down to 31st? T.G. Castlenut would finish 32nd, and Mike Yankee Jr. would be the last car to finish on the lead lap, finishing 33rd. And here is the top 20 in points, where Lightning McQueen is still almost 500 points ahead of second-placed Kevin Carvick. Cal Weathers and Bobby Swift now have over 2,000 points. And Denny Carlin, this race's winner, would be 5th in points, tied in points with Kurt Busch-Tyer 6th on 1,972 points. And Tony Gassworth would be just under 50 points behind them. Carl Edwards is 8th in points. Matt Karseth is 9th in points, despite the fact he has only led one lap this season. And that was last race, where everyone led a lap. Jimmy Cables now sits 10th in points, just ahead of Greg People, less than 10 points ahead. Kyle Busch-Tyer, the mean yellow car, is 12th in points. Clint Bokar is 13th in points with 1,681 points behind the mean yellow car. He's a nicer yellow car. Hopefully he finishes ahead in points. Dale Earnhardt Jr. would finish 14th this race. Actually, he didn't finish 14th this race. 14th in points is where Dale Earnhardt Jr. is. Mark Carton is 15th in points, just ahead of the Rocket, Ryan Newcar, who's somehow ahead of Jeff Gorvette. Casey Corner is 18th in points. He's gotten back into the top 20 because of his good finish this race. And he's ahead of Brick Yardley. And rounding out the top 20 is Jeff Burton on 1,005 points.
Remember to press the notifications button, which goes ring, ring, ring after you press it. And lightning strikes back, and that's as if you subscribed, of course. And thank you for watching this entire video.
Sorry that I made so many mistakes during the video, but with the new software that I'm using, it's very hard to stop a video track, which explains a lot of the mistakes that I made this video. And the new software that I'm using also explains why it took so long to make this video. And correction, Jeff Burton has 1,505 points, 500 more than what I said earlier in the video. And the 16th race of 2010 will be coming out soon enough. And do you think that Lightning McQueen will win again, or if Matt Karzith will lead another lap? Comment down below what you think will happen in the next race. And that video will be coming out soon enough. The 16th race of 2010. The video that covers that race. It'll be coming out soon enough. But unfortunately, the 2022 Russian invasion of Ukraine is still going on. It's been many months since the war has started. And, unfortunately, Russian forces occupy around 1/5 of Ukraine's land. And also, the Ukrainian people have had enough of war. They just want to live in peace and have freedom. And who stands in the way of this common dream? The tyrant, Vladimir Putin, who somehow thinks that he needs to take land away from Ukraine. You already have enough of your own land, and there is no room for your tyranny, Vladimir Putin. Not in Ukraine, not in Russia, not anywhere. And we at the hashtag KABullets YouTube channel will continue to stand with Ukraine. Slava Ukraini! Heroyam Slava!
KABullets YouTube channel.
Hurry up, now tell us why you're here.
Unfortunately, Ernie Gearson is not feeling so well and will have to skip out on this race. Cal Weathers will start at pole position with Lightning McQueen, the defending champion, to his outside. Row 2 has Tony Gasworth, the 2002 Piston Cup champion, and Greg People to his outside. Row 3 has the two number 24s, Brick Yardley and two-time Piston Cup champion, Jeff Gorvette. Row 4 has David Rudikar and Martin Carrick Jr., who are both friends with Michael Cartrip. Row 5 has Jamie McCarry and Juan Pablo Montoya. Teammates, I wonder if they'll do anything. Row 6 has Carl Edwards and Casey Corner to his outside. Row 7 has Clint Bokar and Ray Clutcher? How did he qualify this high up the pack? Row 8 has Jeff Burns in the jumper and, oh no, the mean green car Chickx! Row 9 has Denny Carlin and his teammate Joey Lagirno to his outside. Row 10 has Ryan Newcar, the Rocket, and the nice Hicks brother, Brick Hicks. Row 11 has Mark Carton and Kurt Bushtire, who I hope won't say a certain word. Row 12 has Jack DePost and Reed Sorenkar, somehow qualifying. Row 13 has Dale Earnhardt Jr. and David Raycar, who qualifies sometimes and sometimes doesn't. Row 14 has Kevin Karvik, who's currently second in points, and Morey Clutchburn to his outside. Row 15 is Brad Karslowski and Mike Yankee Jr. I wonder if they'll do anything. Row 16 is Rex Revler and Kajimo Mikno, who finally qualifies again. Row 17 has Kyle Bushtire and Matt Karzith, who always starts really far back. Just ahead of TG Castlenuts and Chip Gearings in row 18. Row 19 is Reb Meeker and Jimmy Cables. What's he doing back here? And he's still ahead of Bobby Swift and Jackson the Asteroid. Who? Row 21 has Phil Tankson and Todd Marcus. What are they doing back here? And starting in 43rd is John Hicks. Why? And these 11 cars, among many others, failed to qualify for this race. Now into the race, where Cal Weathers would lead for the first lap, but then Lightning McQueen would take the lead and lead for 92 laps. How does any car lead for 92 consecutive laps. How? Jamie McCarry would take the lead from Lightning McQueen and lead for 20 laps before he'd lose the lead to Bobby Swift, who would lead for some laps before Cal Weathers would take the lead from him, leading until lap 140. But then Jamie McCarry would be back in the lead, leading until lap 165. Unfortunately, the previous lap, Chick Hicks was 16th, and then he back Chip Gearings, Mike Yankee Jr., Reb Meeker, T.G. Castlenut, Kajmo Meekno, Jack DePost, and Todd Marcus. Why? Jeff Corvette would take the lead on lap 165 and lead until lap 200, where David Rudikar would take the lead from him. He'd lead for 2 laps before Jeff Corvette would retake the lead, leading for 10 more laps before David Rudikar would once again retake the lead, leading until lap 231. But then Clint Bokar would take the lead from him and lead for 2 laps before Carl Edwards would lead all the way until lap 237, where once again, David Rudikar would retake the lead, leading for exactly 50 laps. Phil Tankson would be 18th as of lap 240, where he wrecks the Mean Green Car Chick Hicks. Hooray! Lightning McQueen would take the lead once again and then lead for 64 laps. How does any car lead more than 50 laps more than once in a race? How? And unfortunately, John Hicks would be 30th as of lap 331, where he wrecks Ray Clutcher and Jackson the Asteroid. Why did he do this? And both have career-ending crashes, which means that neither of them will ever race in the Piston Cup again because of their injuries. Why? You mean car! And John Hicks will be banned from ever racing in the Piston Cup again. Not a suspension, a ban. He will never be allowed to race in the Piston Cup ever again. This is also the first time the Piston Cup has banned a racer since 1974, and only the 3rd car ever. And he's also disqualified from this race. David Rudikar would take the lead on lap 341 and lose the lead the very next lap to Cal Weathers, who'd lead until lap 344. But unfortunately, Greg Beeple would be out on lap 344 because of an engine failure. Lightning McQueen would then retake the lead after the restart and lead the final 55 laps. How does any car lead more than 50 laps in a row 3 times in a race? How? But it does mean that he wins the 2010 The King 400, with David Rudikar finishing 2nd, Cal Weathers 3rd, Carl Edwards 4th, and Jeff Corvette rounding out the top 5. And finishing in 6th is Clint Bokar, followed by Bobby Swift, and then Jamie McCarry, Casey Corner, and Jeff Burnton rounding out the top 10. And Jimmy Cables made his way up to 11th. And Phil Tankson, who wrecked the Mean Green Car, finishes 12th, just ahead of Denny Carlin. Tony Gasworth finishes 15th for some reason. David Raycar finishes 17th, ahead of Matt Karzith. Then there's Maury Clutchburn and Mark Carton rounding out the top 20. And here is the rest of the field, with Kyle Busch-Tire finishing 22nd and the Rocket Ryan Newcar finishing 25th, somehow ahead of Kurt Busch-Tire, who only barely beat Reed Sorencar. Brick Hicks finishes 30th. Kevin Karvik is the last car to finish on the lead lap, finishing 31st this race. And unfortunately, Jackson the Asteroid and Ray Clutcher will never race again. But they did finish in the top 35, ahead of the Mean Green Car. And here is the top 20 in points, with Lightning McQueen being over 500 points ahead of Cal Weathers in 2nd. How? And Cal Weathers is in second because Kevin Harvick had a terrible race this race. And Jeff Gorvette is now right behind Kyle Busch-Tire. Hopefully, he can pass him in the point standings.
Remember to press the notifications button, which goes ring, ring, ring after you press it. And lightning strikes back, and that's as if you subscribed, of course. And thank you for watching this entire video.
How is Lightning McQueen over 500 points ahead of second placed Cal Weathers? How is this possible? And Matt Kenseth is still in the top 10, despite the fact that he's only led one lap. Everyone else in the top 10 has led way more than one lap. And the one race Matt Kenseth did lead a lap in, basically everybody led a lap. And very few laps. And the next race, the 17th race of the 2010 Piston Cup season, will be coming out soon enough. Unfortunately, the 2022 Russian invasion of Ukraine is still going on. The Ukrainian people just want to live in peace and have freedom. And who is in the way of this common dream? The tyrant Vladimir Putin, who is taking more land from Ukraine. You already have enough of your own. And we at the hashtag KABullets YouTube channel will continue to stand with Ukraine, as there is no room for tyranny in Ukraine, or anywhere else for that matter. Slava Ukrainie! Heroyam Slava!
KABullets YouTube channel.
Hurry up, now tell us why you're here.
The Mean Green Car Chicks will be suspended for the rest of the season because he illegally raced last race. And starting at pole position is Lightning McQueen, and to his outside, Cal Weathers. Row 2 has Jeff Gorvette and the Rocket, Ryan Newcar, to his outside. Row 3 has Tony Gasworth, the 2002 Piston Cup champion, and Bobby Swift to his outside. Row 4 has Kyle Busch-Tire and Carl Edwards to his outside. Row 5 has Jimmy Cables and Juan Papa Montoya, once again starting 10th. Row 6 has Clint Bokar and Mark Carton to his outside. I hope he can win. Row 7 has Greg Beeple and Brick Yardley to his outside, the winner of the 2008 Florida 500. And row 8 has Brick Hicks and Denny Carlin, who is very inconsistent. Row 9 has Mike Yankee Jr. and Phil Tankson. These two are good friends. Row 10 has Jeff Burnton the Jumper and David Rudikar, who surprised everyone last race. Row 11 has Samuel Serpentino and Moray Clutchburn, the 1989 Piston Cup champion. Row 12 has Martin Karks Jr. and Todd Marcus, who is inconsistent. Row 13 has Kevin Harvick, who is not doing very well, and Dale Earnhardt Jr. to his outside. Row 14 is Kurt Busch-Tire, who shouldn't say a certain word, and Casey Corner to his outside. Row 15 is Joey Logierno and Brad Keselowski. I wonder if they'll do anything. Row 16 is Bogart Hopscotch, Samuel Serpentino's rival, and David Raycar to his outside. Row 17 is TG Castlenut and Reb Meeker. I hope they don't DNF. Row 18 has Ricky Axel making his first start this season, and Chip Gearings to his outside. Row 19 has Matt Kenseth, who's always in the back, and Jack DePost. Row 20 has Ernie Gearson, who is now feeling better, and Rex Revler, who has won one race. Row 21 has AJ Carmeninger and Jamie McCarry to his outside, and starting in 43rd is Tommy Highbanks. And these 9 cars, among many others, failed to qualify for this race. Now into the race. Lightning McQueen would lead for the first 36 laps before he'd lose the lead to Jeff Gorvette, who would lead for 2 laps before he'd lose the lead to Tony Gassford, who would lead all the way until lap 45. But, unfortunately, Dale Earnhardt Jr. would be out on lap 41 because of an engine failure, and Lightning McQueen will once again be back in the lead before Denny Carlin would take the lead from him on lap 82, leading until lap 97, where Casey Corner would take the lead, leading until lap 101. But Kyle Busch would be second as of that lap, where he wrecks who? Casey Corner, who's now out. And unfortunately, Kyle Busch would take the lead after the restart. And his older brother Kurt would be 16th as of lap 128, where he wrecks Ricky Axel. Why? And then Kurt Busch says this: Kurt Busch don't say that word. On lap 147, Kyle Busch would lose the lead to Jamie McCarry, and then he'd lose the lead to Bobby Swift 2 laps later. And he'd lead until lap 155, where Ryan Newcar, the Rocket, would take the lead from him. And he'd lead until Denny Carlin would take the lead from him on lap 162. 4 laps later, Ryan Newcar would be back in the lead, leading for 2 laps before Jimmy Cables would take the lead from him. He'd lead for 10 laps, but unfortunately, on lap 175, T.G. Castlenut would accidentally wreck himself while trying to wreck Joey Logierno. But Joey Logierno is still out. On lap 178, Jeff Gorvette would take the lead and lead until lap 194, where Chip Gearings would take the lead off of pit cycles. And after pit stops are done, Maury Clutchburn would take the lead from him, leading for 8 laps. But unfortunately, now he's down a lap because he took a long pit stop. And then Kyle Busch would take the lead from him, leading for 6 laps before the jumper, Jeff Burton, would take the lead for himself, leading until lap 214, where Cal Weathers would take the lead from him, leading for 13 laps before Bobby Swift would retake the lead, leading for 14 laps, but then David Raycar would be out on lap 247 because of an engine failure. Rex Reveler would take the lead on lap 251 and lead for 2 laps before Jimmy Cables would retake the lead, leading for 2 laps before Lightning McQueen would retake the lead, leading all the way until lap 298. But then Kyle Busch would bump him into the wall. Why? And then he would take the lead for himself, leading until lap 332. And Lightning McQueen would be down 2 laps as a result of being bumped. Mike Yankee Jr. would take the lead on lap 332 and lead until the final lap. Bogart Hopscotch would be 31st as of lap 333, where he wrecks his rival Samuel Serpentino. Of course he does that. And Lightning McQueen would be back on the lead lap with 2 laps to go. And Mike Yankee Jr. would be the winner of the 2010 Rev and Go 350, where Jimmy Cables would finish 2nd, Kyle Busch third, Bobby Swift 4th, and Jeff Gorvette rounding out the top 5. And here is the top 20 of the race, with the Rocket Ryan Newcar finishing 6th, and Jeff Burton the Jumper finishing 7th. Reb Meeker and Rex Reveler didn't DNF. Hooray! And Jamie McCarry just barely misses out on a top 10. Matt Karzith would finish 13th, leading 0 laps, of course, just ahead of Lightning McQueen, who's had his worst finish this season. Inconsistent Todd Marcus rounds out the top 20, just ahead of Denny Carlin, who's also inconsistent. And Brick Hicks is still finishing in the bottom half of the field. And somehow, Kevin Harvick somehow finishes below 30th for some reason. But at least Ernie Gearson is not the last car on the lead lap. Jack DePost is the last car to finish on the lead lap, finishing 35th. And here is the top 20 in points. Dale Earnhardt Jr., who finished 43rd, fell out of the top 20, being replaced by Phil Tankson, who is very popular right now. And, of course, I put some stuff under the status label. Because how or why Matt Karzith is still in the top 10, despite leading only 1 lap this season.
notifications button, which goes ring, ring, ring after you press it. And lightning strikes back, and that's as if you subscribed, of course. And thank you for watching this entire video.
Due to recent consistency, Bobby Swift now climbs into second in points. Still, 521 points behind the points leader, Lightning McQueen, who only just managed his second finish outside of the top 10 this season. How? It's been 17 races! And also, Matt Karseth is still in the top 10. And the Busch Tire brothers. Kurt, don't say a certain word! And Kyle Busch Tire, why are you wrecking other cars? What are you, the mean yellow car? And of course, Ryan Newcar is the Rocket, and Jeff Burton is the Jumper. And the 18th race of the 2010 Piston Cup season will be coming out, hopefully very soon. Unfortunately, the 2022 Russian invasion of Ukraine is still going on. It's now been over 6 months since the invasion has begun. The Ukrainian people just want to live in peace and have freedom. But who stands in the way of this common dream? The Russian tyrant, Vladimir Putin, who is taking more land away from Ukraine. You already have enough of your own. And we at the hashtag KABullets YouTube channel will continue to stand with Ukraine as they are fighting against tyranny. Slava Ukraini! Heroyam Slava! Or in English, glory to Ukraine! Glory to the heroes!
KABullets YouTube channel.
Hurry up, now tell us why you're here.
Starting at pole position is Kevin Harvick, with Lightning McQueen, the current points leader, to his outside. Row 2 has teammates Kyle Busch Tire on the inside and Denny Carlin on the outside. Row 3 has Jeff Gorvette, two-time Piston Cup champion, and Kurt Busch Tire. Don't say that word. And Matt Karseth, his old teammate, will start on the inside of row 4 with Jeff Burton to his outside. Row 5 has Tony Gasswort and Greg Beeple, both started in the same row before. Row 6 has Mark Carton and his former teammate Carl Edwards to his outside. Row 7 has Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Cal Weathers. Both have relatives who raced in the 1990s. Row 8 has the Rocket Ryan Newcar and Jimmy Cables to his outside. Row 9 has Clint Bolcar and Joey Logierno, who I hope doesn't wreck any cars. Row 10 has Bobby Swift and Jamie McCarry. Both started near the rear of the field this season. Row 11 has Martin Carx Jr. and David Rudikar. Both are teammates. Row 12 has Casey Corner and AJ Carmeninger, who qualified last race. Sometimes he doesn't qualify, that's why. Row 13 has Brick Yardley and Mike Yankee Jr., who are both considered to be underperforming this season. Row 14 has Juan Pablo Montoya and Paul Racedraft to his outside. Row 15 is Maury Clutchburn, who has over 900 consecutive starts in the Piston Cup, and Brick Hicks. Row 16 is Brad Karslowski and David Raycar, who also sometimes qualifies. Row 17 is Todd Marcus and Ernie Gearson to his outside. Row 19 has Chip Gearings and Reb Meeker, who unfortunately DNF quite a lot. Row 20 is Rex Reveler and Bobby Carboni, making his 4th start this season. Now to the next row, row 20, where there's Hank Weathers and TG Castlenut. I wonder what they're going to do. Row 21 has Jack DePost and Robbie Gorvette? Since when did he choose to qualify? And starting in 43rd is the very popular Phil Tankson. But unfortunately, these 4 cars, among many others, failed to qualify for this race. Now into the race. Kevin Harvick would lead the first 9 laps of the race before, unfortunately, Robbie Gorvette would be 40th as of lap 4, where he wrecks. Phil Tankson, why? Jeff Gorvette would take the lead on lap 9 and lead on pit cycles, but on lap 11, Kevin Harvick would be back in the lead, but 2 laps later, Greg Beeple would take the lead from him, leading 2 laps before Kyle Buschtire would take the lead, but lose the lead 3 laps later to Kevin Karvik, who would retake the lead on lap 18, but lose it 6 laps later on lap 24 to Lightning McQueen, who would lead for 5 laps before Kurt Buschtire would take the lead from him, leading for 1 lap before Kevin Karvik would retake the lead for 1 lap. But then Kurt Buschtire would be back in the lead until lap 39, where Lightning McQueen would once again take the lead, leading until lap 56, where Juan Pablo Montoya would take the lead for himself, where he'd lead for 7 laps, losing it on lap 63, but Kyle Buschtire would be 23rd as of lap 63, where he wrecks TG Castlenut and Jack DePost. Why? Jeff Gorvette would take the lead after the restart and lead for the next 5 laps, but then Brad Keselowski would then take the lead for 1 lap before Jeff Gorvette would retake the lead, leading until lap 73, but then Juan Pablo Montoya would be back in the lead on lap 74, where he loses the lead half a lap later to Denny Carlin, who keeps the lead until lap 78. Cal Weathers would then take the lead, where he'd lead until lap 84, where of course Kyle Buschtire would take the lead until lap 103. Reb Meeker would be 3rd as of lap 103, where he wrecks Kyle Buschtire. Hooray! Jeff Burton would jump over all of this and take the lead after the restart, leading until lap 106, where Robbie Gorvette would take the lead, leading for just 1 lap. Mark Carton would then take the lead from him, leading for 4 laps, but then Juan Pablo Montoya would then retake the lead, leading for 2 more laps. Then Jeff Gorvette would retake the lead on lap 113, but then lose the lead the very next lap to the other Jeff Burton, who would lead until lap 117, where Jamie McCarry and David Raycar would accidentally wreck into each other. Brick Yardley would take the lead after the restart, but then quickly lose the lead to Ernie Gearson, someone who was racing before Brick was even born. He'd lead until lap 120, where Tony Gasworth would take the lead from him, leading until lap 125, where Jeff Burton would retake the lead, leading for 2 more laps before Tony Gasworth would be back in the lead for 1 lap, before Clint Bokar would take the lead for 1 lap. Then Kevin Karvik would retake the lead again for 1 lap. And then his teammate Clint Bokar would retake the lead once again for 1 more lap. Kevin Karvik would retake the lead again and then lead for 2 laps before Lightning McQueen would be back in the lead, leading 2 more laps. But then Jeff Burton would jump over him and lead the next 3 laps. But on lap 135, Ernie Gearson would be out because he ran out of gas. And then he admits that he forgot to get some. Then Kurt Buschtire would take the lead on lap 137, but then lose it on lap 141 to Kevin Karvik, who would lead for 4 more laps before Chip Gearings would be 17th as of lap 145, where he accidentally wrecks AJ Carmeninger, Martin Carrix Jr., Todd Marcus, Brick Hicks, Brick Yardley, Jimmy Cables, Brad Keselowski, Joey Logierno, Mark Carton, Juan Pablo Montoya, and Ryan Newcar. Why? Clint Bokar would take the lead after the restart, leading for 10 laps before losing the lead to Jeff Gorvette, who would lead 2 more laps before Clint Bokar would retake the lead, leading until lap 164, where his teammate Kevin Karvik would be back in the lead for 20 more laps before, of course, Lightning McQueen would retake the lead. He'd lead until lap 198, when Cal Weathers would take the lead, leading for 12 laps before Kurt Buschtire would retake the lead, leading until lap 224, when Jeff Burton would jump over him. He would lead for 2 more laps before Kurt Buschtire would be 7th as of lap 226, where he'd bump Tony Gasworth and Denny Carlin out of the way, putting them both 1 lap down. And Craig Shiftright asks why Kurt Buschtire did that. Kurt Busch-Tire, after hearing this, would take the lead and lead until lap 243. But then Lightning McQueen, of course, retakes the lead, leading 31 more laps before Kevin Harvick would retake the lead on lap 274, leading for 12 laps before Chip Gearings would take the lead off of pit cycles. But the very next lap, he would have an engine failure, which means he's out! But then Rex Revler would crash into the back of Chip Gearings, which means he's out too! Cal Weathers would take the lead after the restart, where Kevin Harvick would pass him almost immediately, leading until lap 312, where Bobby Swift would take the lead for a couple of turns, before Kevin Harvick would be back in the lead, leading for another 23 laps before Clint Bokar, his teammate, would also be back in the lead, leading for 8 laps before Reb Meeker would take the lead for 4 laps, before, of course, Lightning McQueen would retake the lead, leading for 4 more laps before Jeff Gorvette would retake the lead, leading until lap 356, where Cal Weathers would once again retake the lead, leading for 2 laps, but then Mike Yankee Jr. would take the lead and lead for 6 laps before, of course, Lightning McQueen would, of course, retake the lead for 3 laps, before Kevin Harvick would be back in the lead, leading until lap 371, where Casey Corner would take the lead. He would take the lead off of the last pit cycle, which was really long, unfortunately putting Mike Yankee Jr., Reb Meeker, and Greg Beeple 1 lap down, and putting Tony Gasworth and Denny Carlin another lap down. Kevin Harvick would retake the lead for 4 more laps before Jeff Burton would once again retake the lead, but this time with the help of the wall, and lead until lap 383, where Cal Weathers would retake the lead, leading until lap 389, where Kurt Busch-Tire would take the lead and lose it on lap 392 to Kevin Harvick, who would only keep the lead for 3 laps before, right before the start-finish line, Cal Weathers would take the lead. But Lightning McQueen is back in the lead shortly after. But the very next lap, Kevin Harvick would retake the lead. 3 turns later, what happens 3 turns later? Lightning McQueen would be back in the lead. But 50 feet later in the next lap, Kevin Harvick would pass him on the high side, leading the field when the white flag is flown. But on turn 3, Lightning McQueen would retake the lead. Kevin Harvick would chase him down, but it would be too late because Lightning McQueen took the checkered flag and is declared the winner of the 2010 Gasprin 400. Achieving his 50th career victory, Kevin Harvick would finish second this race, 25 feet behind Lightning McQueen. Casey Corner would finish third this race, Jeff Gorvette fourth, and Cal Weathers would round out the top 5. And here is the top 20 of the race, with Jeff Burton the jumper just missing out on a top 5. Dale Earnhardt Jr. somehow finishes 7th, right ahead of Bobby Swift and Carl Edwards. Kurt Busch-Tire round out the top 10, beating David Rudicard to the position. And somehow, Robbie Gorvette finishes 12th, and Hank Weathers finishes 13th. They got lucky. And Maury Clutchburn finished 14th. I guess they're lucky because Bobby Carboni also finished 16th this race, somehow ahead of Clint Bokar. And he finishes ahead of Paul Racedraft, who is the last car to finish on the lead lap, finishing 18th because 19th and 20th, Mike Yankee Jr. and Reb Meeker are both 1 lap down. And for the rest of the field, almost everyone is out at various stages of the race. And Tony Gasworth is the last car to finish the race on the track, finishing 23rd. Chip Gearings accidentally caused the big one, but he ended the race in the garage. And unfortunately, Phil Tankson finishes 43rd this race. Let's see how the point standings are doing. Lightning McQueen is still over 500 points ahead of Bobby Swift, and the top 4 are the same. They just got closer together. And Phil Tankson has dropped out of the top 20, but Dale Earnhardt Jr. is back in it. And how is Matt Kenseth not leading any laps and is still in the top 10? At least Kyle Busch fell down the point standings.
Remember to press the notifications button, which goes ring, ring, ring after you press it. And lightning strikes back, and that's as if you subscribed, of course. And thank you for watching this entire video.
How is Lightning McQueen still over 500 points ahead of his competition? And also, he just got his 50th career victory at the halfway point of his 6th Piston Cup season. He's already won 3 Piston Cups, and he's still so far ahead of his competition. And also, Matt Kenseth still hasn't led any more laps. How? At least Kurt Busch didn't say the bad word. Unfortunately, his younger brother Kyle is still wrecking other cars. And the 19th race of the 2010 Piston Cup season will be coming out soon enough. Unfortunately, the 2022 Russian invasion of Ukraine is still going on. The Ukrainian people just want to live in peace and have freedom. But who stands in the way of this common dream? The tyrant Vladimir Putin. There is no room for your tyranny in Ukraine. Why, Vladimir Putin, are you taking land from Ukraine? You already have enough of your own. We at the hashtag #GetABullets YouTube channel will continue to stand with Ukraine and hope that Ukraine succeeds in their attempt to retake land from Russia. The occupied lands of Crimea, the Donbass, Kherson, Mariupol, and other lands need to be returned to Ukraine, and hopefully they can retake them. Slava Ukraini! Heroyam Slava!
Sadly, on the 8th of September, 2022, Queen Elizabeth II died. She died of old age. She was the longest ruling British monarch in history, ruling from 1952 to 2022. Almost the entirety of Piston Cup history happened when she was parked on the British throne. And she made an appearance in Cars 2, which is why this picture is shown here. And may Queen Elizabeth II rest in peace.
AAAAAANY YouTube channel.
Hurry up, now tell us why you're here.
Juan Pablo Montoya will start at pole position, with Lightning McQueen, the current champion, to his outside. Row 2 has Mark Carton and Jamie McCarry to his outside. Row 3 has The Rocket, Ryan Newcar, and Clint Bokar to his outside. Row 4 has Greg People and two-time Piston Cup champion Jeff Gorvette to his outside. Row 5 has the teammates Kevin Carvick and Jeff Burnton, the jumper. And row 6 has Brad Keselowski and Martin Truex Jr. to his outside. And row 7 has Matt Kenseth and his former teammate Kurt Busch, who hopefully doesn't say the bad word. Row 8 has Tony Gasworth and AJ Carmendinger, who is numbered 43. Row 9 has Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Denny Carlin, who complained about not winning a championship last season. Row 10 has Carl Edwards and Cal Weathers, the other car that's numbered 42. Row 11 has Bobby Swift and Brick Yardley, who's looking for a better finish this race. Row 12 has Kyle Busch, the mean yellow car, and Casey Corner to his outside. Row 13 is Brick Hicks, the nice Hicks, and Jimmy Cables to his outside. Row 14 has Moray Clutchburn, who's been racing since 1985,
and David Brakar. Row 15 has David Rudikar, another David, and Rex Reveler to his outside. Row 16 is Bill Racelot, making his second start this season, and Ernie Gearson to his outside. Row 17 has Floyd Mulvihill and Joey Logierno, who shouldn't have followed Kyle Buschtire's example. Row 18 has Reb Meeker and Chip Gearings. I hope neither of them crash. Row 19 has Phil Tankson, what are you doing back there? And TG Castlenut. Row 20 has Dud Throttleman and Bruce Miller. I wonder what they're going to do. Row 21 has Dave Laney in his final season and Mike Yankee Jr. to his outside. And starting in 43rd is Todd Marcus, who almost skipped qualifying. But unfortunately, these 7 cars, among many others, failed to qualify for this race. Juan Pablo Montoya would lead for the first 16 laps of the race before he'd lose the lead to Lightning McQueen, who would lead for the next 5 laps, but on lap 21 he'd lose it. But Chip Gearings would be out because of an engine failure on lap 20. Juan Pablo Montoya would retake the lead on lap 21 and lead all the way until lap 37, but then Kyle Buschtire is 20th as of lap 33, where he wrecks Bruce Miller, Dave Laney, and Ernie Gearson. Why? Mark Carton would take the lead on lap 37 and lead until lap 48, where he'd lose the lead to Greg Beeple, who would lead for just 2 laps before he'd lose the lead to Juan Pablo Montoya, who would lead all the way until lap 62. But unfortunately, Joey Logierno would be 28th as of lap 56, where he wrecks TG Castlenut and Phil Tankson. Why? And Greg Beeple would retake the lead on lap 62, leading until lap 98, where his teammate Carl Edwards would take the lead from him. He'd lead for 2 laps, but on lap 100, Juan Pablo Montoya would retake the lead, leading for 40 laps before his teammate Jamie McCarry would take the lead from him, leading until lap 145, where Kevin Carvick would take the lead. He'd lead for 4 laps before Jamie McCarry would retake the lead, leading all the way until lap 169 for a total of 20 laps before Lightning McQueen would retake the lead, leading until lap 176, where Cal Weathers would take the lead off of pit cycles. But on lap 177, Lightning McQueen would be back in the lead, leading until lap 201. But then, Juan Pablo Montoya once again retakes the lead, leading for another 6 laps. But then Jeff Gorvette would take the lead for 2 laps, but on lap 208, Lightning McQueen would retake the lead, leading all the way until lap 233, where Juan Pablo Montoya once again would retake the lead, leading until lap 237, where Jamie McCarry would once again take the lead, leading until lap 245 for a total of 8 laps. But then Kyle Buschtire would be 5th as of lap 245, where he wrecks Todd Marcus, Cal Weathers, and Juan Pablo Montoya. Why? And he also puts Dud Throttleman, Brick Hicks, Mike Yankee Jr., David Rudikar, and Dale Earnhardt Jr. 1 lap down. Why? And Lightning McQueen would take the lead after the restart and lead until lap 253, where Carl Edwards would take the lead from him, losing the lead on lap 255 to Mark Carton, who would lead until lap 272, but then he'd lose the lead to Bobby Swift, who would lead until lap 279. But of course, Lightning McQueen retakes the lead, leading all the way until lap 326, but Jamie McCarry would take the lead from him, leading for 12 laps. But on lap 336, Dale Earnhardt Jr. would be back on the lead lap, and Lightning McQueen would retake the lead on lap 338. On lap 346, Floyd Mulvihill would take the lead from him, leading for 2 laps before Brick Yardley would take the lead from him, leading for 10 laps before Lightning McQueen would once again retake the lead, leading until lap 370, where Jamie McCarry would once again retake the lead, leading for 13 laps before Brick Yardley would take the lead from him. He'd lead for 3 more laps before Lightning McQueen would of course retake the lead and take the checkered flag to win the 2010 Brickyard 400, where Jamie McCarry would finish 2nd this race, Brick Yardley 3rd, Kevin Carvick 4th, and Greg Beeple rounding out the top 5. And here is the top 20 of the race, with Clint Bokar finishing 6th, Tony Gasworth 7th, Jeff Burton to the jumper 8th, Carl Edwards 9th, and the mean yellow car, Kyle Busch-Tire, rounding out the top 10, followed by Joey Logierno and Kurt Busch-Tire. And Mark Carton would finish 13th, Bobby Swift 14th, and Matt Karseth 15th, with Casey Corner, Jimmy Cables, Denny Carlin, AJ Carmendinger, and Rocket Ryan Newcar form the top 20. And here are the rest of the results. How did Floyd Mulvihill and Jeff Gorvette finish outside the top 20? And Reb Meeker, at least, didn't wreck out. But Dale Earnhardt Jr. is the last car to finish on the lead lap, finishing 30th this race. And unfortunately, Chip Gearings finished 43rd yet again. And here is the top 20 in points, where Lightning McQueen still leads by a massive margin. And Kevin Harvick moves back up to 3rd in points. And Denny Carlin falls down to 8th in points for some reason. Matt Karseth still has only led 1 lap this season. And also, Jeff Gorvette and Kyle Busch-Tire switched places. Why, mean yellow car?
Remember to press the notifications button, which goes ring, ring, ring after you press it. And lightning strikes back, and that's as if you subscribed, of course. And thank you for watching this entire video.
Lightning McQueen has a 628-point lead over Bobby Swift. How is this possible? Lightning McQueen has straight up dominated the entire 2010 Piston Cup season so far. We're only just over halfway through the season, and Lightning McQueen is already in a position to win the Piston Cup. How? Well, of course, he's won the most races. And he's only finished outside of the top 10 twice so far this season. And Matt Karseth has still only led 1 lap this season. And that was in a race where everybody led a lap. And the next race of the 2010 Piston Cup season will be coming out very soon. Unfortunately, the 2022 Russian invasion of Ukraine is still going on. The Ukrainian people are tired of war and just want to live in peace and have freedom. But who is standing in the way of this common dream? The tyrant and bully, Vladimir Putin. Why did you launch this invasion in the first place? You already have enough land of your own. And also, you're losing. The summer counteroffensive in the south is being launched by the Ukrainian armed forces around the city of Kherson. Ukrainian soldiers at the moment are winning this southern counteroffensive, and we at the hashtag KABullets YouTube channel still stand with Ukraine and hope the soldiers do well. Hopefully all cities in Ukraine will be liberated very soon, followed by peace, which means that the people will no longer have to deal with war and can live their lives happily. But the tyrant Vladimir Putin is not letting this happen. Slava Ukrainie! Heroям слава! Нехай швидше дарується Україні перемога!
KABullets YouTube channel.
Hurry up, now tell us why you're here.
Starting at pole position is Cal Weathers with Carl Edwards to his outside. Row 2 has Tony Gasworth, the 2002 Piston Cup champion, and Bobby Swift to his outside. Row 3 has two-time Piston Cup champion Jeff Gorvette and Greg Beeple to his outside. Row 4 has Denny Carlin and Jimmy Cables in the number 00. Row 5 has Kyle
Kyle Busch Tire and Lightning McQueen, the defending champion. Row 6 has Kurt Busch Tire, don't say that word, and Jeff Burnton, who's outside. Row 7 has Clint Bokar and Mark Carton, who is well liked by other racers. Row 8 has Brad Keselowski and Brick Hicks. Hopefully one of them will finish in the top 20. Row 9 has the Rocket Ryan Newcar, not starting up front, and Kevin Harvick, who's outside. Row 10 has Brick Yardley and Casey Corner, who did badly in practice. Row 11 has Juan Pablo Montoya and Jamie McCarry, who both did well last race. Row 12 has Phil Tankson and Mike Yankee Jr. Expectations for these two were much higher. Row 13 has Martin Truex Jr. and Joey Logano, the mean orange car. And row 14 has Dale Earnhardt Jr. and David Ricard to his outside. Row 15 has David Rudikar and Todd Marcus, two cars that skip races. Row 16 has Murray Clutchburn and Reb Meeker to his outside. Row 17 has Matt Kenseth and Rex Revler to his outside. Row 18 has TG Castlenut and Ernie Gearson, who I hope won't leave the race early. Row 19 has Samuel Serpentino and Chip Gearings. I don't know why, but Doug Throttleman and Bogart Hopscotch will start in row 20. I hope there are no wrecks. Row 21 has Jack DePost and Paunchy Wipeout. And starting in 43rd is Bill Gears, somehow. Qualifying ahead of Dave Laney, Bruce Miller, and these other cars who failed to qualify. Cal Weathers would lead for the first 15 laps of the race, but unfortunately, Bill Gears would be out on lap 3. And Jimmy Cables would take the lead on lap 15 and lead until lap 17, but Chip Gearings would be out on lap 17 because of an engine failure. Lightning McQueen would take the lead on lap 18 and lead all the way until lap 42, where Greg People would take the lead from him. One lap later, Bogart Hopscotch is 35th as of lap 43, where he wrecks Samuel Serpentino. Of course this happens. And Denny Carlin would take the lead after the restart and lead for 22 laps before Bobby Swift would take the lead from him, leading until lap 72, where the Rocket Ryan Newcar would rocket up to the front, leading for 5 laps, but Joey Logano would be 26th as of lap 75, where he wrecks. Who does he wreck? Rex Revler, Paunchy Wipeout, Murray Clutchburn, David Rudikar, and Brick Hicks. Why? And Doug Throttleman would be 21st as of lap 76, where he'd wreck Bogart Hopscotch. Why? Tony Gasworth would take the lead from his teammate and lead until lap 98, where Mike Yankee Jr. would take the lead from him. He'd lead until lap 112, but in the meantime, Kyle Busch Tire would be 9th as of lap 33, where he wrecks Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Brad Keselowski. Why? Lightning McQueen would take the lead on lap 112 and lead all the way until lap 158, where Phil Tankson would take the lead from him. He'd lead for 4 laps before Denny Carlin would retake the lead, leading all the way until lap 178, where Jimmy Cables would take the lead from him, leading for 8 laps before Cal Weathers would take the lead from him, leading for 3 laps, but then Kyle Busch Tire would take the lead and lead all the way until lap 233, where Kevin Harvick would take the lead from him, leading all the way until lap 276. But Bobby Swift would take the lead on lap 276 and lead until lap 284, where Denny Carlin would retake the lead, leading for 2 whole laps, before TG Castlenut would actually lead 2 laps of his own before Carl Edwards would take the lead from him. On lap 295, Carl Edwards would lose the lead to Lightning McQueen, who would lead until lap 324, where Jeff Gorvette, his old friend, would take the lead from him, leading for 4 laps. But Kurt Busch Tire is 12th as of lap 328, where he wrecks. Who does he wreck? Todd Marcus! Why? And Kurt Busch Tire would go down 1 lap. Is this karma? I don't know. But Mike Yankee Jr. would be back in the lead on lap 329 and lead all the way until lap 336, where Kyle Kyle Busch-Tire would retake the lead. But on lap 342, Tony Gasworth would bump him out of the way and lead for the next 5 laps before Jimmy Cables would take the lead from him, leading all the way until lap 374, where Kevin Carvick would take the lead from him and lead for another 5 laps, but then Mike Yankee Jr. would be back in the lead, leading for 2 more laps before the Rocket Ryan Newcar would be back up front, leading for 2 more laps for himself before Lightning McQueen would retake the lead, leading until lap 385, where Mike Yankee Jr. would retake the lead, leading for 3 more laps before Kevin Carvick would retake the lead, leading for 2 more laps, but on lap 389, Mike Yankee Jr. would be back up front, leading the next 5 laps before Jimmy Cables would be back in the lead, leading until lap 396, before Kevin Carvick would lead the final 4 laps of the race to win the 2010 Revolting 400, with Mike Yankee Jr. finishing second this race, Jimmy Cables third, Ryan Newcar fourth, and Denny Carlin rounding out the top 5. And here is the top 20 of the race, with Tony Gasworth, Carl Edwards, Kyle Busch-Tire, Lightning McQueen, and Cal Weathers rounding out the top 10. Unfortunately, Phil Tankson missed out on a top 10 finish, just narrowly ahead of Brick Yardley. Mark Carton finishes 13th again. T.G. Castlenut would somehow get a top 20 finish, and Greg People would round out the top 20. And just behind him is Jeff Burnton, who's unfortunately no longer on the screen. But the last car to finish on the lead lap is Jack DePost, somehow just narrowly behind Joey Logierno. Jack DePost would finish 30th this race, ahead of Kurt Busch-Tire, who ended the race 1 lap down. And Chip Gearings dodged finishing 43rd. And here is the top 20 in points, where of course, Lightning McQueen has a huge lead over second place, which is now held by Kevin Carvick. And somehow, Jamie McCarry is now in the top 20 in points.
Remember to press the notifications button, which goes ring, ring, ring after you press it. And lightning strikes back, and that's as if you subscribed, of course. And thank you for watching this entire video.
How is Lightning McQueen so far ahead of his competition? We're not debating who's winning the Piston Cup. We're debating who's going to finish second. Because that changes. Kevin Carvick retook second place with his win in the 2010 Revolting 400. And once again, Matt Karseth didn't lead a lap. But here's what's surprising. When Kurt Busch-Tire went down a lap, he didn't say the bad word. Hooray! Or maybe he said it off screen. Oh no! That can't be good. But the 21st race of the 2010 Piston Cup season will be coming out relatively soon. Unfortunately, the 2022 Russian invasion of Ukraine is still going on. It's been over 6 months since it began. The Ukrainian people are tired of war and just want to live in peace and have freedom. But who stands in the way of this common dream? The tyrant and bully Vladimir Putin, who is not just bullying Ukrainians, he's also bullying Russians, because he's drafting them en masse for a war they don't want to fight in and no one wants to see happen. Except for the tyrant Putin, of course. Why would you take land from Ukraine? You already have enough of your own. And the Ukrainians are fighting back and are starting to win with the Southern counteroffensive. And we at the hashtag KBullets YouTube channel will continue to stand with Ukraine. And we hope the best for the Ukrainian soldiers participating in the counteroffensive that will liberate Ukrainian territory from the tyrant Putin. Slava Ukraini! Героям слава! Нехай швидше дарується Україні перемога! May Ukraine be granted victory soon!
KA Bullets YouTube channel.
Hurry up, now tell us why you're here.
Ryan Newcar, the Rocket, will start at pole position with Jeff Corvette, who's outside. Row 2 has Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Lightning McQueen, the current champion. Row 3 has Kurt Busch-Tire, please don't say the bad word, and Carl Edwards, who's outside. Row 4 has Clint Bowcar and Bobby Swift to his outside. Row 5 has Cal Weathers, the 2008 Piston Cup champion, and Denny Carlin, who's outside. Row 6 has Greg People and Kevin Carvick, the car that is currently second in points. Row 7 has the 2002 Piston Cup champion, Tony Gasworth, and the jumper, Jeff Burnton. Row 8 has two green cars, Brick Yardley and Mark Carton. Both are quite nice. Row 9 has Jimmy Cables and Mike Yankee Jr., who both have a 00 in their number. Row 10 has Martin Carrix Jr. and Casey Corner, starting from the same position as last race. Row 11 has the mean yellow car, Kyle Busch-Tire and David Brudicar. Row 12 has Joey Logierno and Juan Pablo Montoya, who did well at the Brickyard. Row 13 has David Raycar and Jamie McCarry, who seems to be inconsistent. Row 14 is Brick Hicks and Todd Marcus, who did not skip qualifying. Row 15 is Brad Karslowski and Phil Tankson, who everyone seems to love right now. Row 16 is Reb Meeker and Ernie Gearson to his outside. Row 17 is Moray Clutchburn and Rex Revler to his outside. Row 18 is TG Castlenut and Matt Karzith. What are you doing starting all the way back here? Row 19 has Tommy Highbanks and Jack DePost to his outside. Row 20 has Chip Gearings and Dino Draftsky to his outside. And in row 21, there's Marcus Kranksler and Ivanov Tusky making his first start in the Piston Cup. And starting in 43rd is Will Draft Rev! How? And these 7 cars, among many others, failed to qualify for this race. Now into the race. Ryan Newcar, the Rocket, would lead for the first lap of the race before Will Draft Rev would be out because he hit the wall. Jeff Corvette would take the lead on lap 2 and lead for the next 17 laps before his teammate Dale Earnhardt Jr. would take the lead from him, leading until lap 24, where Cal Weathers would take the lead from him. On lap 32, he'd lose the lead to Bobby Swift, who would lead for 5 laps before Lightning McQueen would take the lead. He'd lead for 10 laps before Kyle Busch-Tire would be second as of lap 47, where he wrecks Lightning McQueen, who's now down 1 lap. Why? And Ryan Newcar would retake the lead, leading until lap 56, where he'd lose the lead to Greg People, who would lead all the way until lap 63, where he'd lose the lead to Kyle Busch-Tire. He'd lead for 2 laps before his older brother Kurt would take the lead from him, leading until lap 68, where Jeff Corvette would be back in the lead, leading until lap 72, where Kevin Carvick would take the lead from him. He'd lead for 4 laps before Ryan Newcar would once again rocket back up to the front, leading for 5 laps before Bobby Swift would be back in the lead, leading until lap 84, where Denny Carlin would take the lead, leading until lap 92, where Kurt Busch-Tire would take the lead from him, leading for 3 laps before Jeff Corvette would retake the lead, leading for 3 more laps before Cal Weathers would retake the lead, leading until lap 115. But fortunately, Lightning McQueen would be back on the lead lap on lap 108. Denny Carlin would take the lead on lap 115 and lead for 4 laps before he'd lose the lead to Ryan Newcar, who would lead for 8 laps before Cal Weathers would be back in the lead
off of pit cycles, before Ryan Newcar would once again retake the lead, leading until lap 132, where Jimmy Cables would take the lead from him. He'd lead for 2 laps before Tony Gasworth would pass him on the inside and lead for just 2 laps before Jeff Gorvette would once again retake the lead, leading until lap 141, where Cal Weathers would once again take the lead. He'd lead for 5 laps, but unfortunately, Ernie Gearson would be out because he ran out of fuel on lap 142. On lap 146, Carl Edwards would take the lead and lead for 2 laps before Mark Carton would take the lead from him, leading until lap 151, where Denny Carlin would once again retake the lead, leading for 6 laps before Kevin Carvick would take the lead, leading for 2 laps before Lightning McQueen would be back in the lead, leading until lap 173, where Kevin Carvick would retake the lead, leading for 2 laps before Cal Weathers would take the lead from him, leading for 3 laps before the Rocket Ryan Newcar would be back up front. But on lap 183, Lightning McQueen would once again retake the lead, leading for 4 laps before Denny Carlin would once again retake the lead, leading for 11 laps, but then Brick Yardley would take the lead off of pit cycles, leading until lap 201, where Lightning McQueen would take the lead from him. But then he'd lose the lead 3 laps later to Bobby Swift, who would lead until lap 206, where Denny Carlin would once again retake the lead, leading for 3 laps before Jeff Gorvette would once again be back in the lead, leading until lap 214. But Kyle Bushtire is 18th as of lap 214, where he wrecks David Rudikar, Casey Corner, and himself? Is this karma? But why are you wrecking other cars? Lightning McQueen would take the lead after the restart and lead until lap 253, where Denny Carlin would once again retake the lead, leading until lap 264, where Kurt Bushtire would once again take the lead, and then lose the lead on lap 271 to Brick Yardley. Brick Yardley would lead until lap 273, where Denny Carlin would once again retake the lead, leading for 5 laps before Lightning McQueen is, of course, back in the lead. But on lap 282, Denny Carlin would be back in the lead for another 5 laps. Greg People would retake the lead and then lead for 2 laps before Denny Carlin is once again back in the lead. But Cal Weathers would take the lead on lap 294 and lead for 4 laps before Ryan Newcar would retake the lead, leading until lap 300, where Denny Carlin would once again take the lead, and lead until lap 304, where Jeff Gorvette would once again retake the lead, leading for 4 laps before Kevin Carvick would take the lead from him, leading until lap 311, where Lightning McQueen would once again retake the lead, leading until lap 317, where Carl Edwards would once again take the lead. He'd lead for 2 laps before Cal Weathers would be back in the lead, leading until lap 324, where Denny Carlin, of course, retakes the lead and leads for another 3 laps before Cal Weathers would be back in the lead, leading until lap 332, where Mike Yankee Jr. would take the lead off of pit cycles, leading for 1 lap before Dale Earnhardt Jr. would take the lead from him. He'd lead for 5 laps before Lightning McQueen would, of course, retake the lead. But on lap 354, Kevin Carvick would be back in the lead. He'd lead for 2 laps, but Phil Tankson is 22nd as of lap 356, where he wrecks Joey Logierno, who shouldn't be following the Mean Yellow Cars examples. His teammate Denny Carlin would take the lead after the restart, but on lap 376, Kurt Bushtire would be back in the lead. 9 laps later, Cal Weathers would once again retake the lead, but on lap 391, he would lose the lead to Denny Carlin, who would lead the final 9 laps to win the 2010 Copper Canyon 400. With Kurt Bushtire finishing 2nd this race, Ryan Newcar 3rd, Cal Weathers 4th, and Jeff Gorvette rounding out the top 5. And here is the top 20 of the race, with Bobby Swift and Kevin Carvick missing out on a top 5 finish, despite leading numerous laps. Tony Gasworth, Mark Carton, and Lightning McQueen would round out the top 10 of the race, with Carl Edwards, who led 4 laps, missing out on a top 10 finish. And Moray Clutchburn would round out the top 20, just beating Matt Karzeth to the position. Dino Draftski would finish 23rd this race. I think a shift right would have done better though. But TG Castlenut finishes 32nd. I don't know why. Expectations were higher for him. And Brick Hicks is the last car to finish on the lead lap, finishing 37th. This race was also relatively caution-free. And here is the top 20 in points, where Lightning McQueen is leading by way too many points. And Denny Carlin now moves up into the top 5 in points after his win. And Dale Earnhardt Jr. is back in the top 20.
Remember to press the notifications button, which goes ring, ring, ring after you press it. And lightning strikes back, and that's as if you subscribed, of course. And thank you for watching this entire video.
Even though the points gap went down, the gap between Lightning McQueen and second placed Kevin Harvick is still 576 points. How is there any gap between first and second that is that big? How? But Lightning McQueen did not win 2 consecutive races in a row. And Matt Karzeth is still not leading laps. Still having only led 1 lap this season. And it was a race where everyone led a lap. And the next race, the 22nd race of the 2010 Piston Cup season, will be coming out soon enough, because this one is gonna be a long one. And something else that is very long is the 2022 Russian invasion of Ukraine, which is unfortunately still going on. The Ukrainian people just want to live in peace and have freedom. But who stands in the way of this common dream? The tyrant and bully Vladimir Putin, who is not very nice to Ukrainians, and he's not even nice to Russians either, forcing them to sign up for the draft, even though the war is none of their business. Why do you need land from Ukraine? You already have enough of your own. And the Ukrainians are fighting back with the current southern counteroffensive going on right now around the city of Kherson. Hopefully, Kherson and the other Ukrainian cities that have been taken by the Russians under Putin will be liberated very soon. And we at the hashtag KABullets YouTube channel will continue to stand with Ukraine. Slava Ukrainie! Heroyam slava! Nechai shviche darutsye Ukrainie permoha! May all occupied lands and peace be returned to Ukraine very soon.
KABullets YouTube channel.
Hurry up, now tell us why you're here.
Unfortunately, Rex Revler was involved in a practice crash and will now have to miss the next 3 races. And starting at pole position is Bobby Swift with Clint Bocart to his outside. Row 2 has Kurt Busch-Tire, please don't say that word! And Juan Pablo Montoya to his outside. Row 3 has the jumper Jeff Burnton and Dale Earnhardt Jr. to his outside. Row 4 has Cal Weathers and the Rocket Ryan Newcar to his outside. Row 5 has Jimmy Cables and Brick Yardley, who raced at the Brickyard, like most of the rest of the field. Row 6 has Brad Kozlowski and Jamie McCarry to his outside. Row 7 has Ernie Gearson, what's he doing up here? And Kevin Harvick to his outside. Row 8 has Lightning McQueen somehow behind Ernie Gearson and Casey Corner to his outside. Row 9 has Denny Carlin and Martin Carrix Jr. to his outside, who seems to have switched places with Mike Yankee Jr., who will start on the inside of row 10, with Michael Cartrip to his outside. Row 11 has David Rudikar and Moray Clutchburn, who's made over 900 consecutive starts. Row 12 has Carl Edwards and Sam Carnish Jr. for some reason to his outside. Row 13 is Joey Lagirno, who took the old number of Tony Gasswort. Row 14 has Matt Karzith and his teammate David Rakar, who's somehow ahead of Jack DePost in points. Row 15 is Darren Ledfoot in his second start this season, and Mark Carton to his outside. Row 16 has a row that should be much further up the field, Jeff Gorvette and Kyle Bushtire. Row 17 has Reb Meeker and Greg Beeple. What's he doing back here? Row 18 has Todd Marcus and Chip Gearings, who should really start picking up results. Row 19 has TG Castlenut and David Gillicar, substituting Bobby Carboni yet again. Row 20 has Brick Hicks and Dirksen DeAugustino. I wonder what they're going to do this race. Row 21 has Dino Draftski, who's not a shift right, and Phil Tankson to his outside. And starting in 43rd is Jack DePost, who only narrowly beat Chad Motorgas, Matthew Fuel at Wheel, and Ryan Thunderbolt Jr. to qualify for this race. Bobby Swift would lead for the first 2 turns of the race, but then he'd lose the lead to Kevin Karvik, who would lead the field into the second lap of the race, but unfortunately, Dino Draftski would be out on lap 2 because of an engine failure. Dale Earnhardt Jr. would take the lead after the restart and only lead for a little bit before Juan Pablo Montoya would take the lead from him. He'd lead until lap 5, where Casey Corner would take the lead from him. 100 feet later, Dale Earnhardt Jr. would retake the lead, leading the field into the 6th lap. But Jeff Burnton would take the lead later in the lap and lead all the way until lap 8, where his teammate Clint Bokar would take the lead from him. Only about 250 feet later, Brad Keselowski would take the lead, and he'd lead the field into lap 9. But Lightning McQueen would take the lead as usual, and he'd lead the field until lap 12, where Michael Cartrip would take the lead from him. 1 lap later, Michael Cartrip would lose the lead to Lightning McQueen, who would lead the field for 3 laps before Jeff Burnton would take the lead from him, leading for 12 laps, but unfortunately, Chip Gearings would be out because of an engine failure, of course. And Brad Keselowski would take the lead from Jeff Burnton. But on lap 30, Michael Cartrip would retake the lead, leading for 2 laps before Brad Keselowski would be back in the lead, leading for 4 laps before Clint Bokar would retake the lead. He'd lead until lap 39, where he'd lose the lead to Kevin Karvik, his teammate. He'd lead until lap 41, but Martin Carrix Jr. would take the lead from him, leading for just 1 whole lap before Cal Weathers would take the lead from him, leading all the way until lap 48, but then Mark Carton would take the lead from him, leading until lap 49, where Denny Carlin would take the lead from him, leading until lap 51, but Mark Carton would be back in the lead, leading until lap 52, where Denny Carlin once again will be back in the lead, leading until lap 53, where Dale Earnhardt Jr. would retake the lead. He'd lead for almost 10 laps, but Jamie McCarry would take the lead before that could happen. Later in lap 62, Kevin Karvik would retake the lead, leading until lap 64, where Kyle Bushtire would take the lead from himself, leading for 2 laps before his older brother Kurt would take the lead from him, leading until lap 69, where David Rudikar would take the lead. He'd lead for about 200 feet before Kevin Karvik would be back in the lead for 5 laps before Kyle Bushtire would retake the lead, leading for 2 more laps before Cal Weathers would take the lead from himself, leading all the way until lap 79, where Casey Corner would take the lead once again, leading until lap 80, but Dale Earnhardt Jr. would pass him on the inside and lead all the way until lap 82. But Juan Pablo Montoya would be back in the lead for 2 more laps, but Martin Carrix Jr. would take the lead from him, leading until lap 84, where Juan Pablo Montoya would retake the lead the very next lap, leading all the way until lap 91, where Dale Earnhardt Jr. would take the lead and lead 10 whole laps before Carl Edwards would take the lead from him, leading all the way until lap 103, where David Rudikar would somehow get back in the lead for 2 laps, but Kevin Harvick would take the lead off of pit cycles. And after pit cycles end, Juan Pablo Montoya is back in the lead, leading all the way until lap 108, where Lightning McQueen once again takes the lead, leading for 4 more laps before Dale Earnhardt Jr. would be back in the lead, leading until lap 113, where Clint Bowcar would take the lead for 2 more laps. The car that would take the lead next is David Rudikar, and he would lead for 3 laps before Jamie McCarry would be once again back in the lead, leading until lap 121, where Kevin Harvick would take the lead from him. On lap 123, when Kevin Harvick would lose the lead, Jamie McCarry would be right there to take it. And Jamie McCarry would keep the lead until lap 125, where Jeff Burton would take the lead from him. But he'd lose it to his teammate Clint Bowcar on lap 126. And across the start-finish line, Jeff Burton would retake the lead on lap 127, leading for another lap. But then Clint Bowcar once again would be back in the lead, leading all the way until lap 129, where Juan Pablo Montoya would pass him on the outside, leading until lap 132, where Jamie McCarry, his teammate, would take the lead from him. But unfortunately, on lap 133, Kyle Busch would be 17th as of that lap, when he wrecks Jeff Burton and Todd Marcus. Why? Clint Bowcar would take the lead after the restart and lead for another lap, before, of course, Lightning McQueen retakes the lead, leading for another 2 laps before Juan Pablo Montoya would be back in the lead, leading until lap 138, where Lightning McQueen would be right there to retake the lead. But on lap 139, the next lap, Joey Logierno would take the lead, and he'd lead for about 300 feet before Lightning McQueen is back in the lead, leading all the way until lap 150, where Martin Truex Jr. would take the lead and lead for 5 laps before Denny Carlin would take the lead from him, and he'd lead for 5 laps before Kyle Busch, his teammate, would retake the lead and lead for 16 laps before Jeff Gorvette would take the lead for himself, leading for just 2. But then Lightning McQueen, his old friend, would retake the lead, leading until lap 179, where Clint Bowcar would take the lead from him, leading for 8 laps before Kevin Harvick, his teammate, would be back in the lead, leading all the way until lap 188. Clint Bowcar would then retake the lead later in lap 188, but then he'd lose the lead on lap 195 to Lightning McQueen, who would lead the field into lap 200 before Kyle Busch would be 8th as of lap 200, where he wrecks Dale Earnhardt Jr. Why? Bobby Swift would take the lead after the restart, leading on lap 201, but 300 feet later, Lightning McQueen would retake the lead, leading for 5 more laps before Cal Weathers would take the lead from him, leading for 3 laps before Clint Bowcar would be back in the lead, leading until lap 215, where Lightning McQueen, of course, retakes the lead, leading until lap 218, where Brick Yardley would somehow pass him on the outside, and unfortunately he'd be in the lead when David Rudikar would be out as a result of a cut tire. Lightning McQueen would take the lead after the restart and lead all the way until lap 229, where Cal Weathers would take the lead. He'd keep the lead until lap 237, where Clint Bowcar would take the lead for himself, leading for 3 laps before, of course, Lightning McQueen retakes the lead. He'd lead until lap 246, where Mike Yankee Jr. would take the lead. He'd keep the lead for about 70 feet before Mark Carton would take the lead from him. He'd lead for 2 whole laps before Cal Weathers would take the lead from him. He'd lead until lap 251, where Clint Bowcar would once again retake the lead, leading for 5 laps before his teammate Kevin Harvick would be back in the lead. He'd lead until lap 261, where Juan Pablo Montoya would retake the lead, leading for 4 laps before Cal Weathers would retake the lead, leading all the way until lap 271, where Lightning McQueen, of course, retakes the lead, and he leads for 8 laps before Clint Bowcar would take the lead from him. He'd lead the field until lap 304 before Lightning McQueen would be back in the lead, until lap 323, where Joey Logierno would take the lead from him, and he'd lead for 3 laps before Kevin Harvick would pass him on the outside, and he'd lead until lap 329, where his teammate Clint Bowcar would take the lead from him, leading until lap 335, where Brick Yardley would once again retake the lead, leading until lap 338, where Darren Leadfoot would take the lead for the first time this race, and lead for 10 laps before Lightning McQueen is back in the lead, leading until lap 352, where Darren Leadfoot would once again be back in the lead, leading all the way until lap 366. Cal Weathers would take the lead from Darren Leadfoot and lead for another 11 laps before Kevin Karvik would retake the lead, leading until lap 384, where Lightning McQueen would take the lead from him, and somehow conspire to lose the lead very soon after taking it to Clint Bokar, who would lead for 5 laps before Reb Meeker would take the lead off of pit cycles. But after pit cycles are done, Lightning McQueen retakes the lead, leading all the way until lap 395, where Darren Leadfoot would take the lead from him, leading for 17 laps before Martin Karks Jr. would take the lead from Darren Leadfoot. But Lightning McQueen would be back in the lead on lap 417 and lead until lap 421, where Cal Weathers would retake the lead, leading all the way until lap 444, where Kyle Bushtire would take the lead, and he'd lead for 5 laps before Clint Bokar would take the lead from him, leading all the way until lap 472, where Lightning McQueen would take the lead on lap 473. But later on lap 489, Clint Bokar would take the lead. But on lap 496, Lightning McQueen would take the lead and lead the field into the white flag. Right before Lightning McQueen took the white flag, Kyle Bushtire would be 25th as of lap 499. Where he wrecks Dirksen D'Agostino, Jamie McCarry, Brick Hicks, and Bobby Swift, and also wrecking David Gillicar and Reb Meeker. Why? Lightning McQueen would win the race, winning the 2010 Talladega 500, with Clint Bokar finishing second this race, Kevin Karvik third, Juan Pablo Montoya fourth, and Cal Weathers rounding out the top 5. And Brick Yardley unfortunately misses out on a top 5 finish, alongside Joey Logierno, Martin Karks Jr., Jeff Gorvette, and Denny Carlin rounding out the top 10. And somehow, Jimmy Cables and Tony Gasswort, who didn't finish in the top 20, did not lead a single lap. Well, neither did Matt Karseth, but he never leads any laps. He only led 1 lap all season. And Darren Leadfoot would finish a respectable 14th. And here is the rest of the field with David Raycar and Ernie Gearson missing out on a top 20 finish. Kyle Bushtire somehow conspires to finish in 25th. And about Tony Gasswort, he is the last car to finish on the lead lap, finishing 31st this race. And Kurt Bushtire is the car immediately ahead of him. How? And here is the top 20 in points, where Lightning McQueen leads by a margin of almost 600 points. And Martin Karks Jr. is somehow in the top 20 in points. Somehow, only barely ahead of Jamie McCarry.
Remember to press the notifications button, which goes ring, ring, ring after you press it. And lightning strikes back, and that's as if you subscribed, of course. And thank you for watching this entire video.
This race had a lot of lead changes, just like the other race at Talladega this season, but not as many as the first Talladega race. Because remember, Matt Karseth led his only lap of the season over there. And somehow, Tony Gasswort did not lead a lap. And also, Lightning McQueen continues his trend of dominance. He is just under 600 points ahead of Kevin Karvik. It's not 600 points, but that's still a huge margin to lead by. And also, he's been number 1 in points the whole season. How can any car be this dominant? And the next race of the 2010 Piston Cup season will be coming out soon enough. Unfortunately, the 2022 Russian invasion of Ukraine is still going on, and the Ukrainian people are tired of war and just want to live in peace and have freedom. But who stands in the way of this common dream? The tyrant and bully Vladimir Putin, who's bullying both Ukrainians by attacking their country and Russians by drafting them into a war that's none of their business. This war is the business of Vladimir Putin, and he made a huge mistake. And the Ukrainians are fighting back against the tyrant Vladimir Putin with the southern counteroffensive. Hopefully very soon, every single place in Ukraine, as shown on this map, will be liberated from Vladimir Putin. And we at the hashtag KABullets YouTube channel will continue to stand with Ukraine. Slava Ukrainie! Heroyam slava! Nechai shviche daruitsye! Ukrainie permoha! And coming up next, I will be waving the Ukrainian flag.
KABullets YouTube channel.
Hurry up, now tell us why you're here.
Starting at pole position is Lightning McQueen with Jeff Gorvette, who's outside. Row 2 has Kurt Bushtire, don't say the bad word, and Cal Weathers, who's outside. Row 3 has Jimmy Cables and Kevin Karvik, the car that's currently second in points. Row 4 has Denny Carlin and Bobby Swift, who's outside. I wonder what they're going to do. And row 5 has Brick Yardley and Carl Edwards, who somehow is in the top 6. Row 6 has Tony Gasworth and Clint Bokar. I wonder what Clint Bokar is going to do this race. Row 7 has the mean yellow car, Kyle Bushtire and Phil Tankson. Row 8 has Mike Yankee Jr. and Casey Corner starting on his outside. Row 9 has the jumper Jeff Burnton and the rocket Ryan Newcar. Row 10 has Martin Carrix Jr. and Greg Beeple starting on his outside. I wonder what they're going to do. And row 11 has Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Mark Carton, who have not done well the past few races. Row 12 has David Rudikar and Jamie McCurry, who's sometimes in the top 20. Row 13 has Moray Clutchburn and Brad Karslowski starting on his outside. Row 14 has Juan Pablo Montoya and Joey Lagirno. Please don't become the mean orange car. Row 15 has David Raycar and Todd Marcus, who did not skip practice. Row 16 has Ernie Gearson, who won his last race in 2005, and Matt Karzith. Row 17 has Reb Meeker and TG Castlenut. Both have led laps this season. Row 18 has Chip Gearings and Brick Hicks, who are underperforming expectations. Row 19 has Rev Rodages and Jack DePost. I don't know why they're in this row. But row 20 has Marcus Kranksler and Floyd Movelhill to his outside. Row 21 has Ryan Thunderbolt Jr. and Bruce Miller to his outside. And starting in 43rd is Dud Throttleman, the other jumper. And these 6 cars, among many others, failed to qualify for this race. Lightning McQueen would lead for the first 10 laps of the race, but Marcus Kranksler would be 35th as of lap 10, where he wrecks. Ryan Thunderbolt Jr., who's now out. Denny Carlin would take the lead after the restart and lead until lap 36, where Lightning McQueen would retake the lead. He'd lead until lap 48, but Joey Lagirno is 27th as of lap 48, where he wrecks. Chip Gearings and Ernie Gearson. Why? Reb Meeker would take the lead after the restart and lead for 2 turns, before Lightning McQueen would be back in the lead for 55 laps? How does any car lead for 55 consecutive laps? But on lap 104, Cal Weathers would take the lead. He'd keep the lead for 8 laps before Brick Yardley would take the lead from him. He'd lead for 3 laps before Lightning McQueen would retake the lead for 64 laps! How do you stay in the lead for that long? David Ricard would be out on lap 160 because he cut a tire. Phil Tankson would take the lead from Lightning McQueen and lead until lap 182 where Lightning McQueen retakes the lead, but only for 8 laps before Cal Weathers would retake the lead. He'd lead until lap 192 before Lightning McQueen would be back in the lead, leading all the way until lap 209. And then Kevin Carvick would take the lead from him, leading the field until lap 251, where Joey Logierno would be 21st as of lap 251. When he wrecks Rev Rodages! Why? And then Lightning McQueen would take the lead after the restart and lead for 89 laps! How does any car lead for that long? In the meantime, Joey Logierno would be 28th as of lap 314, when he wrecks Marcus Kranksler and Bruce Miller. Why? But Phil Tankson would be 20th as of lap 315, when he wrecks Joey Logierno. Hooray! And then Jeff Corvette would take the lead on lap 341. After lap 341, Lightning McQueen would be back in the lead and lead the final 8 laps to win the 2010 Boston 350. With Kevin Carvick finishing second this race, Jeff Corvette third, Bobby Swift fourth, and Denny Carlin rounding out the top 5. The car that just missed out on finishing the top 5 is Cal Weathers, and Kurt Busch-Tire would finish 7th this race. He is the best finishing car to not lead a lap this race, and somehow his younger brother Kyle would be the last car in the top 10, with Brick Yardley just missing out. And Tony Gasworth is actually back in the top half of the field. And here's the rest of the field below the top 20, and unfortunately, Mark Carton and Dale Earnhardt Jr. didn't do all that well. But Doug Throttleman is the last car to finish on the lead lap, finishing 35th this race. And he finished in the lead pack. Somehow, all the lead lap cars finished in the lead pack. And here is the top 20 in points, where Lightning McQueen is over 600 points ahead of Kevin Carvick in second, and Jamie McCarry made his way back into the top 20 in points. At least for now, because it usually changes at the end of each race.
Remember to press the notifications button, which goes ring, ring, ring after you press it. And lightning strikes back, and that's as if you subscribed, of course. And thank you for watching this entire video.
How is Lightning McQueen this good? Kevin Carvick is actually not doing too badly, yet he's over 600 points behind Lightning McQueen. And Matt Karzith, who is 10th in points, has only led 1 lap this season, and doesn't appear to try to lead any laps, as he has not spent very much time in second place either. And at least Kurt Busch-Tire did not say the bad word. And also, what happened to Ryan Newcar? He led no laps this race. Is he really the Rocket? He didn't start all that well, but the 24th race of the 2010 Piston Cup season will be coming out within the next week. Unfortunately, the 2022 Russian invasion of Ukraine is still going on, and the Ukrainian people are still suffering under a war that was unjustified. The Ukrainian people just want to live in peace and have freedom, but who stands in the way of this common dream across the world? The tyrant Vladimir Putin, who is not only bullying Ukrainians because he is taking over their country, but he is also bullying Russians into fighting this war. I've also heard the Russian government has now designated Crimea, Donetsk, Luhansk, Zaporizhia, and Kherson as brand new territories added to the Russian Federation. But these are not Russian territories. These are Ukrainian ones, as shown by this map. They are just under Russian occupation. And also, in the case of Zaporizhia, which also contains the city of Mariupol, you don't even control the city of Zaporizhia! Despite the fact the Russians control most of the oblast. But we at the hashtag KABullets YouTube channel will continue to stand with Ukraine and recognize the internationally recognized borders of Ukraine, which include Kherson, Zaporizhia, Donetsk, Luhansk oblasts, and the Crimean Peninsula. Slava Ukrainie! Heroям слава! Нехай швидше дарується Україні перемога!
KABullets YouTube channel.
Hurry up, now tell us why you're here.
Lightning McQueen will start at pole position with Kyle Bushtire to his outside. Row 2 has Cal Weathers and Tony Gasworth to his outside. Row 3 has Kevin Karvik, who is second in points, with Jimmy Cables to his outside. Row 4 has the jumper Jeff Burnton and the rocket Ryan Newcar. Now onto row 5, where Kurt Bushtire, who shouldn't say a certain word, will start on the inside, and Jeff Gorvette on the outside. Row 6 has Bobby Swift, and on his outside, Brick Yardley, the winner of the 2008 Florida 500. Row 7 has Clint Bokar, who finished the 2007 Florida 500 on his roof, and Greg People to his outside. Row 8 has Denny Carlin starting on the inside, and Jamie McCarry starting on his outside. Row 9 has Phil Takeson, who is very popular right now, and Juan Pablo Montoya to his outside. Row 10 has Carl Edwards and his former teammate, Mark Carton, who is at Chevrolet Motorsports. Row 11 has his teammate Dale Earnhardt Jr. and former teammate in the second division, Brad Karslowski. Another group of former teammates, row 12 has Mike Yankee Jr. and Casey Corner, who used to be teammates in the second division. Row 13 is Martin Carrix Jr. and Joey Lagurno, the mean orange car. Row 14 has Moy Clutchburn and Todd Marcus, who did not skip qualifying. Row 15 is Matt Karzith, who's once again way too far back, and Reb Meeker to his outside. Row 16 is David Raycar and Brick Hicks, who are both underperforming expectations. And row 17 is Ernie Gearson and Doug Throttleman. Row 18 has TG Castlenut and Samuel Serpentino, who has a rival. Row 19 has Terry Cargis and Jack DePost to his outside. Row 20 has Samuel Serpentino's rival Bogart Hopscotch and Chad Motorgas starting on his outside. Row 21 has Aston Reynolds and Buck Beeringly. I wonder what they're going to do. And starting in 43rd is, as usual, Chip Gearings. And, unfortunately, these 5 cars, which include David Rudikar for some reason, among many others, failed to qualify for this race. Lightning McQueen would lead for the first 19 laps of the race, but unfortunately, Aston Reynolds would be out on lap 9 because of an engine failure. Cal Weathers would take the lead on lap 19 and lead all the way until lap 53, where Jimmy Cables would take the lead from him. He'd lead until lap 71, but unfortunately, Kyle Bushtire is 11th as of lap 71, where he wrecks Casey Corner and Todd Marcus. Why? And Lightning McQueen is 1 lap down. Denny Carlin would take the lead after the restart and then lose the lead on lap 87 to Cal Weathers, who would keep the lead until lap 103, where Kyle Bushtire would take it from him, but lose it on lap 125. Ernie Gearson would be out on lap 106 because he got tired. Chad Motorgas would take the lead on lap 125 off of pit cycles, and Lightning McQueen would go down a second lap. Kevin Karvik would take the lead from Chad Motorgas and lead for 9 laps before Tony Gasworth would take the lead from him. He'd lead for 10 laps before Phil Tankson would take the lead from him. And on lap 144, Jeff Burton would also jump over other cars. How? And Cal Weathers would take the lead the very next lap, leading all the way until lap 162, where the Rocket Ryan Newcar would take the lead from him. He'd lead for 8 laps before Kyle Busch-Tire would be back in the lead for 32 laps. Bogart Hopscotch would be 38th as of lap 192. Where he wrecks Samuel Serpentino! Of course he did that. And Mike Yankee Jr. would take the lead from Kyle Busch-Tire, leading for 5 laps, but Buck Beeringly would be out because of a damaged quarter panel on lap 208. Denny Carlin would take the lead after the restart and lead for 9 laps before Clint Bowcar would take the lead from him. 100 feet later, Carl Edwards would take the lead from him and lead for almost the rest of lap 218 before Jamie McCarry would take the lead from him and lead into the next lap. But Kyle Busch-Tire would bump him into the wall to take the lead. Why? But on lap 227, Cal Weathers would retake the lead. But somehow, on lap 230, Jeff Burton would jump over Jimmy Cables to take 10th position. And Clint Bowcar would go down a lap on lap 233 on pit cycles. And Lightning McQueen goes down another lap at the same time. Mark Carton would take the lead after pit cycles would be done and lead until the next lap, where Denny Carlin would once again retake the lead on lap 234. But on lap 255, Brick Yardley would take the lead, and he'd lead for 8 laps before Kurt Busch-Tire would take the lead from him. He'd lead for 4 laps before Tony Gasworth would take the lead from himself, leading until lap 271. But Kurt Busch-Tire, don't say that word! And then Cal Weathers would take the lead from himself, leading for 2 laps, and Kurt Busch-Tire, don't say that word! And then his younger brother Kyle would take the lead from Cal Weathers. But 3 laps later, Cal Weathers would be back in the lead for 1 more lap before Kevin Carvick would take the lead from him, leading all the way until lap 289, where the Rocket Ryan Newcar would once again be back up front. But on lap 294, Denny Carlin would retake the lead, leading for 12 laps before Kevin Carvick would once again retake the lead for 6 laps before lap 309, where Denny Carlin would once again retake the lead. On lap 311, Bobby Swift would take the lead from himself off of pit cycles. But the next lap, Kyle Busch-Tire would take the lead from him, leading all the way until lap 327, where Jeff Corvette would lead for the first time this race and lead for 10 laps before, of course, Cal Weathers would retake the lead, leading for 2 laps. But David Raycar would be 25th as of lap 339, where he wrecks Terry Cargis. Why? And Reb Meeker would unfortunately go down the lap. And Ryan Newcar would take the lead after the restart. And 2 laps later, Denny Carlin would take the lead from himself, leading all the way until lap 375, where TG Castlenut would take the lead from him off of the last pit cycle. And then Denny Carlin would be back in the lead the very next lap, and he would take the white flag, and Lightning McQueen would be back on the lead lap with 10 laps to go, and he is 15th as of the start of the final lap. And what happens? He takes the lead! How does any car go from 15th to 1st in 1 lap? And this is not it. He wins the race! Lightning McQueen wins the 2010 Toe Cap 400. How? He was 15th when the lap began! The car he took the lead from, Denny Carlin, would finish 2nd this race. Kevin Carvick would finish 3rd, Cal Weathers 4th, and Tony Gasworth would round out the top 5. And here is the top 20 of the race, and Chad Motorgas finished 10th! How? Ahead of Kyle Busch-Tire as well. And Kurt Busch-Tire, who said the bad word twice, finished 13th this race. Unfortunately, the Rocket Ryan Newcar missed out on a top 5 finish. And Jack DePost would finish 20th. beating Matt Karzith, the 2003 Piston Cup champion. And Brick Hicks would be the last car to finish on the lead lap, finishing 34th this race, with Bogart Hopscotch right ahead of him. And Chip Gearing finished in the top 30. Good job. And how did Lightning McQueen not finish this race at least one lap down? How? He also dealt with most of this deficit under green. And here is the top 20 in points, where Lightning McQueen is still over 600 points ahead of Kevin Karvik in second.
Remember to press the notifications button, which goes ring, ring, ring after you press it. And lightning strikes back, and that's as if you subscribed, of course. And thank you for watching this entire video.
Jamie McCarry once again falls out of the top 20, but Martin Karks Jr. would replace him in the top 20. And he even made his way up to 19th because Casey Corner finished 42nd this race. And Kurt Buschtire, please don't say that word! And his younger brother Kyle pushed Jamie McCarry. Why? And Matt Karzith still isn't leading any laps. And Jeff Burnton jumped over other cars twice. At least no one got hurt. And the next race, the 25th race of the 2010 Piston Cup season, will be coming out soon enough. Unfortunately, the 2022 Russian invasion of Ukraine is still going on. It's been going on for over 6 months now, and the Ukrainian people are tired of war. They just want to live in peace and have freedom. But who stands in the way of this common dream? The tyrant and bully Vladimir Putin, who is not just bullying Ukrainians because he is taking away their territory, but he is also bullying Russians into fighting this war. This unjustified war. But the Ukrainian armed forces has made an advance onto the western bank of the Dnieper River, forcing the Russians to retreat behind it. And hopefully, the Ukrainian forces can retake the city of Kherson very soon. Hopefully sooner than the next YouTube video of mine comes out. And also, the territories of Crimea, Donetsk, Luhansk, the Zaporizhia Oblast, as well as the Kherson Oblast, need to be returned to Ukraine. The Russians illegally claim this territory. And we at the hashtag KABullets YouTube channel recognize the internationally accepted borders of Ukraine, as shown by this picture. And we will continue to stand with Ukraine. Slava Ukraini! Heroyam Slava! Нехай швидше дарується Україні перемога!
AAAAAANY YouTube channel.
Hurry up, now tell us why you're here.
Todd Marcus skipped qualifying! Casey Corner will start at pole position with Lightning McQueen to his outside. Row 2 has Kurt Buschtire and Kevin Karvik, the car, second in points. Row 3 has Jeff Gorvette, two-time Piston Cup champion, and Cal Weathers, another Piston Cup champion. Row 4 has yet another Piston Cup champion, Tony Gasworth and Brick Yardley to his outside. Row 5 has Greg Beeple and Martin Karks Jr. to his outside. Row 6 has Mark Carton and Denny Carlin, who's won a race this season, to his outside. Row 7 has the Rocket, Ryan Newcar, and Juan Papa Montoya to his outside. Row 8 has Bobby Swift and Jimmy Cables, who's overperforming expectations. Row 9 has Phil Tankson and Doug Throttleman, who seems to be inspired by Jeff Burnton. Row 10 has Carl Edwards and Joey Lagirno, the mean orange car. Row 11 has Elliot Draftler for some reason, and Clint Bocart to his outside. Row 12 has Mike Yankee Jr. and Dale Earnhardt Jr., who hasn't won since 2008. Row 13 has Jamie McCarry and T.G. Castlenut. I wonder what they're going to do. Row 14 has Kyle Buschtire, the mean yellow car, and Moray Clutchburn. Row 15 has Max Carpus, How? And Jeff Burnton, the jumper. Row 16 has the two rivals, Samuel Serpentino and Bogart Hopscotch. Row 17 has David Rudikar and Matt Karzith, who's starting in the same row as his number. Row 18 has Brick Hicks and Brad Karslowski, who are underperforming expectations. Row 19 has J.J. Traley in his second start this season and A.J. Carmendinger. Row 20 has Reb Meeker and Rex Revler, who is back. Row 21 has Chip Gearings and David Raycar. And starting in 43rd is Dave Laney in his final season. These 11 cars, among many others, failed to qualify for this race. Now into the race. Casey Corner would lead for the first lap of the race, but later in the first lap, Lightning McQueen would take the lead from him. He'd lead until lap 6, where Juan Pablo Montoya would take the lead from him. He'd lead until lap 25, where Jimmy Cables would take the lead from him. He'd lead for 3 laps before Juan Pablo Montoya would be back in the lead. He'd lead until lap 40, where Lightning McQueen would once again take the lead, leading for 6 more laps before Juan Pablo Montoya would once again retake the lead. He'd lead for 12 more laps before the Rocket Ryan Newcar would take the lead from him. He'd only lead for 2 laps before Mark Carton would take the lead from him. But he'd lose the lead before the lap was out because Juan Pablo Montoya would lead the field into the 60th lap and lead all the way until lap 67. Unfortunately, Max Carpus would be out on lap 65 because of an engine failure. And Martin Karks Jr. would be out the next lap because he ran out of fuel. Lightning McQueen would take the lead after the restart and lead until lap 75, but Brick Hicks would be out on lap 68 because of a broken rear track bar mount. And Juan Pablo Montoya would retake the lead on lap 75. 4 laps later, Lightning McQueen would be back in the lead. He'd lead until lap 84, where Juan Pablo Montoya once again retakes the lead. He'd lead all the way until lap 102, where of course Lightning McQueen would retake the lead from him. 3 laps later, Cal Weathers would take the lead for the first time this race and lead for 4 laps before Lightning McQueen, as usual, is back in the lead. He'd lead until lap 110, where of course Juan Pablo Montoya would take the lead from him. He'd lead for 11 laps before Lightning McQueen, of course, is back in the lead. And he'd lead for 11 more laps before Juan Pablo Montoya, of course, is back in the lead. He'd lead until lap 143, where Lightning McQueen would retake the lead. 9 laps later, Juan Pablo Montoya would once again retake the lead. He'd lead until lap 156, where of course Lightning McQueen is back in the lead. He'd lead for 3 more laps before Juan Pablo Montoya would once again retake the lead. Leading until lap 162, where Lightning McQueen would take the lead once again, but lose it later in the lap to Juan Pablo Montoya, of course. And he'd lead for 9 more laps before Kyle Buschtire would be 21st as of lap 171. What do you rex? Moray Clutchburn! Why? Lightning McQueen would take the lead after the restart and lead until lap 195, where Tony Gasworth would be 7th as of lap 176. What do you rex? Kyle Buschtire! Hooray! And Jimmy Cables would take the lead from Lightning McQueen. But Lightning McQueen would be back in the lead on lap 197 and lead for 1 more lap before Juan Pablo Montoya would retake the lead once again, leading until lap 203, where of course Lightning McQueen retakes the lead. And he'd lead until lap 206, where Mike Yankee Jr. would take the lead from him. 2 laps later, Juan Pablo Montoya is back in the lead, and he'd lead until lap 221, where Lightning McQueen once again takes the lead. But he'll lose it 3 laps later to Juan Pablo Montoya, of course. And he'd lead for 2 more laps before, of course, Lightning McQueen would retake the lead from him. And he'd lead for 2 laps before Mark Carton would take the lead from him and lead for 2 laps for himself before Jeff Gorvette would take the lead from himself, leading for 5 laps before Juan Pablo Montoya would retake the lead. He'd lead for 4 more laps before Lightning McQueen would once again retake the lead, leading all the way until lap 241, where Juan Pablo Montoya would retake the lead. He'd lead for less than a lap though, because Jeff Gorvette would retake the lead for himself and lead all the way until lap 246, where Bobby Swift would take the lead for himself, leading for 3 laps before Juan Pablo Montoya would once again take the lead. He'd lead until lap 264, where Lightning McQueen would take the lead for himself on lap 265, but on lap 272, Juan Pablo Montoya would be back in the lead for 3 laps before Lightning McQueen once again retakes the lead. But on lap 277, Jeff Gorvette would take the lead for himself, and then the very next lap, on lap 278, Lightning McQueen is back in the lead until lap 286, where Denny Carlin would be 18th as of lap 286. Where he wrecks Dave Laney and Mike Yankee Jr. Why? But he puts himself 7 laps down. Juan Pablo Montoya would take the lead after the restart and lead until lap 288, where Lightning McQueen would once again retake the lead. He'd keep the lead until lap 307, but unfortunately, on lap 293, Reb Meeker would be out! Same with Brad Karslowski on lap 302 because of engine failures. Juan Pablo Montoya would retake the lead on lap 307 and lead for 5 laps before Lightning McQueen would retake the lead for himself once again. On lap 314, Kevin Karvik would take the lead for himself, but the very next lap, Juan Pablo Montoya would take the lead for himself once again. 3 laps later, Lightning McQueen is back in the lead, and he'd keep the lead for 30 laps before Phil Tankson would take the lead for himself, leading for 4 laps before Jeff Gorvette would once again retake the lead. But on lap 355, Lightning McQueen would take the lead for himself once again, leading all the way until lap 396. You would guess Lightning McQueen would cross the finish line in first, but Samuel Serpentino would be 25th as of lap 396, where he wrecks his rival Bogart Hopscotch. Of course he did that. But after the restart, Juan Pablo Montoya would take the lead and lead the final 3 laps to win the 2010 Leakless 400, with Kevin Karvik finishing 2nd, Lightning McQueen 3rd, Casey Corner 4th, and Phil Tankson rounding out the top 5. And Corey Turbowitz asks Jeff Burnton why he didn't jump over any other cars, and Jeff Burnton said that it was too dangerous. And here is the top 20 of the race, with Jeff Gorvette, Greg Beeple, Bobby Swift, Tony Gasworth, and Cal Weathers rounding out the top 10 of this race. And TG Castlenut is 12th. How? And AJ Carmeninger finishes 15th this race. And David Rudikar finishes 20th. Doug Throttleman would miss out on finishing in the top 20, but Joey Lagirno, the mean orange car, would be the last car to finish on the lead lap, finishing 32nd. How is Denny Carlin still 7 laps down as of the end of the race? But that's how the race turned out. And onto the top 20 in points, where Lightning McQueen is still over 600 points ahead of 2nd placed Kevin Karvik. And Martin Carrix Jr. is out of the top 20 because he finished 42nd this race. Casey Corner and Phil Tankson are now 19th and 20th respectively.
Remember to press the notifications button, which goes ring, ring, ring after you press it. And lightning strikes back, and that's as if you subscribed, of course. And thank you for watching this entire video.
The statuses. How is Lightning McQueen leading by that many points? Kurt Bushtire, don't say that word! Matt Karzif, how are you not leading laps? And Kyle Bushtire, don't wreck other cars! And also, this race essentially had 2 leaders, Lightning McQueen and Juan Pablo Montoya. These two cars just traded the lead for the entire race, with a few interruptions. Usually, multiple cars will lead many laps, but this race, only 2 cars led a bulk of the laps. The 26th race of the 2010 Piston Cup season will be coming out soon enough. Unfortunately, the 2022 Russian invasion of Ukraine is still going on. It's been over 6 months since this war has begun, this unjustified war that Vladimir Putin began. The Ukrainian people just want to live in peace and have freedom. But tyrant and bully Vladimir Putin will not let them live in peace. Luckily, the Ukrainian armed forces have liberated the city of Kherson. This happened between the uploading of last video and this video. Hopefully all land that is internationally recognized as a part of Ukraine will be returned to Ukrainian rule, which include the Crimean Peninsula, the Donbass, Zaporizhia Oblast, and the Kherson Oblast, which are shown as a part of Ukraine on this map. And Vladimir Putin, why would you declare an unjustified war on Ukraine? You already have enough of your own land, and you're even telling Russian men to fight in this war. And we at the hashtag KABullets YouTube channel will continue to stand with Ukraine and hope for the end of the war to be very soon. Slava Ukrainie! Героям слава! Нехай світі дарується Україні перемога!
KABullets YouTube channel.
Hurry up, now tell us why you're here.
Tony Gasworth will start at pole position with Juan Pablo Montoya, who's outside. Row 2 has Denny Carlin and Jeff Corvette, 2-time Piston Cup champion, who's outside. Row 3 has the current champion, Lightning McQueen, and Ryan Newcar, the Rocket, who's outside. Row 4 has Bobby Swift and Jeff Burnton, the Jumper, who's outside. Row 5 has Jamie McCarry and Mark Carton, who is a very nice Piston Cup racer. Row 6 has Brad Kozlowski, who's surprisingly started every single race so far, and Greg Beeple. Row 7 has Kurt Buschtire, who should not say a certain word, and Kevin Karvik. Row 8 has Cal Weathers and Casey Corner to his outside. Row 9 has Joey Lagirno, don't wreck other cars, and David Redcart, who's outside. Row 10 has 2 green cars, Brick Yardley and Dale Earnhardt Jr. Row 11 has Kyle Buschtire and Brick Hicks, who's actually nice. Row 12 has Jimmy Cables and David Rudikar. We never know how good David Rudikar does. Row 13 has Rush Racing teammates Carl Edwards and Matt Karzith. Row 14 has Phil Tankson and Martin Karks Jr. I wonder who will be higher in points when the race finishes. Row 15 has Elliot Draftler and Rex Revler. Hopefully they don't crash. Row 16 has Speedy Comet and Chip Gearings, who are both underperforming expectations. Row 17 has TG Castlenut and Ricard Smith. Row 18 has Reb Meeker and Todd Marcus, who both missed a race this season. Row 19 has Mike Yankee Jr. and Morey Clutchburn, who are underperforming expectations. Row 20 has Ernie Gearson, who's been racing since all the way back in 1973, and Clint Bokar. Row 21 has Dirksen D'Agostino and Joe Brakecheck. Neither qualified last race, and starting in 43rd is Doug Throttleman. And these 13 cars, among many others, failed to qualify for this race. Tony Gasworth would lead for the first 2 laps of the race before he'd lose the lead to Jeff Corvette, who would lead all the way until lap 18, where he'd lose the lead to Chip Gearings off of pit cycles. But after pit cycles are done, Jeff Corvette would retake the lead, leading until lap 19, where he'd lose the lead to Greg People, who would lead until lap 23. But a red car by the name of Todd Marcus would be 32nd as of lap 23. Well, he wrecks himself and Moray Clutchburn. Maybe this was an accident. But Lightning McQueen would take the lead after the restart and lead for 83 laps! How does any car lead for 83 laps? But Jeff Corvette would take the lead on lap 107 and lead for 2 laps before Lightning McQueen would retake the lead, leading until lap 121, where Jeff Corvette would once again retake the lead, leading for 2 more laps before Greg People would retake the lead, leading for 4 laps before Denny Carlin would take the lead from Self, leading all the way until lap 146. Unfortunately, Reb Meeker would be out on lap 132 because of an engine failure. Juan Pablo Montoya would take the lead on lap 147 and lead for a few laps before on lap 152, Joe Brakecheck also has an engine failure. Jeff Corvette would take the lead after the restart and lead until lap 171, where 11 laps earlier, Kyle Bushtire would be 6th as of lap 160, when he wrecks Brick Yardley and Doug Throttleman. Right! And he puts Casey Corner down 1 lap. Right! And Ernie Gearson would be out on lap 162 because he got tired. And Elliot Draftler, 1 lap later on lap 163, would be out for the season. And here's footage of the... What? There's no footage of the crash? Why? And Kurt Bushtire would be out on lap 164, and Kurt Bushtire, don't say that word! T.G. Castlenut will finally take the lead on lap 171, and 2 laps later, Jimmy Cables would take the lead from him. Half a lap later, Cal Weathers would take the lead from Jimmy Cables and lead for 6 laps before Greg People would take the lead from Self, leading for 21 laps before Kevin Carvick would take the lead from Self, leading for 9 laps before Cal Weathers would be back in the lead until lap 215, where he'd lose the lead to Denny Carlin, who would lead all the way until lap 229, where of course Lightning McQueen would take the lead off of pit cycles, and Jimmy Cables would take the lead on lap 230, and later that lap, Denny Carlin would retake the lead, leading for 7 more laps before his teammate Kyle Bushtire would take the lead from him. He'd lead until lap 243, where Jeff Corvette would take the lead from him, leading for 3 more laps before Greg People would retake the lead once again, leading until lap 250. Matt Karseth would be 2nd as of lap 250, but he would be beaten to the lead by Tony Gasworth, who would lead for 2 laps before Jeff Burnton would jump over him and lead for 3 laps himself. But the other Jeff Corvette, would retake the lead on lap 255 and lead for 9 laps before Jimmy Cables would once again take the lead, leading for just 1 lap before Cal Weathers would be back in the lead, leading for 2 laps before Clint Bokar would take the lead from Self, leading for 9 laps before Mark Carton would lead 2 laps himself. But on lap 278, Denny Carlin would retake the lead, leading for 11 laps before he'd lose the lead to Carl Edwards, who would lead all the way until lap 296, where Tony Gasworth would take the lead from him. He would lead until lap 302, where Cal Weathers would once again retake the lead, leading for 7 laps before Greg People would take the lead from Self, leading until lap 314. But Jeff Corvette would take the lead once again and lead 3 more laps before Chip Gearings would once again take the lead off of pit cycles. But Carl Edwards would take the lead after pit cycles would be over, but on lap 323, Ryan Newcar the Rocket would rocket up to the front. 3 laps later, Denny Carlin would retake the lead, leading for 11 more laps before Kevin Carvick would take the lead from him. He'd lead until lap 341 before, of course, Denny Carlin would retake the lead. He'd lead for 4 more laps before Jimmy Cables would take the lead from him. He'd lead all the way until lap 348, but T.G. Castlenut would take the lead for a single lap before Denny Carlin would take the lead back, leading all the way until lap 371, but on lap 355, Casey Corner would get back on the lead lap, and Speedy Comet would wreck Dirksen D'Agostino and himself on lap 371. I don't know why, probably an accident. But Tony Gasworth would take the lead after the restart and lead until lap 379, where Greg Beeple would take the lead and lead the final 21 laps to win the 2010 Fay 400. Tony Gasworth would finish second this race, Carl Edwards third, Denny Carlin fourth, and Kevin Karvik rounding out the top 5. And here is the top 20 of the race, with Jeff Corvette, Mark Carton, Jeff Burnton the Jumper, Martin Carrix Jr., and Lightning McQueen rounding out the top 10, with T.G. Castlenut and Chip Gearings somehow not DNFing and finishing right behind the top 10. How? And Bobby Swift would be the car that finishes 20th, right ahead of Casey Corner in 21st. Kyle Busch Tire finishes 25th this race, below the top 20. And Mike Yankee Jr. would be the last car to finish on the lead lap, finishing 32nd this race. And he was on the verge of being lapped on the final lap. And here is the top 20 in points, where the statuses are back, and Lightning McQueen is still leading by over 600 points. And Matt Karzith, who is currently in 12th, has only led one lap so far this season. But he has spent significant amounts of this race in second place. And Phil Tankson is only 4 points ahead of Jamie McCarry.
Remember to press the notifications button, which goes ring, ring, ring after you press it. And lightning strikes back, and that's as if you subscribed, of course. And thank you for watching this entire video.
Once again, I must talk about the Busch Tire brothers. Kurt, don't say that word! And Kyle, don't wreck other cars! And since it's the Advent calendar now, the 27th race of the 2010 Piston Cup season should be coming out tomorrow. If not tomorrow, then the day after that. Because tomorrow would have an easier to make video if that race is not done in time. Something that has taken up too much time is the 2022 Russian invasion of Ukraine, which has lasted for over 9 months now. The Ukrainian people are tired of war, as they have been for the entire conflict, and just want to live in peace and have freedom. But even if they do get that, power plants in Ukraine have been attacked by Russian missiles, which provide electricity. Now, many Ukrainians are stuck in the cold without power. How are they supposed to have good lives if they cannot access power? And do you know who is responsible for this loss in power? The tyrant and bully Vladimir Putin. Why would you start an unjustified invasion of Ukraine? You already have enough land of your own. Not only is Vladimir Putin the tyrant bullying Ukrainians, he's also bullying Russians because he's forcing them to fight in this unjustified war. And we at the hashtag GayBullets YouTube channel will continue to stand with Ukraine. Slava Ukrainie! Heroям слава! Нехай світ дарується Україні перемога!
KAAAAAANY YouTube channel.
Hurry up, now tell us why you're here.
Starting at pole position is Lightning McQueen, with Jamie McCarry to his outside. Row 2 has Jeff Corvette and Cal Weathers, both previous Piston Cup champions. Row 3 has David Rudikar and Mark Carton, who is a very nice racer. Row 4 has the Rocket, Ryan Newcar, and Bobby Swift to his outside. Row 5 has Denny Carlin and the number 12 car, Brad Keselowski. Row 6 has Casey Corner and the jumper, Jeff Burnton, to his outside. I wonder what they're going to do. And row 7 has Brick Hicks, the nice Hicks, and the mean orange car, Joey Logierno. Row 8 has Kurt Busch-Tire, who should not say a certain word, and Juan Pablo Montoya. Row 9 has Brick Yardley and Greg Beeple to his outside. Row 10 has Rex Revler and Dale Earnhardt Jr., who are both underperforming expectations. Row 11 has Speedy Comet and David Raycar, who in recent weeks are overperforming expectations. Row 12 has Bobby Carboni, who used to qualify every week, and Tony Gasworth to his outside. Row 13 has Morey Clutchburn and T.G. Castlenut, who has surprised us all sometimes. Row 14 has Clint Bokar and Phil Tankson. I wonder if they'll finish in the top half. Row 15 has Matt Karzith, the 2003 Piston Cup champion, and Hank Weathers. Row 16 has Ernie Gearson and Chip Gearings, who have qualified for nearly every race. Row 17 has Dud Throttleman and Martin Carrix Jr. I wonder what they're going to do. And row 18 has Kyle Busch-Tire and Kevin Harvick. This should not be row 18. And row 19 has Mike Yankee Jr. and Carl Edwards. Why are they qualifying so badly? But row 20 has Reb Meeker and Todd Marcus. This row actually makes sense. Row 21 has Darren Ledfoot and Jimmy Cables. I wonder what they're going to do this race. And starting in 43rd is Jack DePost. And these 6 cars, among many others, failed to qualify for this race. Now, let's get on to the race. Lightning McQueen would lead for the first 3 laps of the race before he'd lose the lead to Jeff Gorvette, who would lead all the way until lap 37 before he'd lose the lead to Cal Weathers, who would lead until lap 46 before he'd lose the lead to Jamie McCarry, who would lead all the way until lap 85 before Tony Gasworth would take the lead from him. He'd lead for 5 laps before Jeff Gorvette would be back in the lead. He'd lead for 50 laps before Denny Carlin would take the lead for himself, leading for 6 laps. But then Kevin Harvick would take the lead for himself and lead for 5 laps before Denny Carlin would be back in the lead, leading until lap 174, where Jamie McCarry would once again take the lead, leading until lap 206, where Kyle Busch-Tire would take the lead for himself. He'd lead until lap 228, where Matt Karzith would be second as of that lap, but Jamie McCarry would beat him to the lead, leading until lap 231, when Brick Yardley would take the lead from him. He'd lead for 4 laps before Jeff Burnton would jump over him and lead until lap 260. But the other Jeff Gorvette, would take the lead from him and lead the next 13 laps before Kyle Busch-Tire would once again take the lead, leading until lap 290, where his teammate Denny Carlin would take the lead from him. But on lap 309, their other teammate Joey Logierno would be 24th. And then he'd wreck! Who does he wreck? Mike Yankee Jr., Phil Tankson, Hank Weathers, Speedy Comet, T.G. Castlenut, Brick Hicks, Casey Corner, Bobby Carboni, Jimmy Cables, Todd Marcus, and Jack DePost. Right! And Clint Bokar is now down 20 laps! Lightning McQueen would take the lead after the restart and lead for 5 laps before Denny Carlin would take the lead from him. He'd lead until lap 340, where Jeff Burnton would take the lead for himself by using the wall. But on lap 344, Denny Carlin would be back in the lead. He'd lead all the way until lap 387, where Lightning McQueen would once again retake the lead, leading until lap 403, where Kurt Busch-Tire would take the lead for himself, leading for 10 laps before Chip Gearings would take the lead off of pit cycles. But Lightning McQueen would be back in the lead, leading until lap 428, where Denny Carlin would once again take the lead. He'd lead for 5 laps before Greg Beeple would take the lead for himself, leading for 11 laps before Lightning McQueen would be back in the lead. He'd lead all the way until lap 480, but then Jamie McCarty would take the lead from him, and 4 laps later, Lightning McQueen would be back in the lead. He'd lead all the way until the checkered flag where he'd win the 2010 No Stall Southern 500. Denny Carlin would finish second this race, Jamie McCarty third, Jeff Corvette fourth, and Kurt Buschtire rounding out the top 5. And Corey Turbowitz asked Darren Leadfoot why he did not lead a lap, and this was Darren Leadfoot's response. And here is the top 20 of the race, where surprisingly Darren Leadfoot is missing, and the jumper Jeff Burnton only finished in 8th, behind Kyle Buschtire, the mean yellow car, and Cal Weathers rounds out the top 10. I do not get the rest of the top 20 though. But here is the second half with Darren Leadfoot finishing 21st, and Greg People and Tony Gasworth right behind him. How? And Moray Clutchburn would be the last car to finish on the lead lap, finishing 30th, just behind Chip Gearings, who does not have a DNF. And unfortunately, Phil Tankson and Mike Yankee Jr. are the bottom 2. And here is the top 20 in points, where Lightning McQueen leads by almost 700 points! How? And the Buschtire brothers need to stop doing bad things. Either that's saying a bad word or wrecking other cars.
Remember to press the notifications button, which goes ring, ring, ring after you press it. And lightning strikes back, and that's as if you subscribed, of course. And thank you for watching this entire video.
Not much to say other than Matt Karseth still somehow cannot lead a lap. And also, Lightning McQueen is way too dominant. The contest is who will finish second, not win the cup. And the 28th race of the 2010 Piston Cup season will be coming out tomorrow. Something that we wish could happen sooner than tomorrow is the end of the 2022 Russian invasion of Ukraine. The Ukrainian people are tired of war and just want to live in peace and have freedom. But now, if they do get it, they wouldn't be able to enjoy very much of it, because many Ukrainians, their power is down, leaving them in the cold and in the dark. And why is this? The tyrant and bully Vladimir Putin started an unjustified war against Ukraine 9 months ago. Why would you need to invade Ukraine? You already have enough land of your own. And we at the hashtag KBullets YouTube channel will continue to stand with Ukraine. Slava Ukrainie! Heroям слава! Нехай світі дарується, Україні перемога!
KA Bullets YouTube channel.
Hurry up, now tell us why you're here.
Lightning McQueen, the defending champion, will start at pole position, and Cal Weathers would start to his outside. Row 2 has Martin Carx Jr. and Denny Carlin. Row 3 has Juan Pablo Montoya and Greg People to his outside. I wonder what they're gonna do. Row 4 has Jamie McCarty, who keeps surprising everyone, and Kurt Buschtire, don't say the bad word. And row 5 has Bobby Swift and Carl Edwards. Both are in the top 10 in points. Row 6 has Kyle Buschtire and Brick Yardley. I wonder what they're going to do. And row 7 has The Rocket, Ryan Newcar, and the 2003 Piston Cup champion, Matt Karseth. Row 8 has a 2-time Piston Cup champion, Jeff Corvette, and Casey Corner to his outside. Row 9 has David Rudikar and Brick Hicks. both did not do very well last race. Row 10 has Joey Logierno and Moray Clutchburn. I wonder what they're going to do. Row 11 has Todd Marcus and Phil Tankson to his outside. Row 12 has Mike Yankee Jr. and Clint Bokar, who in the past few races have not done too well. Row 13 has Tony Gasworth and T.G. Castlenut. I wonder what they're going to do. Row 14 has the jumper Jeff Burnton and Rex Revler. I wonder what Rex Revler is going to do. And row 15 has David Redcar and Tommy Highbanks, making his 5th start this season. Row 16 has Brad Karslowski and his former teammate in the 2nd Division, Dale Earnhardt Jr. Row 17 has Kevin Carvick and Speedy Comet to his outside. Row 18 has Chip Gearings and Jimmy Cables. Why is he underperforming? Row 19 has Dave Laney in his final Piston Cup season and Reb Meeker. Row 20 has 2 older cars, Ernie Gearson and Mark Carton. I wonder what they're going to do. Row 21 has Mark Burnsley and Brian Sparks, who did not make that many starts this season. Jack DePost originally qualified for this race, but unfortunately, he had a hard crash. And replacing him in 43rd is Lucas Nitro. These 8 cars, among many others, failed to qualify for this race. Now into the race, where Lightning McQueen will lead for the first 267 laps. How does any car lead for over half of the race without losing the lead? How is this possible? Now, let's check on what happened when Lightning McQueen was in the lead. Dave Laney would be out on lap 29 because of an engine failure. Lucas Nitro would be out on lap 43 because of a broken quarter panel. Chip Gearings would be 31st as of lap 249. Rex himself, Ernie Gearson, Brian Sparks, Reb Meeker, Mark Burnsley, Todd Marcus, and put David Rudikar down 1 lap. Why? Oh wait, it was probably an accident. But Kurt Buschtire would take the lead from Lightning McQueen on lap 267 and lead for the next 3 laps before Lightning McQueen would be back in the lead for 13 more laps. But the other Buschtire brother, Kyle, would take the lead for himself and lead into lap 338. But David Rudikar would get back on the lead lap on lap 295. And Lightning McQueen would retake the lead on lap 338 and lead for the final 62 laps. How does any car lead for more than 50 consecutive laps twice in a race? How is that possible? But as Lightning McQueen took the checkered flag, he is the winner of the 2010 Sputter Stop 400. Jeff Burnton would finish 2nd this race, Joey Logierno 3rd, Kurt Buschtire 4th, and Carl Edwards rounding out the top 5. This race was pure domination from Lightning McQueen, who led over 3/4 of the laps this race. How is that possible? And only 2 other cars led any laps. And Kyle Buschtire, Cal Weathers, Ryan Newcar the Rocket, Denny Carlin, and Cal Weathers would round out the top 10. Now onto the rest of the field, where Tony Gasworth once again finishes outside the top 20. Why? But David Rudikar, who got lucky and got back on the lead lap, is the last car to finish on the lead lap, finishing 35th. This race did not have as many cars wreck out. Let's hope that's even less next race. And here is the top 20 in points, where Lightning McQueen is now over 700 points ahead of Kevin Carvick in 2nd. How is that possible? And in 20th position is Casey Corner, 9 points ahead of Juan Pablo Montoya.
press the notifications button, which goes ring, ring, ring after you press it. And lightning strikes back, and that's as if you subscribed, of course. And thank you for watching this entire video.
How can Lightning McQueen be this dominant, leading almost every single lap in this race, the 2010 Sputter Stop 400? He led the first half of all the laps, and the final 62. And the only other two cars to lead a lap were the Busch Tire brothers. How is this possible? And the 29th race of the 2010 Piston Cup season will be coming out tomorrow. Something we can hope will end sooner than tomorrow is the 2022 Russian invasion of Ukraine. But the Ukrainian people are now in the dark and in the cold because of missiles that hit their power plants. They also just want to live in peace and have freedom. But who is causing all of this misery for the Ukrainian people? The tyrant and bully Vladimir Putin, who is not only bullying Ukrainians, but he is also bullying Russians into fighting this unjustified war. And why would you start this unjustified war, Vladimir Putin? You already have enough land of your own. And we at the hashtag KABullets YouTube channel will continue to stand with Ukraine. Slava Ukrainie! Heroyam slava! Nechai Shvitsya darutsye Ukrainie permoha! Glory to Ukraine! Glory to the heroes! May Ukraine be granted victory!
KABullets YouTube channel.
Hurry up, now tell us why you're here.
Starting at pole position is Cal Weathers, with Casey Corner to his outside. Row 2 has two-time Piston Cup champion Jeff Gorvette and the mean orange car Joey Logierno. Row 3 has Greg People, who won 3 races ago, and the Rocket Ryan Newcar. Row 4 has Juan Pablo Montoya and Matt Karzitz, the 2003 Piston Cup champion. Row 5 has Kurt Busch Tire, don't say the bad word, and Lightning McQueen. Row 6 has Speedy Comet and Denny Carlin. I wonder how many laps Denny Carlin will lead today. Row 8 has Brick Yardley, the 2008 Florida 500 winner, and Tony Gasworth. Row 8 has Bobby Swift and David Rudikar. I wonder what they're doing in this row. Row 9 has Brick Hicks and Mike Yankee Jr. Both are severely underperforming. Row 10 has Kyle Busch Tire and Dale Earnhardt Jr. to his outside. Row 11 has David Raycar and Jamie McCarry, who has surprised everyone this season. Row 12 has the RCR teammates Jeff Burnton and Kevin Karvik, who is second in points right now. Row 13 has Martin Carrix Jr. and Brad Karslowski to his outside. Row 14 has Clint Bokar and Mark Carton, who had 5 wins last season. Row 15 has Phil Tankson and Todd Marcus, who needs to stop skipping qualifying. Row 16 has Carl Edwards and T.G. Castlenut to his outside. Row 17 has Chip Gearings, who has qualified for all 29 races so far this season, and Jimmy Cables to his outside. Row 18 has Slate Granger and Casey Gears, neither of which qualified last race. Row 19 has David Gillicar and Reb Meeker to his outside. I wonder what they're going to do. Row 20 has Rex Revler and Ernie Gearson, who's been racing since 1973. Row 21 has Maury Clutchburn, making his 893rd start in the Piston Cup this race, and Jack DePost to his outside. And starting in 43rd is Doug Throttleman, who is Team Mood Springs' answer to Jeff Burnton. And these 5 cars, among many others, failed to qualify for this race. Cal Weathers would lead for the first 2 laps of the race before he'd lose the lead to Casey Corner, who would lead for the next 25 laps, but on lap 27, Jeff Gorvette would take the lead from him. He'd lead until lap 55, where Cal Weathers would be back in the lead. He'd lead all the way until lap 80 before Tony Gasworth would take the lead from him. 15 laps later, Tony Gasworth would lose the lead to Jeff Gorvette, who would lead for 3 more laps before Brick Yardley, the other 24 car, would take the lead from him. He'd lead for 10 laps before Tony Gasworth would be back in the lead. He'd lead until lap 145, where Kevin Carvick would take the lead from him. 1 lap later, Kevin Carvick would lose the lead to his teammate, Jeff Burnton, who would lead for 3 laps before Tony Gasworth would retake the lead, leading all the way until lap 155, but Kevin Carvick would retake the lead, leading until lap 171. Tony Gasworth would once again retake the lead, and he'd lead all the way until lap 187, where Kyle Buschtire would be 17th as of that lap. Where he wrecks? Who does he wreck? Rex Revler, Reb Meeker, Brick Hicks, Ernie Gearson, Jack DePost, Murray Clutchburn, and Casey Corner. What, you mean yellow car? And Greg Beeple would take the lead after the restart and lead until lap 189, where Jamie McCarry would take the lead from him. He'd lead until lap 195, where of course Lightning McQueen would take the lead. He'd lead until lap 207, where Greg Beeple would retake the lead. He'd lead for 30 laps before Carl Edwards, his teammate, would take the lead from him. He'd lead for just 2 laps before Greg Beeple would retake the lead. He'd lead until lap 290 for 51 laps! How? Lightning McQueen would take the lead on lap 290 and lead all the way until lap 325, where Tony Gasworth would take the lead from him, leading until lap 349, where Cal Weathers would take the lead from him. He'd lead for 6 more laps before Greg Beeple would retake the lead. He'd lead for 9 more laps before Kevin Carvick would take the lead from him. He'd lead for 5 laps, but then Lightning McQueen would use the wall to pass Kevin Carvick, and he would lead the final 31 laps to win the 2010 Spearmint 400, with Greg Beeple finishing 2nd this race, Kevin Carvick 3rd, Tony Gasworth 4th, and Jeff Gorvette rounding out the top 5. And here's the top 20 of the race, with Carl Edwards, Matt Karzith, Cal Weathers, Ryan Newcar, and Todd Marcus rounding out the top 10. And I do not get how Denny Carlin finished 12th. Maybe it's due to the fact that he is inconsistent. And Chip Gearings gets yet another top 20 finish. And the last car to finish in the top 20 is Martin Carrix Jr., just ahead of Kyle Buschtire, the mean yellow car, who finished only 1 position ahead of Dale Earnhardt Jr. And why are some cars continuously underperforming, like Brick Yardley and Mike Yankee Jr.? But Slate Granger would be the last car to finish on the lead lap, finishing 36th this race. And here is the top 20 in points, where Lightning McQueen is still over 700 points ahead of Kevin Carvick in 2nd. And Jamie McCarry has been in the top 20 for a solid number of races at this point. And Martin Carrix Jr. is still keeping Phil Tankson out of the top 20.
Remember to press the notifications button, which goes ring, ring, ring after you press it. And lightning strikes back, and that's as if you subscribed, of course. And thank you for watching this entire video.
How is Lightning McQueen this dominant? He's already won the majority of the races this season. But it would be a stretch for him to win the Piston Cup by more than 1,000 points, because Kevin Carvick is also having a good season, despite being over 700 points behind the leader. And how is the 2003 Piston Cup champion Matt Karzith not leading laps this season? It's only been 7 years! And also, the Buschtire brothers need to stop being mean cars. And the 30th race of the 2010 Piston Cup season will be coming out tomorrow. Unfortunately, the 2022 Russian invasion of Ukraine is still going on, and the Ukrainian people just want to live in peace and have freedom, as well as have a power source, so that they're not in the cold or in the dark. But why are these basic necessities not being met for the Ukrainian people? Because of an unjustified war started by the tyrant and bully Vladimir Putin, who is not just bullying Ukrainians, but also Russians to fight in this unjustified war. Does Putin not realize that Russia is the biggest country on Earth? You already have enough land of your own, and we at the hashtag KBullets YouTube channel will continue to stand with Ukraine. Slava Ukrainie, Heroyam Slava! Nechaj Швеція дарує Україні перемога!
KAAAAAANY YouTube channel.
Hurry up, now tell us why you're here.
Brick Yardley will start at pole position with Cal Weathers to his outside. Row 2 has Lightning McQueen and the 2002 Piston Cup champion Tony Gasworth. Row 3 has the Rocket Ryan Newcar and Bobby Swift to his outside. Row 4 has the Jeff and Jeff Show, Jeff Burnton and Jeff Gorvette. I wonder what they're going to do this race. Row 5 has Kurt Busch-Tire and Denny Carlin to his outside. I wonder what they're going to do. Row 6 has the mean yellow car, Kyle Busch-Tire and Jimmy Cables to his outside. Row 7 has Greg Beeple and Clint Bokar to his outside. Row 8 has Casey Corner and Mike Yankee Jr., who is underperforming expectations. Row 9 has Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Kevin Harvick, who is currently second in points. Row 10 has Carl Edwards and Brad Keselowski. They remember something from the 14th race of 2009. Row 11 has Martin Truex Jr. and Mark Carton, who used to be teammates back in 2008. Row 12 has two orange cars, Speedy Comet and Joey Logano. Don't wreck other cars! Row 13 is Jamie McCarty and Phil Tankson to his outside. I wonder what they're going to do. Row 14 has Todd Marcus, who did not skip qualifying, and Morey Clutchburn to his outside. Row 15 has Juan Pablo Montoya and Brick Hicks, who has qualified for every single race. Row 16 has Rex Revler and Doug Throttleman. Team Mood Springs his answer to Jeff Burnton. Row 17 has T.G. Castlenut and Matt Karzith. Row 18 has David Rudikar and another David Raycar. So is it a David and David show? Well, there's other Davids. But Reb Meeker and Ernie Gearson would start in row 19. Row 20 has Jack DePost and Rev Rodages, who surprisingly qualifies because he did bad in practice. Row 21 has Chip Gearings and Parker Breakston. And starting in what? There are two cars in row 22? How were 44 cars allowed to race? But the last row has Nick Charger and Steve Millwheel, both making their first start this season. And these 7 cars, among many others, failed to qualify for this race and are probably quite annoyed that whoever qualified 44th was allowed to race. Now, let's get on to the race. Brick Yardley would lead for the first 12 laps of the race, but on lap 1, Nick Charger would leave the race, bringing the field back to 43 cars, and Denny Carlin would take the lead on lap 12 and lead until lap 21, but Ernie Gearson would be out on lap 21 because he was too tired. Lightning McQueen would take the lead after the restart and lead until lap 38, where Morey Clutchburn would surprisingly take the lead off of pit cycles. But Steve Millwheel would be out on lap 40 because of a broken quarter panel, and Kurt Busch-Tire would take the lead after the restart, but the very next lap, Brick Yardley would take the lead. He'd lead for 7 laps before Lightning McQueen would take the lead from him. He'd lead until lap 54, where Kyle Buschtire would push him into the wall, leading until lap 96, where Tony Gasworth would take the lead from him. He'd lead for 9 laps before Speedy Comet would take the lead from him off of pit cycles. But Brick Yardley would be back in the lead on lap 106 and lead for 6 more laps before Carl Edwards would take the lead from him. He'd lead for 11 laps before Lightning McQueen would of course retake the lead. But he'd only lead for 3 laps before Kyle Buschtire would once again be back in the lead. But Mike Yankee Jr. would take the lead by passing him on the inside and keep the lead until lap 153, where Brick Yardley would retake the lead, leading for 4 more laps before Denny Carlin would take the lead for himself, leading for 3 laps. But Mike Yankee Jr. would be back in the lead, and he'd lead the field for 18 laps before Brad Kozlowski would be 21st as of lap 178, where he wrecks Juan Pablo Montoya. Why? And Brick Yardley would take the lead after the restart and lead until lap 201, where another crash happens. But this one is caused by Kyle Buschtire. And then he wrecks Dale Earnhardt Jr., Jamie McCarry, and David Rudikar. Why? Lightning McQueen would take the lead after the restart and lead for 4 laps before Denny Carlin would take the lead for himself. He'd lead all the way until lap 234. In the meantime, Parker Breakston would go down 1 lap on lap 221. Rev Rodages would also get lapped on lap 225. And the very next lap, David Raycar would also get lapped. I don't know why, but Rex Revler would take the lead off of pit cycles on lap 234. And whilst in the lead, David Raycar and Parker Breakston would both get back onto the lead lap. Hooray! And Jimmy Cables would take the lead on lap 235 and lead for 4 laps. But in the meantime, Rev Rodages would get back on the lead lap on lap 236. On lap 239, Lightning McQueen would take the lead. But 6 laps later, Denny Carlin would be back in the lead. He'd lead for 11 laps before Lightning McQueen would be back in the lead, leading until lap 264. But Brick Yardley would take the lead and lead until lap 271, where Bobby Swift would take the lead from him. He'd only lead for 2 laps before Kyle Buschtire would take the lead from him. He'd lead for 3 laps before Lightning McQueen would retake the lead, leading for 11 laps before Brick Yardley would take the lead for himself, leading all the way until lap 316. Reb Meeker would take the lead off of the last pit cycle, leading until lap 318, where Brick Yardley would lead the field to the white flag, but after turn 4, Denny Carlin would pass Brick Yardley for the lead and win the 2010 Blinker 350. And here is the photo finish of this race, where second placed Brick Yardley would only lose by 6 feet. And the car that would finish third this race is Kyle Buschtire, as shown on the screen. Lightning McQueen finished 4th, and Rex Revler would round out the top 5. Literally how? And here is the top 20 of the race, with Matt Karzith, Jimmy Cables, Kevin Carvick, Bobby Swift, and Cal Weathers rounding out the top 10. And Jeff Gorvette just missing out on a top 10 finish. And Greg People is right behind him. And who's behind Greg People? Jack DePost! How did he finish in the top 15? And here is the other half of the field after 20th position. And how did the Rocket Ryan Newcar not rocket his way to the front? And Chip Gearings is, well, he finishes 33rd, which makes a bit of sense. But David Raycar, who is previously lapped, is the last car to finish on the lead lap, finishing 37th. Meaning this race didn't have a lot of cars that got wrecked out. And here is the top 20 in points, where of course, Lightning McQueen leads by over 700 points. And he also has over 5,000 points. How is this possible? And how did Brick Yardley not move out of 18th position? he came second!
Remember to press the notifications button, which goes ring, ring, ring after you press it. And lightning strikes back, and that's as if you subscribed, of course. And thank you for watching this entire video.
This race had a very good photo finish because most races this season were just dominated by one car. And it was not always Lightning McQueen. Most of the races this season, the winner was in the lead with 20 laps to go. But this race had a photo finish. But what this race is probably going to be remembered for is the fact that 44 cars started. The rule is 43. How did an extra car start? Whoever was responsible for organizing the starting grid. Well, the cars qualified, but there's a reason why it's only 43. Whoever let in an extra car needs to be fired! Like Lightning McQueen's crew chiefs from 2005. But unlike those crew chiefs, that employee needs to be fired! Because the rule is 43! Not 44 cars can race in one race. And of course, I have to mention the obvious. Lightning McQueen is too dominant with a 700-point lead. The Bush Tire brothers need to stop doing bad things. And how is Matt Karseth not leading any laps? And the 31st race of the 2010 Piston Cup season will be coming out tomorrow. Something that we can hope will end sooner than tomorrow is the 2022 Russian invasion of Ukraine. The Ukrainian people just want to live in peace and have freedom, as well as have access to a source of power, so they're not living in the dark and in the cold. But who denies the Ukrainian people these basic necessities? The tyrant and bully Vladimir Putin, who definitely deserves to be fired as he is doing a bad job leading Russia and also starting an unjustified war against Ukraine. Why would you need to do that? You already have enough land of your own. And we at the hashtag #GetABullets YouTube channel will continue to stand with Ukraine. Slava Ukrainie! Heroyam slava! Nechai świecie darujcie Ukrainie перемога!
AAAAAANY YouTube channel.
Hurry up, now tell us why you're here.
Starting at pole position is Lightning McQueen, and Bobby Swift would start to his outside. Row 2 has Tony Gasworth, and the car currently second in points, Kevin Carvick. Row 3 has Jeff Gorvette, two-time Piston Cup champion, and Denny Carlin to his outside. Row 4 has Jimmy Cables, who is currently in the top 20 in points, and Brick Yardley, who also is in the top 20. Row 5 has the Bush Tire brothers. Please don't cause any trouble. Row 6 has Carl Edwards and Clint Bokar to his outside. I wonder what he's going to do. Row 7 has Greg People, who's surprising us in recent races, and Cal Weathers to his outside. Row 8 has two juniors, Mike Yankee Jr. and Dale Earnhardt Jr., whose fathers raced in the 1980s. Row 9 has Casey Corner and Brad Karslowski to his outside. I wonder what they're going to do. Row 10 has the jumper Jeff Burnton and Mark Carton, who is very nice to other cars. Row 11 has the Rocket Ryan Newcar and Juan Pablo Montoya, who won his first race this season. Row 12 has Martin Carrix Jr. and Phil Tankson, who are competing for a top 20 spot. Row 13 has Jamie McCarry and Todd Marcus to his outside. Row 14 has Moray Clutchburn, who has made quite a lot of starts in this competition, and Joey Lagirno. Row 15 has Brick Hicks and Darren Leadfoot, who promised to lead laps this race. Row 16 has Speedy Comet. I wonder if he'll be speedy, and Chip Gearings to his outside. Row 17 has Matt Karzeth, the 2003 Piston Cup champion, and TG Castlenut. Row 18 has Rex Reveler and Reb Meeker, who both missed at least one race this season. Row 19 has two Davids, David Raycar and David Rudikar. I wonder who'll do better. Row 20 has Ernie Gearson, who's been racing since 1973, before Jack DePost was even born. Row 21 has Dud Throttleman and Joe Brakecheck to his outside. And starting in 43rd is Mike Splatlopper, making his first start this season. These 7 cars, among many others, failed to qualify for this race. Lightning McQueen would lead for the first 20 laps of this race before he'd lose the lead. Oh. Joey Laguna would be 35th as of lap 7 when he wrecks Ernie Gearson. Why? Denny Carlin would take the lead on lap 20 and lead for 6 laps before Darren Leadfoot would take the lead for himself, leading for 2 laps before Denny Carlin would be back in the lead. He'd lead until lap 35, where Phil Tankson would take the lead from him. He'd lead for 3 laps before Lightning McQueen would of course be back in the lead, leading until lap 55, where Tony Gasworth would take the lead. He'd lead for 9 laps before Lightning McQueen, as usual, is back in the lead, leading all the way until lap 82, Darren Leadfoot's number, and he'd lead until lap 109. Matt Karzeth would be second as of lap 109, but he would be beaten to the lead by Jimmy Cables, who would lead for just 2 laps before Jeff Gorvette would take the lead for himself. He'd lead for 13 laps before he'd lose the lead to Darren Leadfoot, who would lead for 6 more laps before lap 129, where Kyle Bushtire would take the lead until lap 135. On lap 135, Lightning McQueen would retake the lead. He'd lead for 2 laps before, of course, Darren Leadfoot would take the lead, leading until lap 141, where Bobby Swift would take the lead from him. He'd lead for 3 laps before Brick Yardley would take the lead from him. He'd lead all the way until lap 160, where of course Lightning McQueen would take the lead from Brick Yardley, and lead for 9 laps before Tony Gasworth would once again take the lead, leading until lap 173, where Denny Carlin would take the lead from him. He'd lead for 3 laps before his teammate Kyle Bushtire would overtake him for the lead, leading until lap 183, where Lightning McQueen would of course retake the lead. 11 laps later, Phil Tankson would take the lead from Lightning McQueen off of pit cycles. After pit cycles are done, Darren Leadfoot would take the lead and lead for 10 laps before Denny Carlin would retake the lead for himself, leading until lap 211, where Brick Yardley would retake the lead, leading until lap 214 for 3 laps before Cal Weathers would take the lead for himself, leading for 2 laps before Kyle Bushtire would take the lead once again. But he would be pushed into the wall by Todd Marcus, who would lead for 9 laps before Tony Gasworth would once again retake the lead, leading until lap 234, where Greg Beeple would take the lead from him. He'd lead for 2 laps before Darren Leadfoot would once again take the lead, leading until lap 249, where Denny Carlin would once again take the lead. He'd lead until lap 264, but 10 laps earlier, Joey Laguna would be 10th, and then he'd wreck Mike Splatlopper, David Rudikar, Chip Gearings, David Raycar, Joe Brakecheck, and put Maury Clutchburn, Brick Hicks, Speedy Comet, Casey Corner, Doug Throttleman, Cal Weathers, and Jack DePost down 1 lap. Why, you mean orange car? Tony Gasworth would take the lead on lap 264 and lead until lap 279, where Brick Yardley would take the lead from him. He'd lead until lap 284, where Lightning McQueen would retake the lead. He'd lead for 4 laps before Mark Carton would take the lead off of pit cycles. But on lap 289, his teammate Jeff Gorvette would take the lead from him. He'd lead until lap 295, where Lightning McQueen would once again retake the lead, leading for 8 laps before Phil Tankson would be 26th as of lap 303. Who does he wreck? Joey Laguna! Hooray! Doug Throttleman would get back on the lead lap on lap 303. Hooray! And Darren Leadfoot would take the lead for himself on lap 303. He would keep the lead for 40 laps. But what happens? Jack DePost would get back on the lead lap on lap 306. And 1 lap later, Cal Weathers would get back on the lead lap on lap 307. Hooray! Tony Gasworth would finally take the lead from Darren Leadfoot on lap 343, but on lap 356, Bobby Swift would retake the lead. He'd lead for 3 laps before, of course, Lightning McQueen retakes the lead. He would lead into lap 362, where Brick Yardley would once again take the lead. He'd lead for 4 laps before Tony Gasworth would take the lead for himself once again. But on lap 371, Jimmy Cables would take the lead once again. He would lead for 4 laps before Brick Yardley would take the lead on lap 375. And with 2 to go, Tony Gasworth would take the lead. And he would take the checkered flag to win the 2010 Tank Coat 400. Brick Yardley would finish second this race. Lightning McQueen finished third, Matt Karseth fourth, and Bobby Swift rounding out the top 5. And here is the top 20 of the race, with Kurt Busch-Tire, Jimmy Cables, Darren Leadfoot, Carl Edwards, and Greg People rounding out the top 10. Clint Bokar, who led no laps this race, would finish 11th this race. And here is the rest of the top 20. At least Phil Tankson is present. And the last car to finish in the top 20 is Todd Marcus. And here is the rest of the field, where Kyle Busch-Tire finishes 21st. And, of course, Doug Throttleman and Cal Weathers got back onto the lead lap, with Cal Weathers being the last car to finish on the lead lap. Wait, Cal Weathers was the last one to finish on the lead lap? When does this happen? But Jack DePost also got back on the lead lap. And here is the top 20 in points, where Lightning McQueen leads by over 800 points! How does any car lead by that many points? At least the Busch-Tire brothers didn't cause any trouble, unlike Joey Logierno, who is quite far from finishing in the top 20.
Remember to press the notifications button, which goes ring, ring, ring after you press it. And lightning strikes back, and that's as if you subscribed, of course. And thank you for watching this entire video.
How is Lightning McQueen this dominant? I know he didn't win the race, but if you look at the point standings, Lightning McQueen is over 800 points ahead of Kevin Harvick in second. And if you go down to third, Lightning McQueen is over 1,000 points ahead of Denny Carlin in third. How is anyone supposed to catch up to that? And the next race, the 32nd race of the 2010 Piston Cup season, will hopefully be coming out tomorrow. If not tomorrow, then a day soon after. Something that should be happening sooner than the upload of my next video is the end of the 2022 Russian invasion of Ukraine. The Ukrainian people just want to live in peace and have freedom. And also, it is getting colder in the northern hemisphere, where Ukraine and Russia are located. Many Ukrainians are in the dark and in the cold because of attacks on their power plants. But do you know who ordered these attacks? The tyrant and bully Vladimir Putin. Why does he need to start an unjustified war on Ukraine? You already have enough land of your own. He's not just bullying Ukrainians, but he is also bullying Russians into fighting in this war. And we at the hashtag KABullets YouTube channel will continue to stand with Ukraine. Slava Ukrainie, Heroyam Slava! Nechai Shvitsye Daruitsye, Ukrainie Peremoha!
KA Bullets YouTube channel.
Hurry up, now tell us why you're here.
Hooray! I got my headphones back! But who is this brave car that got my headphones back? Starting at pole position for the 32nd race of 2010 is Denny Carlin, with Lightning McQueen to his outside. Row 2 has two RCR teammates, Clint Bokar and Kevin Carvick. I wonder where Kevin Carvick will finish this race. Row 3 has the Rocket, Ryan Newcar, and the mean yellow car, Kyle Bushtire. Row 4 has Cal Weathers, the 2008 Piston Cup champion, and Kurt Bushtire, who should not say a certain word. Row 5 has two Rush Racing teammates, Greg Beeple and Carl Edwards. I wonder if they'll finish in the top 10. Row 6 has the Jeff and Jeff show once again with Jeff Gorvette and Jeff Burnton, starting in row 6. Row 7 has Tony Gasworth and Bobby Swift to his outside. Row 8 has two Bricks. Oh, it's the Brick and Brick show. Brick Yardley and Brick Hicks. So many shows. And row 9 has Mike Yankee Jr. alongside Mark Carton, who's raced Mike Yankee Jr.'s father, Mike Yankee Sr. Row 10 has Jimmy Cables, who led over 200 laps in the second division race that preceded this one, and Dale Earnhardt Jr. to his outside. Row 11 has Phil Tankson and Martin Carrix Jr., who both want to finish in the top 20 this season. Row 12 has Casey Corner and Matt Karzeth starting on his outside. I wonder where they'll finish. Row 13 has Todd Marcus, who's actually qualifying, and Juan Pablo Montoya. Row 14 has Morey Clutchburn, a very old car, and Brad Karslowski, a very young car. Row 15 has Jamie McCarry and Joey Lagirno, the mean orange car. Row 16 has Rex Reveler and TG Castlenut. I wonder what they're going to do. Row 17 has Speedy Comet. He's been quite speedy in practice, and Reb Meeker to his outside. Row 18 has David Raycar and Floyd Movelhill, who has actually won a Piston Cup race. Row 19 has Ernie Gearson, who has won multiple Piston Cup races, and Chip Gearings. Row 20 has Doug Throttleman, the other jumper other than Jeff Burnton, and Jack DePost. Row 21 has Terry Cargus and Edwin Burnout, making his very first Piston Cup start. And starting in 43rd is Danny Kerbin, and he finished ahead of these cars. Unfortunately, they all failed to qualify for this race, among many others. Denny Carlin would lead for the first 9 laps of the race, but unfortunately, what happens on lap 9? Jack DePost would be out on lap 9 because of an engine failure. We're not even on the 10th lap, but Kevin Carvick took the lead right before the caution, and he would lead all the way until lap 17, where Kurt Bushtire would take the lead from him. He'd lead for 1 lap before Chip Gearings would be 36th as of lap 18. Where he wrecks David Raycar! Why? Let's hope it was an accident. Denny Carlin would take the lead after the restart and lead until lap 31, where Cal Weathers would take the lead from him. He'd lead for 5 laps before Lightning McQueen, as usual, would take the lead. He'd lead for 11 laps before Matt Karzeth would be second as of lap 47, but be beaten to the lead by Jeff Gorvette, who would lead until lap 52. On lap 52, Kevin Carvick would retake the lead. He'd lead until lap 55 for a total of 3 laps before Cal Weathers would retake the lead. He'd lead until lap 61, where another blue car, Kurt Bushtire, would take the lead from him. He'd lead for 2 more laps before Jimmy Cables would take the lead from him. He'd lead for 4 laps, but on lap 67, Brick Yardley would pass him on the high side and take the lead. On lap 70, Rex Reveler would take the lead off of pit cycles. Joey Lagirno would be 20th as of lap 71, where he wrecks Casey Corner. Why? But he wrecks himself right after wrecking Casey Corner. Brick Yardley would take the lead after the restart and lead for 2 laps before Cal Weathers would take the lead for himself, leading all the way until lap 77, where Clint Bokar would take the lead for himself, leading for just 2 laps before Lightning McQueen would take the lead for himself, leading all the way until lap 85. Jeff Burnton would then jump over Lightning McQueen and lead for 4 laps before Lightning McQueen would use the wall to pass Jeff Burnton for the lead. But on lap 97, Brick Yardley would retake the lead. He'd lead until lap 102, where Denny Carlin would take the lead from him. He'd pass him on the low side, but Phil Tankson would pass Denny Carlin on the low side on lap 106 and lead for the next 2 laps before Brick Hicks would take the lead for himself off of pit cycles. But Clint Bokar would take the lead after that, and he'd lead into lap 109 where Ryan Newcar would rocket up to the front. He'd lead into lap 112 where Floyd Mulvihill would somehow take the lead. He'd lead for just 2 laps before Lightning McQueen would retake the lead. He'd lead for 8 laps until lap 121 where Denny Carlin would once again retake the lead. He'd lead until lap 127 where Carl Edwards would take the lead for himself with Matt Karzeth right behind him. But the very next lap, Doug Throttleman would take the lead. He'd lead until lap 133 where he'd lose the lead to Phil Tankson, who would lead for 2 more laps before he'd lose the lead to Tony Gasswert, who would lead until lap 139. But unfortunately, Kurt Busch-Tire would be 14th as of lap 139, where he wrecks Dale Earnhardt Jr., but he's 4 laps down. Why? And Carl Edwards would take the lead after the restart, leading for just 2 laps before Kyle Busch-Tire would bump him out of the way and take the lead. He'd lead until lap 144, where Lightning McQueen would retake the lead. He'd lead for 5 more laps before Jamie McCarty would take the lead for himself. He'd lead for 9 laps before Phil Tankson would retake the lead. He'd lead until lap 161, where Kevin Harvick would pass him for the lead. He'd lead until lap 165 for a total of 4 laps before Brick Yardley would take the lead for himself, leading for 15 laps before Kevin Harvick would retake the lead. He'd lead for just 5 laps before Bobby Swift would take the lead for himself. He'd lead for 4 laps before Danny Kerbin would be out on lap 189 because of an engine failure. And he's wondering how his engine failed. Well, you are a lower tier racer, and Krusty Loader says this, and Bob Cutlass comments on the fact on how Danny Kerbin refuses to leave the track. And so does Craig Shiftwright, a racing legend. And Rusty's Pity also wonders what is going on. And a FedEx Pity said that someone was being annoying.
1 hour later.
Finally, Danny Kerbin got off the track, and Cal Weathers would take the lead after the restart and lead for the next 7 laps until he'd lose the lead on lap 197 to... Who does he lose the lead to? Lightning McQueen, of course. And he would lead until lap 203, where he'd lose the lead to Kevin Harvick, who would lead for just 2 laps before he'd lose the lead to Brick Yardley, who would lead for 2 laps. But on lap 206, Ernie Gearson would be out because he was too tired. Kyle Busch-Tire would take the lead after the restart and lead for 10 laps before Todd Marcus would push him into the wall. Good job. But on lap 220, Cal Weathers would pass him on the high side and retake the lead. He'd lead for just 6 laps before Kurt Busch-Tire would retake the lead for himself, leading for 3 laps before Jeff Gorvette would take the lead once again. He'd lead until lap 233, where Denny Carlin would once again take the lead. He'd lead for 4 laps. Matt Karzeth would be second as of lap 237, but Tony Gasswert would beat him to the lead, leading all the way until lap 242, where Phil Tankson would once again retake the lead. He'd lead until lap 244, where Brick Yardley would be waiting to retake the lead, and he'd keep the lead for 10 laps before Carl Edwards would once again take the lead, leading for 4 laps before, of course, Lightning McQueen retakes the lead. He'd lead until lap 264, where Denny Carlin would, of course, retake the lead. He'd lead for 2 laps, and then Brick Yardley would retake the lead, and lead for another 2 laps. But on lap 268, Kevin Harvick would take the lead and then lead for more than 2 laps. Kyle Busch-Tire would be 19th as of lap 275. When he wrecks Edwin Burnout. Why? On lap 276, Kyle Busch-Tire's teammate Denny Carlin would take the lead for himself and lead for the next 7 laps before lap 283, where Lightning McQueen would once again retake the lead. He'd lead for 12 more laps before Cal Weathers would retake the lead. He'd lead for just 4 laps before lap 299, where Brick Yardley would retake the lead. He'd lead for 9 more laps before Todd Marcus would actually take the lead once again by using the wall. But on lap 309, Jimmy Cables would be back in the lead. He'd lead for 8 laps before Cal Weathers would take the lead off of pit road. And he would keep the lead until lap 324, where Lightning McQueen would once again take the lead. 4 laps later, Kevin Harvick would be back in the lead, and he would keep the lead for 4 more laps before Lightning McQueen would retake the lead once again, leading for 5 laps before Brick Yardley would take the lead from him. Leading until lap 344, with just 6 laps to go, Cal Weathers would take the lead for himself and lead all the way until lap 347, but Lightning McQueen would take the lead with 3 to go and win the 2010 Intersection 350. Brick Yardley would finish second this race. Cal Weathers would finish third, Kevin Harvick fourth, and Denny Carlin rounding out the top 5. The top 5 were actually very good today, leading a lot of laps. Carl Edwards, Ryan Newcar, Jeff Gorvette, Tony Gasworth, and Jimmy Cables round out the top 10. All of the top 10 led at least 1 lap. Todd Marcus, who finished 11th, also led multiple laps. So did Bobby Swift, but not so many. Kurt Busch also led numerous laps this race. Same with Clint Bokar. Unfortunately, Mark Carton, who finished 20th this race, did not lead any laps. And here's the rest of the field. Even Jeff Burnton led laps this race. Same with Jamie McCarry. And of course, Matt Kenseth didn't lead any, as he only led 1 this season. Chip Gearings is the last car to finish on the lead lap, finishing 35th this race. He also didn't lead any laps, and Speedy Comet wasn't very speedy. And here is the top 20 in points, where Lightning McQueen leads by 838 points! How is this possible? Even though Kevin Harvick is also having a good season. Well, at least Kurt Busch did not say the bad word. And Phil Tankson is back in the top 20.
Remember to press the notifications button, which goes ring, ring, ring after you press it. And lightning strikes back, and that's as if you subscribed, of course. And thank you for watching this entire video.
Have you noticed that Brick Yardley has finished second place in 3 consecutive races? Brick Yardley, this is too little too late. You're not even in the top 10 in points yet. If Brick Yardley performed like this earlier in the season, he would easily be in the top 10 in points. But yet somehow he is only barely ahead of Kyle Busch, who wrecked another car this race. His very first race. Why? The 33rd race of the 2010 Piston Cup season will be coming out hopefully very soon, but there will be a video tomorrow. I can't guarantee it will be the 33rd race of the 2010 Piston Cup season, as Piston Cup season videos need lots of time to put together. The 2022 Russian invasion of Ukraine is something that has taken way too much time. It's been going on for over 9 months. It started in late February, and now it is mid-December. We are near the halfway point of December. This war started back in late February. It's been almost 10 months. The Ukrainian people just want to live in peace and have freedom, as well as have access to basic heating and electricity services, so that they don't live in the dark and in the cold. But who is responsible for the Ukrainian people not being granted these basic necessities? The tyrant and bully Vladimir Putin, who is not just bullying Ukrainians, but he is also bullying Russians, as he is forcing them to fight in this unjustified war. We at the hashtag YouTube channel will continue to stand with Ukraine in their struggle against the tyrant Vladimir Putin. Slava Ukrainie! Heroям slava! Nechaj світ дарується Україні перемога!
KA Bullets YouTube channel.
Hurry up, now tell us why you're here.
Starting at pole position is Lightning McQueen, of course, and Ryan Newcar, the Rocket, will start to his outside. Row 2 has Cal Weathers, the 2008 Piston Cup champion, and Bobby Swift to his outside. Row 3 has the 2002 Piston Cup champion Tony Gasswert and Dale Earnhardt Jr. Row 4 has Kyle Buschtire, the mean yellow car, and Jeff Corvette, two-time Piston Cup champion. Row 5 has Kurt Buschtire and Kevin Karvik starting to his outside. Row 6 has Brick Yardley, who finished second in the last 3 races, and Jimmy Cables. Row 7 has Phil Tankson and Clint Bokar starting to his outside. Row 8 has the jumper Jeff Burnton and Mike Yankee Sr.'s son, Mike Yankee Jr. to his outside. Row 9 has Greg People and Denny Carlin, who's actually led quite a lot of laps this season. Row 10 has Mark Carton and Casey Corner starting to his outside. I wonder what he's going to do. Row 11 has Carl Edwards and Martin Carx Jr. to his outside. I wonder where he'll finish. Row 12 has Murray Clutchburn and Brick Hicks. I wonder what they're going to do. Row 13 has Todd Marcus and the 2003 Piston Cup champion, Matt Karzith, who has only led 1 lap this season. Row 14 has Brad Karslowski and Rex Revler. Row 15 has the Chip Carnassi Racing teammates, Jamie McCarry and Juan Pablo Montoya. Row 16 has Joey Lagirno and T.G. Castlenut. I wonder what they're going to do. Row 17 has David Raycar and the not-so-speedy Speedy Comet to his outside. Row 18 has David Rudikar and Chip Gearings, who has somehow qualified for every race this season. Row 19 has Jack DePost and Ernie Gearson. Hopefully he won't get tired. Row 20 has Doug Throttleman, another jumping car, and Chad Motorgas to his outside. Row 21 has Dave Laney in his final Piston Cup season, and Marcus Kranksler to his outside. And starting in 43rd is Reb Meeker. And unfortunately, these 10 cars, among many others, failed to qualify for this race. Now let's get on to the race. Lightning McQueen would lead for the first 34 laps of the race before he'd lose the lead to Kyle Buschtire, who would lead all the way until lap 60. But his teammate Joey Lagirno would be 28th as of lap 59. When he wrecks, who does he wreck? Speedy Comet! Why? But Tony Gasswert would be 4th as of lap 60. Who does he wreck? He wrecks Kyle Buschtire! Hooray! And Jamie McCarry would take the lead after the restart and lead for just 1 lap before Lightning McQueen would retake the lead. He'd lead until lap 65 before Cal Weathers would take the lead from him. He would lead for 4 laps before Denny Carlin would take the lead from him. He'd lead until lap 73, but on lap 73, Lightning McQueen retakes the lead, as usual, and lead until lap 87, where Jimmy Cables would take the lead. He'd lead until lap 91, where Bobby Swift would take the lead from him. He'd lead until lap 96, where Brick Yardley would take the lead from himself, leading for 8 laps before he'd lose the lead to Lightning McQueen. Of course that happened. And 11 laps later, Denny Carlin would be back in the lead. He'd lead for 3 laps, where on lap 118, Lightning McQueen retakes the lead. And he'd keep the lead until lap 123, where surprisingly, Murray Clutchburn would take the lead. He'd lead until lap 127, where Denny Carlin would retake the lead. He'd lead for the next 9 laps before Lightning McQueen, of course, retakes the lead. He would lead until lap 152, but on lap 149, Dave Laney would go down 1 lap. After this happens, Cal Weathers would take the lead on lap 152 and lead for 4 laps before Murray Clutchburn would actually retake the lead. He would lead until lap 161, where of course Lightning McQueen retakes the lead. He would lead all the way until lap 176, where Denny Carlin would take the lead from him. He would lead until lap 181, where his teammate Joey Lagirno would be 24th as of lap 181. He wrecks Doug Throttleman! Why? And then somehow wrecks himself! Unfortunately, numerous cars would go a lap down. These cars are Ernie Gearson, Marcus Kranksler, Jack DePost, David Rudikar, David Raycar, Brick Hicks, Dale Earnhardt Jr., Jamie McCarry, Chad Motorgas, Martin Garrix Jr. and Reb Meeker. Why, you mean orange car? Lightning McQueen would take the lead after the restart and lead into lap 195, where Jimmy Cables would take the lead once again, leading until lap 216, when Kevin Harvick would pass him on the low side to take the lead. But on lap 237, Lightning McQueen would be back in the lead. He would lead another 8 laps before he'd lose the lead to Tony Gasworth, who would lead all the way until lap 248 for a total of 3 laps. But Lightning McQueen would be back in the lead for 4 more laps before Jimmy Cables would take the lead for himself off of pit cycles, leading for 2 laps before Lightning McQueen, as usual, would be back in the lead, leading until lap 288, where Reb Meeker would get back on the lead lap. In the same pass, Brick Yardley would take the lead from Lightning McQueen, and he would lead until lap 293, where Carl Edwards would take the lead from him. He would lead for 6 laps before Todd Marcus would take the lead off of pit cycles. He would lead until lap 300, where Lightning McQueen would of course retake the lead. He would lead for the next 46 laps before Denny Carlin would retake the lead from him. He would lead for 3 laps. On lap 347, Chad Motorgas would get back on the lead lap. On lap 349, Lightning McQueen would be back in the lead. He would lead the next 20 laps before Kurt Busch would take the lead from him. But on lap 372, Cal Weathers would retake the lead. He would lead for 5 laps before, of course, Lightning McQueen retakes the lead. He would lead all the way until lap 405, where, surprisingly, Chad Motorgas would take the lead off of pit cycles. But after the pit stops are done, Lightning McQueen would take the lead on lap 406, and he would lead the field to the checkered flag and win the 2010 Bumper Save Gears and Glory 450. Denny Carlin would finish second this race. Brick Yardley would finish third, Cal Weathers fourth, and Jimmy Cables rounding out the top 5. And here is the top 20 of the race, with Murray Clutchburn, Tony Gasworth, Bobby Swift, Kevin Harvick, and Kurt Busch rounding out the top 10 for this race, with Jeff Gorvette just missing out. He actually didn't even lead any laps today, finishing ahead of Todd Marcus, who led 2. And the car that would finish 20th today is Brad Keselowski, just ahead of Greg People in 21st. And this is, of course, the rest of the field, with TG Castlenut being the last car to finish on the lead lap, finishing 29th, and also being on the lead lap for the entire race. I feel bad for all the cars that went down the lap, and also the ones that wrecked out. Not the mean cars, though, because they're being mean cars. And here is the top 20 in points, where Lightning McQueen is over 800 points ahead of Kevin Harvick in second. Kurt Busch needs to stop saying the bad word. Matt Kenseth needs to start leading some laps. And Kyle Busch shouldn't be wrecking any cars. Phil Tankson is still 20th in points.
Remember to press the notifications button, which goes ring, ring, ring after you press it. And lightning strikes back, and that's as if you subscribed, of course. And thank you for watching this entire video.
Sorry this video took so long to make. Well, it's the advent calendar, so it's long. Normally, this video would have taken much longer to make. But, since it's the advent calendar, I have to work quickly. I'm sorry this video took so long to make, but the 34th race of the 2010 Piston Cup season should be coming out very soon, but it may not be the next video, as the 2022 FIFA World Cup final happens tomorrow, which means I will most likely be making a video related to the World Cup tomorrow. One country that almost qualified for the 2022 FIFA World Cup is Ukraine, a country where at the moment the people are unable to live in peace or have freedom, and many have to live in the dark and in the cold. But why do the Ukrainian people have to deal with these horrible conditions? Because of the tyrant and bully Vladimir Putin, who launched an unjustified invasion almost 10 months ago. Why did you need to start the unjustified war? You already have enough land of your own. And he's not just bullying Ukrainians, but he's also bullying Russians as he's forcing them to fight in this unjustified war. And we at the hashtag KABullets YouTube channel will continue to stand with Ukraine, and we recognize these borders as the legitimate borders of Ukraine, which contain Crimea, the Donbass, and other lands that Russia occupied in this unjustified war. Slava Ukrainie! Heroям слава! Нехай світ дарується Україні перемога! Glory to Ukraine! Glory to the heroes! May Ukraine be granted victory very soon!
KABullets YouTube channel.
Hurry up, now tell us why you're here.
Before the race began, there was a shocking announcement. Jeff Gorvette would be retiring at the end of the 2010 Piston Cup season. And here's what he said. Rick Chevrick tried to convince Jeff Gorvette not to retire, but Jeff Gorvette is ready for a new challenge, probably racing in a different racing league. And Rick Chevrick said this after he failed to convince Jeff Gorvette to not retire. Starting at pole position for the 34th race of 2010 is Lightning McQueen with Cal Weathers to his outside. Row 2 has Jeff Gorvette, who will be retiring soon, and Tony Gasworth to his outside. Row 3 has Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Kevin Carvick, the car that's currently second in points. Row 4 has Carl Edwards and Kyle Bushtire, the mean yellow car. Row 5 has the 2003 Piston Cup champion Matt Karzith and his former teammate Kurt Bushtire. Row 6 has Greg Beeple and Ryan Newcar, the Rocket, to his outside. I wonder where he's going to finish. Row 7 has Brick Hicks, who's been underperforming, and Jeff Burnton, the jumper. Row 8 has Mark Carton and Moray Clutchburn, two cars that have been around for a very long time. Row 9 has Todd Marcus, who actually was the fastest car in practice, and Jamie McCarry to his outside. Row 10 has Jamie McCarry's teammate Juan Pablo Montoya and Casey Corner to his outside. Row 11 has Bobby Swift and Brick Yardley. What are they doing back here? I wonder why. Row 12 has Jimmy Cables, who finished 5th last race, and Joey Lagirno, the mean orange car. Row 13 has Denny Carlin. What is he doing back here? And Martin Carrix Jr. to his outside. Row 14 is Mike Yankee Jr. and Clint Bokar, starting to his outside. I wonder where they're going to finish. Row 15 is Phil Tankson, who is currently 20th in points, and Brad Karslowski to his outside. Row 16 has the David and David show once again, with David Rudikar and David Raycar in the same row. Row 17 is Jack DePost and Rex Revler, who have both missed races this season. Row 18 has Doug Throttleman, the other jumping car, and T.G. Castlenut to his outside. Row 19 has Speedy Comet. Hopefully he's going to be speedy, and Chip Gearings to his outside. Row 20 has Darren Leadfoot, who actually leads laps, and Bobby Carboni to his outside. Row 21 has Ernie Gearson and Robert Turner? How did he qualify? And starting in 43rd once again is Reb Meeker, who once won a race from this position in the second division. These 7 cars, among many others, unfortunately failed to qualify for this race. Lightning McQueen would lead for the first 7 laps of the race before Robert Turner would be out on lap 7 because of an engine failure. Dale Earnhardt Jr. would take the lead shortly before the engine failure of Robert Turner and lead for the next 3 laps before Lightning McQueen would once again take the lead. And he would lead for 66 laps! How does any car lead for 66 laps? And then Jeff Gorvette would take the lead on lap 76 and lead for just 1 lap before Darren Leadfoot would take the lead from him. He would lead for 2 laps before Cal Weathers would take the lead from him. He would lead until lap 102. But on lap 102, Joey Lagirno would be 20th as of that lap, and then he'd wreck. Who does he wreck? John Throttleman again? Why? Lightning McQueen would take the lead after the restart and lead for 105 laps? How does any car lead for 105 laps in a row? Wouldn't his fuel tank be exhausted? How, Lightning McQueen? How do you lead 105 laps without losing the lead? Finally, on lap 208, Tony Gasworth would take the lead, but 4 laps later, Lightning McQueen would be back in the lead and lead for another 48 laps before Kevin Harvick would take the lead from him. He would lead for 8 laps before Lightning McQueen is once again back in the lead, but he would only lead for 3 laps before Cal Weathers would retake the lead, leading for 2 laps before, of course, Lightning McQueen retakes the lead. He would lead all the way until lap 299 before Kyle Busch-Tire would take the lead for himself and lead for the next 11 laps before, of course, Lightning McQueen retakes the lead. He would lead the next 30 laps. Kevin Harvick also said this because he thinks the season has become too boring, and Richard Chilpaints says this in response. But Kevin Harvick has brought up the idea of teaming, and Cal Weathers thinks it's a good idea. But someone disagrees. It is the King, who says that racing is an individual sport. But Cal Weathers talked about Lightning McQueen's points advantage. And then Kevin Harvick would take the lead with 10 to go and take the checkered flag to win the 2010 Dynaco Light 350. Kyle Busch-Tire would finish second this race, Jeff Gorvette third, Cal Weathers fourth, and Phil Tankson rounding out the top 5. Lightning McQueen, despite leading the vast majority of laps, was unable to finish in the top 5, instead finishing 6th, just ahead of Moray Clutchburn and Kurt Busch-Tire. Carl Edwards and Darren Ledfoot would round out the top 10. Dale Earnhardt Jr. actually finishes in the top half this race, ahead of Mark Carton and Bobby Swift. Despite his nickname being the Rocket, Ryan Newcar finished mid-pack in 20th. Jimmy Cables would be the car missing out on the top 20, finishing 21st. And Ernie Gearson finished on the lead lap, meaning he was not too tired today. Hooray! Actually, quite a lot of cars finished on the lead lap. The last car to finish on the lead lap is Chip Gearings, who finished 41st! That means only 2 cars were not on the track on the last lap. Hopefully all 43 cars would be able to finish on the lead lap if there were no mean cars. And here is the top 20 in points, where Lightning McQueen is still over 800 points ahead of Kevin Harvick, despite the fact that Kevin Harvick won the race. And of course, Kurt Busch-Tire, don't say bad words! And Matt Karzith leads some laps! And Kyle Busch-Tire, stop wrecking other cars!
Remember to press the notifications button, which goes ring, ring, ring after you press it. And lightning strikes back, and that's as if you subscribed, of course. And thank you for watching this entire video.
And also, Phil Tankson traded places with Jamie McCarry, with Phil Tankson moving up to 19th in points. I wonder how well Phil Tankson will do at the end of the season, as Phil Tankson is essentially the new Manny Flywheel, well liked by many Piston Cup fans. And unlike Manny Flywheel, Phil Tankson qualifies every race! Hooray! The next Piston Cup video, the 35th race of the 2010 Piston Cup season, will be coming out very soon. Something that should be happening sooner than the release of my next YouTube video is the end of the 2022 Russian invasion of Ukraine. The Ukrainian people just want to live in peace and have freedom, as well as have access to electricity, so that they're not living in the dark and in the cold. But who stands in the way of the Ukrainian people being able to access these basic resources? The tyrant and bully Vladimir Putin, who is not just bullying Ukrainians, he is also bullying Russians to fight in this unjustified war. Why is there this unjustified war? Vladimir Putin, you already have enough land of your own! And we at the hashtag KABullets YouTube channel will continue to stand with Ukraine in their struggle against Vladimir Putin's tyranny and occupation of rightful Ukrainian territory. Slava Ukrainie! Heroyam slava! Nechai świecie darucie Ukrainie перемога!
KABullets YouTube channel.
Hurry up, now tell us why you're here.
During qualifying, Todd Marcus flipped 4 times after coming out of turn 1. This means that Todd Marcus will have to miss this race. He did get repaired, but it was too late after qualifying. He will be able to try qualifying for the next race, the final race of the 2010 Piston Cup season. Carl Edwards will start at pole position with Lightning McQueen to his outside. Row 2 has Juan Pablo Montoya and Clint Bokar. What are they doing in row 2? I don't know. Row 3 has David Rudikar and Joey Logierno. What are they doing this far in front of the field? Row 4 has Cal Weathers and Brad Keselowski. I wonder why they're in the same row. And row 5 has Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Casey Corner. 2 cars that unfortunately wreck a lot this season. Row 6 has Bobby Swift and another purple car, Matt Karzeth, the 2003 Piston Cup champion. Another Piston Cup champion will start on the inside of row 7, Tony Gasworth, with Brick Yardley to his outside. Row 8 has Moray Clutchburn and Jimmy Cables to his outside. Row 9 has Mark Carton and Kevin Karvik. They had a photo finish in the 2007 Florida 500. Row 10 has Kurt Busch-Tire and 2-time Piston Cup champion Jeff Gorvette to his outside. Row 11 has the Rocket, Ryan Newcar, and Greg People to his outside. Row 12 has the Jumper, Jeff Burnton, and David Raycar, who did not qualify for the Florida 500 this year. Row 13 has Reb Meeker and Brick Hicks, who has started every single race this season. Row 14 has Martin Carx Jr. and Ernie Gearson. Hopefully he won't get tired. Row 15 has Phil Tankson and Kyle Busch-Tire. These two don't like each other. Row 16 has Rex Reveler and Speedy Comet, who was not so speedy in practice. Row 17 has Mike Yankee Jr. and Jamie McCarry, who qualified only slightly slower than Mike Yankee Jr. Row 18 has Chip Gearings and Bobby Carboni, who actually makes another start. Row 19 has Jack DePost and the other jumping car, Doug Throttleman, to his outside. Row 20 has TG Castlenut and Dirksen de Agostino. I wonder where he'll finish. Row 21 has AJ Carmeninger and Dave Laney. And starting in 43rd is Denny Carlin! How are you starting all the way back here? These 10 cars, among many others, failed to qualify for this race. Carl Edwards would lead for the first 53 laps of the race. How do you lead 53 laps in a row? Unfortunately, Jack DePost would be out on lap 30 because of an engine failure. Lightning McQueen would take the lead on lap 53 and lead for 5 laps before Carl Edwards would be back in the lead. He would lead another 42 laps. Joey Logierno would be 32nd as of lap 61. When he wrecks! Chip Gearings! Why? The car that would take the lead from Carl Edwards is Clint Bokar, who would lead for 10 laps before Denny Carlin would take the lead from him. He would lead for 44 laps, but his teammate Kyle Busch-Tire would be 5th as of lap 118. When he wrecks, Phil Tankson! Why? And then Kyle Busch-Tire would be 11th as of lap 143. When he wrecks, who does he wreck? AJ Carmeninger! Why? Lightning McQueen would take the lead on lap 155 and lead all the way until lap 157, where Cal Weathers would take the lead from Self. Later in the lap, Denny Carlin would retake the lead. He would lead until lap 173, where Clint Bokar would take the lead from him. He would only lead for 4 laps before Cal Weathers would retake the lead. He would keep the lead until lap 181, where Clint Bokar would take the lead from him. He would lead all the way until lap 199, where Denny Carlin once again takes the lead. He would lead the next 30 laps before Jeff Burnton would pass him on the outside and take the lead. He would keep the lead until lap 240, where Denny Carlin would retake the lead, and he'd lead for 84 laps! How does any car lead for 84 laps in a row? Bobby Carboni would be out on lap 324 because of an engine failure. Lightning McQueen would finally take the lead from Denny Carlin and lead for 3 laps before Juan Pablo Montoya would take the lead from Self, leading for 4 laps before Denny Carlin, of course, retakes the lead. He would lead until lap 373, where Lightning McQueen would, of course, retake the lead. And he would keep the lead until lap 394, where Denny Carlin would retake the lead. He would lead for 4 more laps before Lightning McQueen would take the lead. And he'd lead the field to the checkered flag and win the 2010 Richmond 400. Denny Carlin, who started 43rd, would finish 2nd this race. Kyle Busch Tire 3rd, Joey Logano 4th, and Reb Meeker surprisingly rounding out the top 5. And here is the top 20 of the race, with Clint Bokar and Juan Pablo Montoya both doing surprisingly well. Well, they started 3rd and 4th. Cal Weathers, Kevin Harvick, and Carl Edwards, who started 1st, would round out the top 10, with Ryan Newcar and Jeff Gorvette missing out. Oh, and right behind Jeff Gorvette is the other Jeff, Jeff Burnton, and Mark Carton, who did not lead very many laps this season, finished 20th. Now onto the rest of the field, where Bobby Swift once again missed out on finishing in the top 20. And also, Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Casey Corner did not have a DNF. And Dirksen D'Agostino is the last car to finish on the lead lap, finishing 38th. Wow, another race where very few cars wrecked out. This must be because the Mean Green Car TX has not qualified for a while. And here is the top 20 in points. Normally, as this is the race before the final race, I would be putting up a gray screen for who is going to win the Piston Cup. But let's be real here. Lightning McQueen is almost 900 points ahead of Kevin Harvick. Oh yeah, and for the next 2 cars, it's Kevin Harvick and Denny Carlin, with Cal Weathers 50 points behind Denny Carlin. So that's the gray screens basically explained that aren't here. They usually are when we are 1 race before the final race. They're supposed to show who can win the Piston Cup. Lightning McQueen could miss the next race and still win the Piston Cup.
Remember to press the notifications button, which goes ring, ring, ring after you press it. And lightning strikes back, and that's as if you subscribed, of course. And thank you for watching this entire video.
What needs to be explained? Lightning McQueen is almost 900 points ahead of Kevin Harvick. There is no contest for the Piston Cup. And also, as per usual, the Busch Tire brothers need to stop causing trouble, and hopefully Matt Karzith will lead a few laps next race. And also, I do not know if the next video will be the final race of the 2010 Piston Cup season, but I do know that it will be made during this year's advent calendar. So the next race, the final race of the 2010 Piston Cup season, will be coming out very soon. Something that we hope happens very soon is the end of the 2022 Russian invasion of Ukraine, which has been going on for almost 10 months. The Ukrainian people just want to live in peace and have freedom, as well as have access to basic power sources so that they're not living in the dark and in the cold. But who? What monster is stopping the Ukrainian people from accessing these basic necessities? The tyrant and bully Vladimir Putin, who began this unjustified war in Ukraine almost 10 months ago. Why did you even start it? You already have enough land of your own. And also, Putin is not just bullying Ukrainians, but he is also bullying Russians, as he's forcing them to fight in this unjustified war. And we at the hashtag KABullets YouTube channel will continue to stand with Ukraine in their struggle against the tyranny of Vladimir Putin. We also recognize the internationally accepted borders of Ukraine, which include Crimea, the Donbass, and all land that Russia took in the 2022 invasion. We hope that Ukraine can reclaim all of its rightful territory. Slava Україні! Героям слава! Нехай світі дарується Україні перемога! Glory to Ukraine! Glory to the heroes! May Ukraine be granted victory very soon.
KABullets YouTube channel.
Hurry up, now tell us why you're here.
Lightning McQueen will start at pole position with Bobby Swift to his outside. Row 2 has Denny Carlin and Cal Weathers, the 2008 Piston Cup champion. Row 3 has Jimmy Cables and Kevin Karvik, who hopes to win this race. I wonder how he'll do. Row 4 has Tony Gasworth, the 2002 Piston Cup champion, and Kurt Buschtire. Row 5 has the Rush Racing teammates Carl Edwards and Greg Beeple. I wonder how they're gonna do. Row 6 has the mean yellow car, Kyle Buschtire, and Brick Yardley to his outside. Row 7 has Mark Carton and the jumper, Jeff Burnton. I wonder if he'll jump this race. Row 8 has the Rocket Ryan Newcar and Clint Bokar to his outside. Row 9 has Jeff Corvette, who will be racing his final Piston Cup race, and Martin Carrix Jr. to his outside. Row 10 has Jamie McCarry and Brick Hicks. I wonder if he'll finish in the top 30. Row 11 has Mike Yankee Jr. and Casey Corner, who has not been doing good these past few races. Row 12 has Juan Pablo Montoya and TG Castlenut, who's actually overperformed expectations this season. Row 13 has David Raycar and the mean orange car, Joey Lagirno. Row 14 has Brad Karslowski and David Rudikar. I wonder how they'll do this race. Row 15 has the 2003 Piston Cup champion that's led one lap this season, Matt Karzith and Dale Earnhardt Jr. Rex Revler and Phil Tankson will start in row 16. I wonder how they're going to do. Row 17 has Ernie Gearson. Hopefully he doesn't get too tired this race, and Jack DePost. Row 18 has two cars that have been around for a while, Todd Marcus and Murray Clutchburn. Row 19 has the rookie Reb Meeker, who's actually had a decent season, and Chip Gearings, who's outside. Row 20 has the other jumping car, Doug Throttleman and Darren Leadfoot, who is a fan favorite. Row 21 has Bobby Carboni, who qualified last race, and Dave Laney, making his final Piston Cup start after a long career. And starting in 43rd is Lane Locke, who surprisingly beat Speedy Comet and these 13 other cars, which include Nick Charger, who unfortunately failed to qualify for this race, among many others. Lightning McQueen would lead the first 8 laps of the race before he'd lose the lead to Denny Carlin, who would lead for the next 3 laps. But then Denny Carlin would lose the lead to Lightning McQueen, who would lead into lap 52. In the meanwhile, Kyle Buschtire would be 21st as of lap 17. When he wrecks Casey Corner, Dale Earnhardt Jr., Murray Clutchburn, and Doug Throttleman. Why? Darren Leadfoot would take the lead on lap 52 and lead for the next 5 laps before Lightning McQueen would retake the lead. He would lead until lap 64, where Kevin Karvik would take the lead from him. He would lead for 11 laps before Jeff Gorvette would take the lead in his final race. leading for just one lap before Cal Weathers would take the lead from him. He would lead until lap 82, where Lightning McQueen would of course retake the lead. But 2 laps later, Kevin Harvick would pass him on the outside and take the lead, leading until lap 92, where Lightning McQueen would of course retake the lead. He would lead the next 40 laps, but Joey Logano would be 30th as of lap 132. When he wrecks, who does he wreck? Lane Locke and Bobby Carboni. Why, you mean orange car? And Craig Shiftright has this to say about these 2 crashes. Kevin Harvick would take the lead on lap 133 and lead until lap 167, where Todd Marcus would take the lead from him off of pit cycles. But after pit cycles are done, Kevin Harvick would retake the lead. He would lead until lap 177, where Kyle Busch would actually fail to wreck Lightning McQueen. Darren Ledfoot would take the lead after the caution and lead for 2 laps before another caution comes out, where Chip Gearings is now out because he spun out. Kevin Harvick would take the lead after the restart and lead until lap 201, where Lightning McQueen would once again take the lead. And he'd only lead for 2 laps this time before Denny Carlin would take the lead once again, leading for 46 laps before Darren Ledfoot would take the lead for himself, leading all the way until lap 274. Joey Logano would once again wreck another car, but this time he's 19th as of lap 264. And Jamie McCarry and David Raycar wrecked out. Why? Reb Meeker was also involved in the crash, and now he's out on lap 264 because he couldn't get off the track after his tire fell off. And then Tony Gasworth says come on to Reb Meeker. Tony Gasworth, not every car can drive with just 3 wheels like you can. T.G. Castlenut would take the lead on lap 274 and lead for 4 laps before Carl Edwards would take the lead for himself. He would lead for 5 laps before Kevin Harvick would take the lead once again, leading for 5 more laps before Greg People would take the lead for himself, leading until lap 293. Matt Karzith, his teammate, would be 2nd as of lap 293. But Jimmy Cables would beat him to the lead, leading for 2 laps before Lightning McQueen would of course retake the lead, leading for 9 laps before Kevin Harvick would retake the lead, leading until lap 307. But Lightning McQueen would be back in the lead, leading for 11 laps before Joey Logano would be 21st as of lap 318. When he wrecks Todd Marcus, why? Darren Ledfoot would take the lead after the restart and lead until lap 354. In the meantime, Phil Tankson would be 17th as of lap 320. When he wrecks, who does he wreck? Joey Logano! Hooray! You wrecked the mean orange car! Kevin Harvick would take the lead on lap 354, but on lap 398 he would lose the lead to Darren Ledfoot, who would lead the next 25 laps. But on lap 423, Cal Weathers would be back in the lead. He would lead for 9 laps, but unfortunately Ernie Gearson would go a lap down on lap 425 because he probably got tired. Darren Ledfoot would retake the lead on lap 432 and lead for 6 laps before Kevin Harvick would retake the lead for himself, leading until lap 469, where Brick Yardley would take the lead off of pit cycles. The very next lap, Kevin Harvick would be back in the lead, and he would lead the next 25 laps, but using the wall, Lightning McQueen would retake the lead on lap 495, leading the final 5 laps of the race to win the 2010 LA 500, getting his 20th win this season. Wait, 20? How does any car win 20 races in one season? This is also only the 4th time a Piston Cup racer has won 20 or more Piston Cup races in one season. Carl Edwards would finish 2nd this race, Darren Ledfoot 3rd, Jeff Gorvette would finish 4th in his final Piston Cup race, and Greg People would round out the top 5. Here is the top 20 of the race, where Denny Carlin, Kevin Harvick, Bobby Swift, Jeff Burnton, and T.G. Castlenut would round out the top 10. And, well, this is a pretty average top 20 And the car that finishes 20th in this race is Ryan Newcar. But you're the Rocket! Shouldn't you be finishing higher up in the field? And here is the rest of the field, with Mark Carton and Juan Pablo Montoya missing out on a top 20 finish. Dave Laney would finish 30th in his final Piston Cup race, just ahead of Ernie Gearson, who finished 31st. About Dave Laney, he is the last car to finish on the lead lap. Quite an achievement for your final race. And this all means that Lightning McQueen is the winner of the 2010 Hudson Hornet Piston Cup by over 900 points over second placed Kevin Harvick. Denny Carlin and Cal Weathers also did alright this season, with Carl Edwards rounding out the top 5. Tony Gasworth just misses out on the top 5 by finishing 6th. Bobby Swift once again finishes 7th. And Jeff Gorvette would finish 8th in his final Piston Cup season, ahead of Kurt Busch-Tire, who I hope does not say any more bad words. Matt Karseth led 1 lap this season, and he finishes 10th, ahead of Greg Beeple and Jimmy Cables, who led laps in most races. Ryan Newcar, the Rocket, finishes 13th this season, just ahead of Clint Bokar. Brick Yardley, you finished 2nd place 3 races in a row, and you still only finished 15th. Probably because he was inconsistent. Kyle Busch-Tire, unfortunately, Mark Carton, Jeff Burton, Jamie McCarry, and Phil Tankson would round out the top 20. Martin Truex Jr. and Juan Pablo Montoya finished 21st and 22nd, respectively. Dale Earnhardt Jr., Mike Yankee Jr., and Casey Corner all had bad seasons in 2010, because usually they would finish in the top 20. Brad Keselowski did quite well for his first full-time season, finishing 26th, also qualifying for all 36 races. Maury Clutchburn would finish 27th this season, just ahead of Joey Logano, the mean orange car, and Brick Hicks, who also had a bad season. Reb Meeker finished 30th this season, and also being the car highest up in points that did not qualify for all 36 races. And right below him is Todd Marcus, who skipped qualifying multiple times, somehow still beating T.G. Castlenut, who qualified for all 36 races. Rex Reveler, David Rudikar, and David Raycar would round out the top 35, and then Chip Gearings would finish 36th. He qualified for all 36 races! Ernie Gearson missed 4 races because he was too tired. I recall one of them was because he failed to qualify, but let me know in the comments if I was right. And then right below him is Jack DePost.
Remember to press the notifications button, which goes ring, ring, ring after you press it. And lightning strikes back, and that's as if you subscribed, of course. And thank you for watching this entire video.
The last 2 cars to finish in the top 40 are Speedy Comet, who was out for a lot of the season due to a hard crash, and Doug Throttleman, the other jumping car. The other cars to finish in the top 43 are Brian Vickers in 42nd, just behind AJ Carmeninger. Brian Vickers missed most of the season, and in 43rd is Darren Leadfoot, the only car in the top 43 to not obtain 1,000 points. I am not going to make any more Piston Cup videos for the remainder of the year. The first video of 2023 will be the 2011 Florida 500, but I will need lots of new information to make the 2011 Piston Cup season. My next video will likely be trying to win the 2022 FIFA World Cup as Ukraine. Unfortunately, meanwhile in the country of Ukraine, the country is suffering under an invasion, a Russian invasion, that began back in late February. The war has been going on for over 300 days now, and the Ukrainian people just want to live in peace and have freedom, as well as be able to access basic heating so that they're not living in the cold, as well as electricity so that they're not living in the dark. But what monster is responsible for the Ukrainian people not being able to access these basic necessities? The tyrant and bully Vladimir Putin, who began this war in the first place. And not only is he bullying Ukrainians, but he is also bullying Russians into fighting this unjustified war. We at the hashtag KABullet YouTube channel will continue to stand with Ukraine in their struggle against Vladimir Putin's tyranny. And we also recognize the internationally recognized borders of Ukraine, which contain Crimea, the Donbass, and all other land that the Russians illegally took during the invasion. Slava Ukrainie! Heroям слава! Нехай світі дарується Україні перемога!